Greetings and welcome to Deprogramming the African Mind with me, Tanzan. Thank you all for being here. Let us start with a prayer to the ancestors, beseeching them to guide the stream, to guide the conversation, so that we may learn and we may share and we may have insight and enlightenment. And thank you for the presence of everyone who is going to be here today, and we welcome you. Thank you. Okay, so let us begin. So what is the African mind that we wish to deprogram? For that, we have to go back, way back, as they say. But we have to look at ourselves and see what were the principles that we built our society on, what were the important things, how did we define ourselves, and what were our aims and goals in developing these principles. So what is that African mind that we want to reprogram or deprogram? Greetings, Vita Medicine podcast. Greetings, Kokou. Glad for you to join us. So the mind, like they say, the mind is a sad thing to waste. Yeah, because that's really all you have. Once your mind is gone, your life is pretty much done. So what did we want to develop when we, for example, when we train children? So the mind just starts to develop, once you're a child, then you're trained into what is expected of you as a member of society, and what was expected of the African child. What were some of the things that were ingrained in African children growing up that was a part of them? The first one that I know for sure was, peace. Wow, everybody's coming in. Yeah, peace, Sonny. Good to have you in as well. So, yes, how were children viewed? What was their purpose in life? What was their direction? And what was the role of everyone in the community? How was your mind supposed to be molded and developed into a full-grown adult, man or woman? Well, the first thing that the child was taught was that the child was precious to the community. There was a lot of birth rites and rituals. In fact, it started even before the child was born. When a woman was pregnant, she had to go through, certain times. There was a time of she went and stayed with the old women, and she was taught and trained and prepared for what was to come, especially if that was her first child. And then when the child came, there was this big celebration. Well, firstly, it was a celebration between just the small family where they would come and be grateful for the birth of the child and give blessings and so on. And then the second one would be now the community would come together. There would be a day. For some people, to be like the third day for the boy, and the boys we usually had one longer, so I think it was like the fourth day for the boy and the third day for the girls, something like that. Yeah. So after that, the community would come together and celebrate and just enjoy the birth of new life, bringing forth new life. So everyone acknowledged the importance of life, especially as a community. So it was the family, the community. Hey, let me just take a moment to greet everyone. Amani, Brother Focused, and Matron, thank you for joining. Always a pleasure to have you all around. So thank you. So just to summarize, what was our African I don't want to call it programming, but let's just say that what was that African program that the children were put through or were taught. So, life is a beautiful thing and it's something to be celebrated. The whole community comes together. People bring food, gifts, and they eat and they celebrate. The second big event in the child's life, and then for the rest of the time, the child was trained and, became a member of society. Then the second important part of the child's life was the initiation. So this would be after all the training, after the child has learned to speak, to work, to help out, and so on, and then they go through the ritual of initiation. This is where now they are become part of the community, or they start to be play a more important role in community. So the ritual initiation was for both men and women, boys and girls at the time. So the boys would go through their training, they would be isolated, and they would learn from the elders, from their peer groups. And so it was a hierarchical system, and they would move up. It was like not a graduation, but yeah, something like that. So they had to prove themselves and earn the right to be members of the community. And that was the second most important event in someone's life. Then the third one would be the marriage ceremony. This was sometimes before marriage the men would have to prove that they were ready for marriage. That was another test as well. The Maasai, I think they had to kill a lion. For some people they had to prove or go through a series of tests where to prove their worth. So people went through tests, and it was always you had the training and you had the test, and then you passed the test and you became higher up in the community. And so after marriage, it would be the birth of your child and so on and so forth until you not your death, but then you became an elder. And then during your years of eldership, you'd be a voice of wisdom for the community. You'd be a guide. You'd be, the holder of information and memories and so on. And not just the holder, but you'd pass them on. Now it was your duty as a child. It was your duty to receive wisdom and instruction. And as an elder, it would be your duty to provide it. So the circle was complete. So, oh yes, focused. Thank you for that reminder. We should start doing that. Okay, so let me just welcome everyone. Greetings again. Kokou, Oni is here. No to jumping from badges, from those things. Yes, badges. Yes, greetings, Sister Revolutionary Matron. Good to have you, everybody. Greetings. Focused is here. Yes, Amani. Focused. Amani, as you all know, is peace. So Amani, kila mtu is everybody. Mtu, as you know, is person. So kila is everybody. I can just write it down. I can have habari. Amani kila mtu. And that just means peace, everyone. So I wish you peace. No, I cannot say the word. It's a weird word. How do you... What is a badge? Who came up with that silly name? Such a terrible, terrible name. But yes, do not go bungee jumping. Okay, so we are all here. Back to the programming. So just an outline. I was just doing an outline of the African programming. It was it started from childhood, and it was all the way until your days of sunset. It was something that continuous you were given, so you could give. You were part of a hierarchy. You not constantly, but you are always in training and always have to take tests prove your worth. So an individual did not just have their individuality, and that was, all there was. You have to prove yourself a member of the community. You had to show that you were not just, one of those people. But in any case, community was a privilege that everyone had to earn. And that was the responsibility of the individual. So it was not so much individual freedom as individual responsibility, and responsibility to the community as a whole. And that was the programming that we had. That was the community, that was the environment that we had for quite a long time, before we were introduced to these new systems. Now, after the introduction of the system, what new programs did we have? The first program that was brought was the program of how did they say, the missionaries, the explorers, the missionaries, and the merchants. Well, the merchants came first. People had been trading for a long time. Human beings always have either surplus or needs. So even in Africa itself, Africans have been trading with each other, exchanging goods and services for some time. And in many places, it was a barter trade, where if you produced, let's say, more barley and your neighbor had more milk than they could drink, then you'd make the exchange. I don't know how they quantified and valued, one of the other, but I think that's how they did it. So it was more of a barter trade. People simply exchanged goods. But slowly, people there was introduction of currency. I know that in the West, in the west of Africa, they had the cowrie shells and some other means of exchange, and that created a new system. But the one that came about quite drastically was the currency system of paper money and coins and so on. So that was a whole different thing, because it was not so much what you produced. You wouldn't have like more cattle or something. It was your labor that was now also valued. So before, it didn't matter how much it took to create, to make your product, or for you to get your milk. All you had was your milk and your barley. So that's what you had. But now you actually were paid, in terms of labor hours, in terms of how much, and things began to be valued by a money system. So everything had a price to it. So that was the first, change that to the system, to the old system. Then that was in the economic sense. And then in the political sense, we can say that the program we were under, because before independence, before African countries got independence, the usual way of rulership was, well, there were different ones. They had some who were, the kings with the big empires, and then they had small city states. They also had the village style, where there was a king and a small group of people. So it depends on how big the community was, whether it was stable, stationary or pastoral. But in any case, usually there was a hierarchical system where the power, the council of elders usually had the most power, and that power was then distributed, and the king, or the leader, or the person who was the ruler at the time, the head person, had usually the power of veto. So, but the main power usually lay in the council of elders, especially in guidance, in making decisions, and so on. And sometimes the chiefs, the council of elders, even had power over the king. But powers were shared between different people, and also distributed amongst different sectors. But when the new system came, especially during the colonial system, it was simply one that came from the top, and then the orders were now to be followed down the different levels. And there wasn't the elders really were the ones who were taken out of the system completely, so that politics simply became voting or putting somebody, in charge to represent people instead of many voices being heard and then, the final decision being made. So that was also another, big change to the system. So that was another political programming that really upended the system. And we continued with those systems even after independence. And that's why, this, even when we celebrate our independence, it wasn't a true independence, because if you're independent, you'd really start on your, and some changes were made. It was not, wholly copying the previous system, but a lot of it was borrowed from it. So the whole idea of parliamentary systems of representation instead of a distributed power, that was a legacy of colonialism, which a lot of all African countries adopted. Nobody went back to the old ways, and except maybe Swaziland, because they still have their king. But most other African countries, they just went back to, continued with the legislative aspects that had been put there through colonialism. So we simply followed the program that was handed to us, and we tried to make it, a little bit African, but it's hard to go by African principles when you're using a European structure. And the third one was, so we've talked about the economic political program and the cultural one. So culture was simply, well, let me narrow it down a little bit. Well, culture is music, arts, and all that. That one, I don't know if we were really affected, because I think most of the music and creativity was still very much African. But culture, even in terms of our dietary habits, we took on a lot of the diet and the practices of the colonialists, of the people who were there before. Because even in Kenya, Kenyans love tea. They say every time is tea time, and they drink a lot of tea, a whole lot of tea. But before the British came, Kenyans were not drinking tea like that. Tea was grown in some parts of Kenya, because of the rich soils. So tea was grown, coffee was grown, other products were grown, but they were not consumed to such a level that they are now. They were not a national staple product. So we also changed a lot of ways and even of eating. People used to eat the traditional grains. They used to eat a lot of the reddish dark grains, the barley and all that. But increasingly, we started eating a lot more maize, which they call corn over here. I don't know if they're different, but maize seems to have a lot more variety than corn. But in any case, we eat now a lot more maize than we used to, and a lot less of the vegetables. Even now, when you go to Kenya, people want to eat, the fancy Western food like hamburgers and so on in the city, whereas the vegetables and the traditional foods that we ate was actually much healthier. Oh yes, instead of tea, people used to drink a lot of porridge that was made from those from barley usually, or from sorghum, millet. Yeah, was, and you can mix a lot of ingredients in the porridge, and it was a very healthy drink. So that was the dietary one, and of course the big one is the religious, the religious programming. That was also a big change for most of African societies. Well, I can't summarize, the whole of African religions, but it wasn't this systematic. You have to do this every day. It was more of a seasonal and according to the needs. For example, during harvesting, there was a time when people would gather to give thanks and gratitude, and there was a harvest festival. There was rain. When they had dances and things to call for rain, or when they had internal problems and they would just beseech God, or pray for certain miracles and things to happen. So religion was more focused on the needs of the community and what was going on at the time. And so religion was also very much entwined with your normal life. And people would give thanks in the morning. For example, they would wake up and then they would face the sun in a certain way, in some places obviously, and then face the sun in a certain way. And matter they would spit on the ground. And spitting is not an act of how it seems now. Spitting was actually like similar to the pouring of the libations, but this is a personal one. So yeah, people had the gods. People had their ways of worshiping. So when we encountered the new program, it was one that was systematic, and religion became more of a communal aspect, which it was before, but it became more of a mass celebration and something that was systematic. For example, you had to do this at a certain time. You had to have a weekly schedule, and no matter what time of the year it was. I think except obviously Christmas and the holidays. But so that was the third programming, and then eventually. Those are the old programs. Now the new ones, we can include things like the media. We can include things like the new music and the film and television. But before all that, this is the more recent one is simply the cultural ones, the music and television and things like that. But the old programs, which goes much deeper and affects the community, those had been planted, way before. By 1910s and 20s, most African countries had already started following a new program. Yeah. So if anybody wants to come up, you're always welcome to. That was the rundown of today. I'm going to share a few screens, but for now, let me just share the link and you can come up if you wish. So we were talking about cults last week, and we're talking about how to what kinds of people get into cults and how you can reprogram people, and what somebody in a cult looks like. Now the programming and cult that we're in is not a regular one. It's more of an unseen cult. It's one of the ones that you can't see it. We were talking about cults versus religion last week, but the difference we were speaking, the cults are like like pornography. You know it when you see it. But what if there are some that you can't see? What if there are some that the saying is the biggest trick that the devil ever played is convincing people that he does not exist. So what if the biggest test that we have had, the biggest trick that we have been played on, is one that we don't even see? I mean, we do see it. It's not that it's not there at all. It's just that it's so prevalent and it's so out there that we don't even, talk about it that much. We can argue and talk about, other things for days, but the real thing that's staring us in the face, we rarely ever talk about. Maybe sometimes because it's just so, overwhelming. It's just so, difficult to see, and it's so hard to get out of, because one of the things that you have to do in a cult is acknowledge that you're in one for you to get out of it. So let's welcome the lady Matron. How are you? Welcome,
I'm well, Tanzan. How are you today? I'm so glad you let me on
Matron.
your panel. Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're in. If you, I don't know if you. No, it doesn't look like your mic is muted. But go ahead and say something if
Can you hear me?
you can
Can you
hear
hear
me.
me? I am talking. Okay.
or maybe I'm not there. I can't be heard. If you can hear in the chat, please type 1. I might be the one with the problem. So if you can hear, let me know. And let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Then no problem. So you're going to leave and come back. That's cool. Okay. Oh, we can hear the matron. Oh, you can hear her. I couldn't hear her at all. Okay. Okay, so you can hear the matron and only can hear me. So let's see when she comes back if we can hear, if we can both be heard. Okay, let's see.
Greetings, Tanzan. Can you hear me now?
Greetings, matron.
Greetings, Tanzan. Can you hear me now?
Oh man, what is going on?
Sometimes, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Okay, good.
StreamYard didn't like me last night either, so so I understand. I was late and I had problems and I couldn't share my screen. StreamYard didn't like me last night because I'm like, well, anyway, we're gonna talk about these codes. People people really need something, but the more I look at the information that the British Museum was producing back at the turn of the 20th century, the more I see that they thoroughly studied us and the things that we did previously, and they codified it and put it into law and put it into their books and into law, and then they told us this is what it was. I don't think that really and truly there was anything new put in the Bible, the Quran, or any of these quote unquote books. I think that people had a sense of spirituality and they were looking for a way to commoditize spirituality because that was one way for them to break into our markets and to get us to trade with them more without having to give up something significant and of value. Because, like many elders have said, they handed us Bibles, we closed our eyes to pray, and they had the land, leaving us with the Bibles and nothing else. So I think that they codified our spirituality. They wrote it all down. They documented different things, and that they have been doing that for a long time, and that they, inevitably just found a way to break into the market, and we have to figure out a way to create a market and a culture that our people can get behind.
Mm-hmm. And when you say they did create a market, actually, that's a very good point, because they created a market not just for their products, because we did travel. I mean, I can't say that Africans didn't go some places and all that. We know that we had, even on your show when we talk about Queen Hatshepsut sending all those people to trade. So we have had trade amongst ourselves for things that we needed and, had more of. But we didn't really need many of the things that came from Europe. You can have them, people can want them, these things that they brought here. They brought mirrors and guns. Well, I don't know. But a lot of the things that they had, we really didn't have a need for communally. And that's why it became an almost elite thing to do, because they're the only ones who live for luxuries. Most of the people were simply, they just wanted to live a healthy life and all that. So they didn't need all these things. And what they had to do was, create that need. And that's also what advertisement does. That's what, propaganda does. It creates a need and then it fulfills it. So they created a market for their products, their products in Europe, for us to buy. Even now, they send all their junk to Africa, and Africans are still buying them in droves, or things that they don't need. So created the economic market, and then the spiritual market as well. When someone tells you that you need to be saved, you're wondering, oh, I wasn't aware that I was not saved. And then they tell you, yeah, you do. So once they have created the need to be saved, then they create the salvation to give to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, let's welcome Ikan Fire. Peace, Ikan Fire.
hello, lovely empresses. Okay.
Peace, Icon Fire. Thank you. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah. I mean, I have to come support the warrior queens. You feel me? You people are rare.
Thank you.
You
Thank
feel
you.
me? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you
So
for.
so um so I want to say this, right?
Mm,
We really underestimate um um these other races. It's like, don't we see how they plan things, and then their siblings keep it going. So they have generation plans, especially for us. It's like this. We don't understand that. Okay, these I are me personally. I think these people have at least a 2,000-year-old plan that 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 has come to 2,000 years. So I'm saying this, right? Even more than two. You see, the 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 beginning of the invasions of Africa started in Egypt. So those invasions has gotten people greedy, and they have been invading Africa ever since. So these people is doing a 2,000-year-old plan. They have been planning to take slaves a long time before they have been taking slaves to Europe and all around before they took them to the Caribbean, took us to the Caribbean. You feel me? So remember, the Arabs was teaching them for like 1,500 years, and the Arabs was selling them slaves and taking them as slaves also. So these people have their plan, and that's why they executing their shit so well. You feel me? Because it's a plan that it's like we, yeah, much respect, Dr. Forecast. So we are like gazelles. We are like gazelles. We underestimate these hyenas. You feel me? We underestimate them, and these people have generation plans for us. You feel me? You see how they lock us out of, even Africa, everybody black, they lock us out of the financial world. Only by what you call it, uh gift from God, why we fucking survive. It is like natural talent. That's the only set of people rich in the black world. Only who have natural talent. I'm not sure if y'all noticed that. You feel me? The richest
Yeah.
of us,
but you're talking
the
about
ri-
talent like singing and sports and things like that, right?
of course,
Okay, yeah, yeah, sure.
And they
of
they
course.
also have a they also instill a sense of duty to their race into their children, and an idea about what type of jobs those children need to be guided into when they're very young, so that they can continue their domination. I used to work with white people, and I went to a predominantly white institution, and I have lived among white people. Um, and a lot of them talk about how they hate their job. They're so unhappy, but this is what their dad wanted them to do. Or when they were young, this is the only thing they've ever known, and all these other things. So they're on an automatic program now. I think initially it
Mhm.
might have been harder, but they have a whole methodology behind the way that they do a lot
But
of
you see
these
the
different
thing
things.
you see the trick is they were never colonized. So they have their natural mind from ever since up to this day. They have their natural mind. What they did is find a way to take our minds away, which is colonization. You feel me? So um we don't understand, and we totally underestimate these people. A lot of people walking around don't know that you are affected. You feel me? So it's like if we don't find a way to give back our people their mind, we done for. We have to give back their mind, like change education, break down break down their education system, crumble it, put it under your feet, and get your new curriculum for black people. That type of shit. If we don't do stuff like that, we done for, because these people have master plans. These people have Einstein studying how to keep us down. These people have great scientists study how to keep us down. These people have great philosophers study to keep us down. Like Socrates and these piece of shit bitches. You feel me? Herodotus. You can hear the the one-sidedness in their books. You feel me? How they almost like when I hear Herodotus thing, they almost like was in the they almost like they knew colonization from that time, since the Greek. You feel me? They knew how to manipulate the mind. You understand?
I
And that,
understand what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree that they always knew. I think that they studied us. I think that we had a hierarchical system. I
no,
think that our,
no,
our elites.
no, it's not like I'm saying that they always knew, but they have these people as books as the epitome of white education. You understand? So
Okay.
all of the scholars learn these people. So once you learn these people, you gonna know how to colonize. You understand?
Okay. I
And
understand.
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. So they use these people's um books and education system to advance themselves, which come from Egypt. Remember, most of most of the building apparatus of the world begin in Egypt. Masonry, you feel me? And construction, mathematics, and all of that stuff. Remember, same Herodotus and some other ones, you feel me? Went to Egypt for 40 years for education. All of them who the white world profess as top of the line education. You're educated, doctor and lawyer. You feel me? But go ahead, ladies. Sorry.
No, you're right. And the one thing that I want to also emphasize is that they studied us. They say one thing to our faces, and yet they do the opposite behind the scenes. They always seem to say, "Oh, there's nothing in Africa. It's all a dark continent. These are just savages, all this stuff." But yet they send somebody to actually sit and study and talk and collect all this information and come back with it. If we were so backwards, why would they spend so much trying to learn about us and study us? If you look at African books written, there's so many written by those people that you're just like, wow, they are obsessed, and yet
I
they
watch
sorry.
I watched something on one of these YouTube dudes channel, and It was some Africans in the goddamn bush, and this dude did a brain surgery right in front of our eyes. Take off the man's skull, or it was a woman. Take off the man's skull, operate, put back the man's skull on, and he's alive, and he was awake. All I mean, like in the open, he did that shit. You feel me? In Africa, in the bush. So we 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 more advanced than what we think. You feel me? They have just separated us from economy. That's the main thing they're doing right now. They separate black Americans from the real economy, separate Africa from the world's economy. Just like they do in Haiti. That's what they're doing. I want to say something to forecast. I want you to come up here, man, and defend yourself. You always going after Dr. Bakari. I don't appreciate that, man. You need to just leave Dr. Bakari alone with that stuff. Come up and defend yourself, man. You feel me?
Well, Focus and Bakari have it's a friendly rivalry between the two of them. Don't worry,
Don't
but Brother
worry,
Bakari
I
also
don't want
goes
you to,
after him,
don't
and
want
so
you
far
to
Brother Bakari has won.
I don't want you to explain nothing,
Okay,
Tanzania.
okay, all right,
You may because you may be picking up for forecast. You
all
feel me?
right. I will let him fight his own battles. Okay. So there we go. I do agree with what Focus says that we go out of our way to tell our business. When these people study us, why should we make it easy for them to know so much about it? I saw this white guy. He went to the Mosi tribe, right? And they were showing him the initiation rituals and showing him how the men go through and it's a very hard process. They cut the skin, they do the scarification and things like that. And so I just ask myself, why are we so also, we can complain that they do this and
That's in Ethiopia.
sorry.
That's in Ethiopia.
The most, yes, I believe so. I'll have to check, but yes, I
Yeah,
believe
the
it's in
Musi tribe,
Ethiopia.
the Omo Valley.
Okay. Yes, you know more than me. But yeah, it was the Mosi tribe. And they let him in, they let him sit with the women and the children, they let him talk and ask questions, and they were very friendly and open and all this. And I'm like, look, this guy could be all kinds of, crazy and evil and whatever. You're letting your children just be around somebody that you don't even know. You don't know anything about their culture. You're letting them know everything about you, but you don't know anything about him or where he comes from or his intentions. So we were too trusting, and Mr. Untouchable is right. We lost our Achilles, we lost our minds. We have been separated from our minds because any normal person or animal, if you see encounter something that is different to you, you might be curious, but your first instinct is to be cautious or just to avoid it. You're not supposed to go towards something and just let them in and let them into your world and tell
But
them
why?
about
But
you.
why are the educated no better?
I know. Oh,
Because their minds are colonized more clearly and more precisely, because they have to go through those institutions, because our institutions got destroyed. So there's not a safe space for us to develop our brains in mass. And our educated people were
So
supposed to go and get the information and come back and help and begin teaching us. They had this thing in America called normal schools, which were like teacher institutions and training colleges for a while. They were orchestrated by white people, black people ran them. And those people that came out of the normal schools were supposed to come back and try to teach the masses and not get caught up in seeking profit and self aggrandizement. But the ones that are the most educated are the most colonized. They are the most out of their African mind. They have just learned the techniques and steps. Because in reading some of their work, when you really look at it and look at how they wind up falling in love with a particular group of white people, or a particular ideology that white people have, or a particular thing that white people do, you look at it critically and you see that they have lost their African mind. So they're not supposed to be the ones that teach the mass of our people. They're supposed to be the ones that go and they teach the new elite that we have rose up and groomed to receive that information so they can be put to better use in the community. But they out their mind because they had to get that degree. They gone. They not there.
Yeah,
I like how you
they're
say
out,
that. They're gone.
they out, they out of their cotton picking mind.
Yeah, so unfortunately, even our best are really our worst enemies sometimes. The people who are supposed to fight for us are the people who end up, fighting for the other side. And that also goes in terms of, we have this two military classes. There's the physical military class, and there's the intellectual military class. They've already gotten the intellectual military class, with the re-education,
Can you
reprogramming.
imagine? Can you imagine that the educated have no use to us, just like the uneducated?
Yeah. And then with the
How in the
lower
world?
classes, the gangs and the so on, they have taken the young men, that fire of the warriors, the young men, and dissipated it in the streets. So we're losing out on both ends.
And yeah, and the Arabs take the young men,
Yep.
beat them to death to learn the Quran, and turn them into some vampires on us.
Oh yeah, the programming is deep, and it's on both sides. Let me just go ahead and I pronounce this, a few of the words were in the comments, so you get an idea how to say it. So akili, and like I said, Kiswahili is really easy. It's phonetic. Apart from the double consonants, the rest are pretty easy to learn. So neno ya leo ni akili. Neno is word, ya is of, leo is today,
Yeah.
and akili is mind or brain, but akili is more mind than brain. So the word of today is akili, which means our mind. That's what we're talking about today. And amani, as you all know, is peace. So amani to everyone. So,
Greetings, Mr. Untouchable. I didn't see that. Sorry.
oh yeah, Mr. Untouchable is in.
Kwaheri, Mr. Untouchable. Kwaheri.
No, Kwaheri is goodbye. Habari is
Oh, Habari. Oh,
yes.
Habari.
And then he would say mzuri. Mzuri is good. So habari, mzuri. Mungu is God. That's Mungu. For native world, greetings to you as well. Amani kwako. Is the asili. That's right. Asili is their nature or their essence. So akili is your mind. Asili is your essence, or the core of who you are or your character. So we have our asili as well. So when we lose our akili, our mind, we also begin to lose our asili, our essence, our core of who we are. So we forget our nature, we forget who we
Yes,
are,
yes,
and we start.
soul.
Yes, our soul. So that is the asili. If they didn't
Akili and
attack us, they'd
Asili.
attack each other. Yes, and self-destruct. So they need to always have an enemy other than them. Yes, very well said. Very well said. Because sometimes people think, oh, they just hate us. Why are they doing this to us and so on? But the truth is, they do this to themselves. They do this to even if we're not there. Even if they didn't have anything to do with us, we didn't do anything to them. They never knew about us. They would still continue attacking each other. So there's nothing they're doing to us that is out of their character. This is exactly within their nature. And Focus was right. We go out of our way to tell them our business, which we shouldn't. Yako
So
kaka.
black people's brain is black people's Akili is saying tuka pamoja.
Yes.
That's goodbye. That's goodbye too.
No, tuko pamoja is we are together. So our brains are we are together. And well, that was our brain before. Before the programming, we were together. Tulikuwa pamoja. But now, like we said, we lost our akili. We tulipoteza akili. Habari, dada Tanzan. Dada, as you know, is sister. Kaka or ndugu is brother. Habari yako should be known by now. Yes, so I will try
Hold
to.
on, Mr. Untouchable. Aren't you Caribbean? How the hell you know so much goddamn Swahili? What the hell, bro?
Yeah, he's been very diligent. Mr.
That's
Untouchable
some
and
real shit.
focused.
That's some real shit.
Yeah, Mr. Untouchable and focused have been on me about the Kiswahili. So I always try to remember, to say a few words. And he remembers every time he says, hey, what's the new word of today? So thank you, Mr. Untouchable, for keeping me on my toes. Yes, tulipoteza means we lost. And two is we. So it's the plural part. The li part is in the past, to lipoteza. If you are in the present, you say tunapoteza, but it's in the past. So tulipoteza, and kupoteza is to lose. So we lost, that's tulipoteza.
Tulipoteza akali.
Tulipoteza akili, ndio.
Tulipoteza akili.
There you go. See, it's not that
Yeah,
hard.
I'm listening and learning.
Hey,
No, I was waiting for
forecast,
time to say it again, because he really got it. Like he said it like he wasn't sure, but he said it correctly.
forecast learning too.
Yeah, tulipoteza akili. Yeah, tulipoteza. So that's what happened to us. We as a people, we lost our minds.
Tulipoteza akili.
Akili. That's right. Yeah. So our akili has been, poteza. We are still trying to put those pieces together. That's why last week I was talking about, the black lightning. Well, that's what he did. He basically, but he didn't do it for our people, unfortunately. But the methods he used were very interesting. He basically would kidnap these children with the help of their parents, of course, put them in a place for 2 or 3 days and just talk to them and deprogram them. Like all this. Go ahead.
So Tanzania, is that idea that I gave you too big for you?
Which idea? Say that again.
Oh my gosh.
I can't just be knowing from the go. I'm sorry. Please, is it the one you told me about, the website for the African?
I told you you should start a human rights organization for Africans all over the globe, or starting in Africa, where you see in yourself the real way how Africans should be treated. You understand? Because they may have human rights, whatever, you feel me? But it might be what you'd call it, industry of the cracker. You feel me? So I'm trying to advise you, and you can make money out of it too. So I'm trying to advise you to, like, and you and Empress Learning Channel could start it, because she's what you'd call it, formally educated. You feel me? So start a African people human rights organization for our own selves. You feel me?
Mhm.
I'll support. I'll give my 2 cents if I have it.
Okay.
You feel me?
Yes.
But it's time for
I
it's
know
time.
it was on my list. But yes, I will follow with it. Just keep at me. Every time I see you, I will have to answer to you. So believe me.
But it's time for action. You feel me?
Yes.
You
I
you
agree.
and Miss Learning Curve is here. All you have to do is you fly to Kenya, meet up with Tanzan, or both of you fly to Kenya and get with the ladies. You feel me? Because You could start with women first. You know that's something that gonna take off once you say woman first. But you can say start with women first, and then go for our boys. You feel me? In terms of protection, in terms of making sure none of them is running up and down on the street in the middle of the day. They should be at school. That's a human rights violation to you. That's how you should look at it. You feel me? Because we need smart people. You feel me? You gonna fight for women to go to school. That part. You feel me? People will support you. You feel me? You gonna fight against brutality. You want entrances. You want entrance to go. You want visibility from from prisons. Like you want to find. You want ways and means to see in the prisons. You understand?
Mhm.
And see if our people is under good conditions. You understand? These type
Yes.
of things. Follow up the fucking Chinese and look if they treating the workers bad. All that shit. You can get money out of that shit. What you think, Miss Learning Curve?
I like that idea. Mutual aid societies are something that we have a long history of here in the Americas, but we have lost that thread. You know, we look to
Who
not
black
those things.
people?
Say that
Who black?
again.
Who black people have that history in America?
Black people in America have a history of forming, post slavery, they had a history of forming mutual aid societies to ensure that people were educated, people had burial
Yeah.
money, people had different resources in their community because it was
Mm,
post slavery. So, post slavery, there's a rich history of there being mutual aid societies, but they kept trying to turn us against one another. You had the different types of
mm,
people that wanted to assimilate into whiteness, and they sold us the hope and possibility of it because America, just like the Bible, exists only on faith. And when you have faith in the possibility of being something that you never were, and you instill that faith in your children, they come away from that ancient knowledge or that understanding of being able to reach out and help one another. But yes, there's a rich history in America of mutual aid type societies. We just lost that thread after the 60s in mass, and then they continue to introduce different types of drugs and dysfunction into our homes and into our communities. But yes, we do.
So I'm saying that there's a lot of people. Once you kind of structure an organization in Kenya, there's a lot of people will join you, and you can pop up organizations all over Africa after a minute. After you all check do the logistics. You feel me? Y'all can do it. You feel me? I mean, if you don't do it, who gonna do it? You feel me? If we
That's
don't organize ways to take care of our people, who we expect to do it? The Chinese? If we don't direct people as to how to treat us, who is going to do it? You feel me? And should we see mediocre treatment and sit by? Shouldn't we shouldn't we devise ways to fucking get royal treatment? You feel me? Look how much kings in Africa. Would that mean we all royal? You feel me? So I think we deserve royal treatment. You feel me? From everybody, from the law, from police, from soldiers, from all of these people. You also need to fucking start fighting against army deployed in Africa because Africa is a community. You is a soldier. You need to go to fucking war outside of your fucking country. What the fuck you all there for talking about army? To invade us? I don't you see any army deployed in America? Have you when was the day you see any goddamn army? Look how America is big. When was the day you see any goddamn army deployed in America? You know why? because that's how a country is supposed to go. An army is to defend the country, not invade the country. And that's the trick what Africa not understanding. Even goddamn Jamaica is just like Africa. That's why I'm telling you, it's the same people running everything. Because we have an army and we never see the army on the sea. We never see the army fly off the fucking island. They all deployed on us every day. They all deployed on us every day. You see me? And we can go for years in America and you never see an army vehicle, or you only see an army vehicle just passing by, like private people, but you never see any walking soldier with no guns. Never. You never see a truck of soldiers with guns. Never. That's all I see in Jamaica. And that's all the people seeing in Africa. Soldiers patrolling this bitch like goddamn um um I don't understand that shit. That shit is orchestrated and we are perpetuating it. So we need a human rights bureau, our assembly, our movement, which is a private human rights movement. You feel me? Not affiliated with no goddamn government, and take care of our people. Use our people to defend your agency. You understand what I'm saying? Miss Matron.
I understand that, and I think that that's a great idea. I think that we have, unfortunately, a petty bourgeoisie that wants to be the elite and an elite that has betrayed us. And I've often said on my show, I'm not here for the mass of people that come to America um, looking for an opportunity, that were well fed in Africa, that came over to America using their connections, because we're trying to build those connections. Because unfortunately, a lot of times those people won't be of any real use to us here because they want to be white folks.
Oh, let's welcome Brother Bakari in the building. Just before we do I'll go ahead and catch up with the. Wow, you guys are really on a Swahili lesson in here.
Respect Dr. Bakari.
Respect.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Bakari?
Karibu, Brother Bakari. So we
Imani
just
iwe kwenu
tulipoteza.
Tanzania.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Imani iwe kwenu.
Na wewe pia. Imani iwe kweko. Yeah, go ahead and let them know what that means.
What? Imani, it just what's up? How you doing?
There you go.
Damn.
See, everybody is on the Kiswahili bandwagon.
Imani Ekwikuyun. Imani Ekwikuyun.
Yeah, Imani iwe kwenu.
Iwe.
I used to know more than that. I'm not keeping friends anymore, but I used to know a little bit more than that.
And Afro-Native one says Niko Sawa. Sawa is a very Kenyan Kiswahili. You know, there's the Tanzanian Kiswahili and the Kenyan Kiswahili. And us Kenyans are usually a little more casual. So instead of saying mzuri or jambo, we say Niko Sawa, which says I'm good. So it's like, hey, Niko Sawa. So good on that for that. So if a Kenyan tells you sawa, or they say, sometimes they usually say it sawa. Sawa is like cool, or everything is cool twice.
Sawa.
Yeah, I'm good.
I see the name of your thing, Deprogramming the African Mind. That's the name of it?
Yes. Deprogramming the African Mind.
It don't even take that much work.
Yeah, like I was saying with the Black Lightning Ted Patrick, when he told the abductees that they might be there for months at a time, it only took, that was just a threat. It only took a few days for them to be deprogrammed. Now, reprogramming, that's a different thing. Deprogramming is simply, getting rid of the nonsense that's in, somebody's head, when they've joined a cult or they're believing some crazy stuff. But the reprogramming, that's the hard part. And it wasn't through, sitting down and shouting at them and making them, it was just giving them a choice and talking to them. But the most important part is he knew about the cults that they had joined. He could actually argue with them. He knew the principles, what they were pretending to hold as truth, and he could argue with them. And that's what, like Ikan was saying, that we have been studied, but we have not studied. We have not looked at them. This is why, I started this, so we can look at them and see them for who they are, so that we know who we are as well. All the time is them, looking at us. What are we doing? What are we doing? And we only react to what they do to us instead of looking at them and actually making plans and taking them.
Hold on, Tenzin. 1 second.
Yes.
Brother Bakari, I know you can handle forecast, but I had to say something to him, man.
Yeah. Hey, Bakari, everybody
Hey,
got
forecast like to get spanked. Mr. Let me say, Icon foul. He like to spank. Mr. Untouchable like to say, don't go down that rabbit hole. But I keep telling him, I'm a pit bull and we eat rabbits. So I don't mind.
Hey, Forecast, how you doing?
What's up, Learning Curve? Hey, how you doing, Learning Curve, Tanzan? How y'all doing?
Karibu forecast.
Forecast. Respect forecast.
Much respect, my brother. Oh yeah, hey yeah, Bakari. Everybody be feeling sorry for you, so I'm gonna lay off. Everybody feel like they got to.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you, forecast.
Why y'all feel sorry for me?
Because Brother Bakari is here and Ikan Fire is here, and I'm afraid you're just going to have to concede before you even start.
Nah, I don't got to do that. Bakari's slowly coming around too, by the way. So
look, the guy in the chat say, "How can you deprogram?" You know what? Don't let them know you deprogramming them. Let them think they're keeping everything they got. But while they think they're keeping it, you showing them something else at the same time. Look, my brother-in-law is a diehard Christian preacher. He's Jesus consciousness. And I promise you, we started talking. First, he wouldn't hear it. It took him a minute to hear it. I think because I sound angry and I used to cuss everybody out, right? But before you know it, he was standing up in his church while he was preaching, talking about Africa and how we need to become Pan-African. And he can't wait to get his DNA test and go to Africa. Him and my sister, they just came from Gabon. You let them think they got what they are. You let them keep it. But while they keeping it, you just teach them a little bit at a time. I had to back up a little bit and start telling them a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. Now, that's for the grown. Now, he was grown. He in his 60s, right? But for a child, you can just do the same thing. You probably gonna have to have their parents around, because I don't talk to no kids without their parents. But just show the parents.
You're right, Dr. Bakari. You're right. We got to take our time with them.
That's an excellent idea, especially when you say don't let them know that they're being programmed. Because if people don't know, the first thing is this: people who are in a cult, the only way for them to leave it is firstly for them to, get to the rock bottom, and not even that, they don't even have to get there. It's just for them to have that realization that, whoa, I'm in something over my head, and this is strange and weird. And that's the first thing. It starts with doubt, and then they start questioning themselves, and maybe they start asking questions, and most of the time they're shut down. But when you find somebody like that, there's no, they're not going to listen to reason. In fact, they are told in their programming that anybody who tries to tell you something otherwise is, your enemy, or is trying to, make you sin, or is a bad person. So they already warned against what somebody is going to talk to them. But when Ted Patrick had those kids kidnapped, he kept them in there. They were kidnapped. Of course, they couldn't leave, but he was kind. He gave them food. He asked them if they wanted something to drink. He talked to them like human beings. He engaged with them. He didn't just come and say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. He actually, talked to them and said, okay, this is what you believe. Let's look at your beliefs. And he took, one thing apart. This one guy, Jewish kid, was in the Sun Moon Yung, cult. And he just talked to him. And that goes far, 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 much further than trying to beat sense into somebody. Sense cannot be put in unless you're a child. But for people who have already started thinking for themselves, all you can do is engage them and learn and try to be compassionate. So a lot of people, they're too lost in it. But for those who are actually asking questions and who are interested in knowing, we have to give them that ear and that opportunity to be heard. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Does
Well,
someone want to say something?
time. Dude put in the chat time, genocide of the mind and body in the meantime. Well, time, that doesn't mean it's gonna take a long time or it's gonna take forever. But you have to meet people where they are if you want them to come along with you. You just have to meet them where they are. And my biggest thing is the biggest thing of deprogramming for me, we talking about time. It is taking time, but we're gonna have to have something we can offer people. And that's just a fact. People go to church, they got the promise of heaven. They ain't going to hell because they don't want to be hit side the head with brims and fire, with fire and brimstone. You know, whatever the Muslims promise, they promise Jannah. They even promise you if you blow yourself up, you got 75 virgins, which I don't know how they gonna have them while they dead. But anyway, so people have promises. They give them promises. See, we can look. I remember the other day we was talking like why forecasts don't understand why so many people could follow Jim Jones. Jim Jones gave them that promise of heaven, gave them some land, got some land in Guyana. They didn't know they was gonna have to drink that damn Kool-Aid. The same reason most people follow in a cult, they have a promise of something. That can give them something. Did y'all ever see this? It's a documentary on Netflix. I just put in Rajesh. Y'all ever seen that?
What is it called?
Just go on Netflix, put in documentary called Rajesh. It's about an
Right.
Indian. It's about an Indian guy,
Okay.
and just look how he got people to follow him. We don't want to do what they were doing. All of it anyway. Especially, everybody just sex with one another. But the point that and they went and got some homeless, which ain't nothing wrong with that. But they gave people something. They said we can go buy this land in this little town in Oregon, and we can take it over. And what they did was they bought this land, right? And within a year, they voted in somebody from their compound for mayor. Changed the name of the town. The city council I think they changed the name to Rajesh, Oregon. It's back to its original name now. But he gave them something. He gave them some freedom. They could go out, him and his crew, they gave them their land. They could go out. They could just do what they wanted to do, just work on this land. We give you a mission. You complete your job, whatever your day's work is. You eating 3 times a day. We having a party every night. We doing what we want to do. There's no restrictions. He just gave people. They were able. He came up with the idea. He was able to give them something. And me with a Pan African mindset, if we are able to do the same thing, we don't want an occult. They're gonna have to be some. They're gonna be restrictions. But to live amongst one another and create something great, if we are able to give somebody, if we are able to give our people something that they think is good, give them a promise. You understand? They will be there. You will get more people to come. Now, Ezulie, I can't even say your name right. My bad, brother. No, they're not for sale, but people want something. The reason Black people stay here and love America, they still have the promise of the American dream. It's not the fact that they for sale, that we're for sale. They still see themselves, the ones who in position to lead, they still see themselves. America has something to offer, and they don't know nothing else. So you have to have something. You have to be able to offer. We have to, if we want to live amongst one another anyway. That's just my take on it. I get it, Mike.
Yeah, y'all. Actually, y'all. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, you can't expect people to follow you if you ain't gonna like feed them. Like, well, if you are a leader, you know what I'm saying. If you're not producing something, some kind of result, some kind of way, even if it's just giving them this quote unquote hope, you know, like you have to be able to, like to be an efficient leader, in my opinion. You know, you have to create a environment, and it's going to start small. Of course, it's just the people that's surrounding your circle that's willing to actually do it. But there's a difference between thinking about it, talking about it, and doing it. And let's not act like we've had a lot of people that go out there and do it, and there's a lot of organizations out there doing stuff now, and a lot of different people, and even platforms like this give us a chance to like all meet up and work together, where it's like Team Black, and then a bunch of other groups, and uh, like what we got going on with like like Tanzan, Learning Curve, everybody, and these are people we all got the plan. We know what to do. It's just why are we doing it, And you can't ask for nobody to do anything if you're not doing it yourself. So you literally gotta be that. If you think the changes is in schools, we'll go make a school or whatever, or make a curriculum or do something in that area, So I agree with that though. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I agree with Brother Bakari. People ultimately need hope. They a lot of people are catching different types of hell, whether it's one of their own creating or one that they were put in. And that's why the spookisms and the religious organizing principles and tools work so well. That's why you can get a group of Black folks to go to a church and contribute to a building fund, right? When ain't nothing been built or added onto the church in 30, 40 years. And that's why one of the reasons why the Black church is dying, because they don't give people anything back. But people do. People need something, and they also need camaraderie and community. And the church gives them that feeling of camaraderie and community, even if they don't like the people that they go to church with. I have met people that have stayed at a church that they that they didn't get along with nobody, and they stayed there for years and years and years because they like, God told me to be here. And it's like, what kind of God do you serve that has told you to suffer in this life? Oh, right. The God that says many are the afflictions of the righteous. That's the God you serve. Okay. So, people need something, and we have to be able to provide for the material needs of our people and their spiritual needs, because if we don't orchestrate and organize those things, then those things will draw them out of the community that we try to build. I yield the mic.
Can I say something right quick?
Yes.
Okay. So I was reading the chat. But see, this is the thing. We won't be outbid Bill Medicine in Ezulie. I can't say your name. I apologize for butchering up your name, my brother.
I think that's Ezulie, I think.
But it's not about being outbidded, right? When we say give them something, let's say right now we could go purchase. Let's say something happened, bam, and right now we got 50 acres of land, right? Yeah, in a sense, we're giving them something, but we're going out there and let's say, you know what the housing we can afford to put out here right now is the cargo housing. Those those containers that people is using to turn the houses, right? But we go out and we design it. They help us design it. We put the farm. They help inform. And the reason it would be hard to be outbidded because you know what? It's theirs. It would be ours. They have put in the work. They have ownership. And in that process, we're creating business. I'm gonna say me because I got a truck and we talking. So now in that process, I can teach someone to come out here and drive the truck. So now you got a job, and I'm not giving you no hourly wage. You can, if you want to wage it out, you can, but you getting a percentage of what I am doing. So can't nobody outbid you on something that you actually own. You have put in the work for this farm. You have put in the work to build this house. You have put in the work to help design our outdoor gun range and training facility. You putting in his work, right? You put in the work to help B1 Harlan Green. You getting a percentage. You have put in all this work. No, I don't think no one can just come and say you need to leave. And they won't. I don't think we would, because we would have ownership and we would have a brotherhood and a sisterhood. Of course, there's going to be some that want to leave probably. Tell them bye. Don't try to force them to stay. But it would be some that want to be there, and they'll see what we're doing is great. We're not going to be like Malachi York. You understand? We're not going to be like Jim Jones. We're not going to be those. We're going to be real free people for real. I'm the great leader and you under my control. No, that's not what we want.
Told
that
y'all
makes
before I
sense.
learned.
Let me just let Brother Kokou know that I did try to add him, but we I guess we've reached our limit of 6. I'm on the free plan, But yeah, but as soon as someone leaves, I'll let him back.
I'll drop off, Tanzan. I'll drop off. Go ahead.
Oh,
I'll keep listening.
No, I get off before you.
No. I'm out of here. I'll keep listening. It's okay. I'll keep listening.
You can come back on,
yeah, I'll come back later. Okay.
We'll do musical chairs.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Brother Kokou. Can you hear us? You're in now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can be heard.
Habari Kokou.
Habari.
Yes, Habari, everyone. Yeah, I posted like 3 comments, and I see Tanzan didn't drop the link, so I figured that means I have to come on up. So shout out to everyone on the panel. I just wanted to say, I think what Ezulie in the chat is saying, because I've had these conversations with him before, and it makes sense. What's his name? Claude Anderson always talks about biopoliticians. The problem with that notion, for example, is that if the politicians don't have a patriotism, an African-centeredness, a patriotism to their people, they'll just be out. You'll be outbid in terms of buying them. I do believe that you can't ask people to put in effort without some compensation of some sort. But the issue with that is, I think that's kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I think we need to start with getting people the knowledge of self, the education stuff, that deprogramming. We got to get that in them. We got to get that patriotism in them. We got to get that African centeredness in them, so that when we go to them, yes, there's some reciprocity, but you can't be outbid because you have that patriotism, that African centeredness to you already. So I think that's what Ezulieism is trying to say in the chat.
Yes, let's let him speak. Ezulie, go ahead.
Hey, I understand what Brother Bakari is saying, but to me, I believe that if it's not in you, if it's not innate for you to be for your people, and I have to give you trinkets to be down with me, you're gonna betray me later on down the line. Perfect example. Let's use before the integration. Like, we was working fine together. Soon as they open integration, everybody left. That means deep down, they was only doing it because they had no choice. If you don't have so much confidence in yourself to know that you're the shit, that you're supposed to have land, you're supposed to have your own language, you're supposed to have your own culture. And then I have to give you, I'll give you 50 acres if you stay. Okay, I get what you're saying. To me, after we do what we do, whatever we get is ours. But I'm not gonna give you stuff and then you're gonna be like, come to this side. Because you could be bored. And it might be a human thing. It might be a human thing because if you look at the integration, many Black businesses lost all this stuff during integration. You think integration was done by accident? The Negro League, all the players left and joined. So I think it's something that we need to fix in ourselves before we could do all this talking. So I get what Brother Bakari is saying. It's like you have to give the people something, like to But I don't think it's to give him something to come on the side or for me to make you look like, yo, learn about your culture. If you can't learn about your history and be proud of it, I have to give you something to be proud of that. You're not worth it. That's how I see it. And then maybe, like the brother said, maybe we're not in the same page yet. Then I'll meet you when we're in the same page. Until then, like that's to me, like you could be bored. And a lot of our people, a lot of the thing we put together, people have left because they could be bored. It's like the NFL players. I'm just using athletes and the basketball players. Like for example, like if you want to start your own sneaker company, like the baller brand or whatever, Nike come and give you all this money. How loyal are going to be to your own brand? So I'm just using the athletes because it's like easier to convey what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that if it's not in you, like the Haitian Revolution happened, they didn't give them nothing to talk about. Oh, you're gonna have this, this, and that. What they knew was that after that, we're gonna have this because it's gonna be ours. And any people who fight for anything, yeah, we're gonna fight to get this. We're gonna not I'm gonna fight because you're gonna promise me this. That's just my thought. But I understand what the brother is saying is that is a lot of us don't. What's the point? What's the point of being of learning about my ancestors? What's the point of saying that we were here first? So that's how I see it.
You know what? I agree with what you just said. That go back to something I always say when people scream get on get on code. I'm absolutely against that term get on code. I understand what you mean. It's something that have to be in you. You have to live by a code. So I don't disagree with the statement you just made about it has to be in you. So I agree. I do agree with that, but I do think most would stay, and I understand give them trinkets to come, and but I do think people want something. They want hope. We have to give them some type of. They have to have some type of hope. That's my thing. That okay, and I was just throwing out examples.
I would agree with you with the hope part, brother Bakari. I think hope is more important than anything. Like I get it, but to actually give them a physical, I know some would stay, but I know a lot who did. Talk about you, I could give you this, but I understand what you're saying. It's all complicated though. It's all complicated to solve this thing, so I get it.
Hey, can I say something? Like like bringing up to like for the politician example, right? You wouldn't necessarily go get Candace Owens to be your representative and be like, yo, I'm gonna pay you this much. No, you're going to find somebody who is from the people, for the people, but you're going to have to put money behind that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to put your resources behind this person, and we already get him, but speaking of like entertainers, like when Nick Cannon had to go out on an apology tour for what he said about Jews, Jewish people or whatever, that was not black people having his back. That was like he, you could have whatever. He already got money, but it's a mentality thing. But you definitely like. I don't think that you would be down with my movement if I'm like, yo, I'm not gonna promise you nothing. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta sign up. You know what I'm saying? When I tell you, you go dig a ditch, you go dig a ditch. Like, no, you're not gonna do that probably. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, like even in a society that's put together, people know that it's for their best interest. You know what I'm saying? Like they know that if I do this, then my life will be easier. So it's for their benefit. It's for a reason. They're getting something out of it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna do anything and not get anything out of it. I understand what you're saying, like, yeah, for your own. But even in that society, you do what you do so that you can receive what you receive, So
So that's an interesting one. Do you bribe people into joining, or do you just, rely on their sense of, so in the sense of right or loyalty? The problem is that a lot of the people who are, who we do want to convince, unfortunately, most of them are in that illusion or delusion or whatever it is. So it takes quite a lot. It's not something that a lot of people can be reasoned with, like, oh, look, this is for your own best interest. A lot of people don't see it that way, and they are invested in it. So unfortunately, sometimes we either have to say, okay, write off, a great majority of our people, or see, if we can get them on our side. In terms of the giving people, yeah, it's sort of a outbidding and outbidding, because if you don't give them anything, they'll go for whoever will give them something. So I get that part, that at least bring them in, and then what do they say? You came in for something and you stayed for something else. So I think that can also be one way, not of tricking people, but of actually getting them to hear the message, because that's how they got us. They got us with the missionaries, with the explorers, with the scientists and all that. So they gave us things, and then they learned about us, and then they tricked us. So I can understand why especially when it comes to the children. I don't think that you should bribe, adults, only because, like you said, you're not earning their loyalty. You're only learning, in fact, sometimes you're giving them dependence, because if you keep giving them things, all they'll see is, those things, and they will not see the message that you're trying to give them. So for me, I think there's still a way to use, resources, or at least not to trick them into it, but to actually give them something that will help them improve their lives. Like Gavi, he didn't just promise, Africa is a wonderful thing. He actually started doing businesses here in America. He improved people's lives. He didn't give them false promises, but he did have an aim and a vision, and he showed, his works in his words in his works. So it's not just words and exhorting people to be better. I think that if you actually give them a way to improve their lives on their own through their effort, you're not going to go and give them free stuff. But if you show them a way to, to their own self-interest, I think that is quite powerful than just, telling people to join for their own, for the goodness of the cause. Does someone have something to add?
Yeah, as y'all see, Icon Fire, I be having Bakari back all the time. He try to come after me. He be trying to come after me. I still got his back, Icon Fire.
Okay.
Hey, this what I have to say about this whole conversation on consciousness and what to do. I think, and excuse me about the noise. We all have to just focus about how to deal with this education system. It's like this. We have to look at this, right? How you deal with graduation time? Like you have every year you have graduation time. It's like how you deal with something like that. You feel me? Because it's like you have thousands of kids approaching adulthood, right? So so what are the state of those minds? What are the state of those young minds? And do we do we just make things stay the same as as they as they as they let out, um I would say, dysfunction on the population, in terms of, you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying that if we don't, like, what you call, curve that curve that in terms of trying to trying to get some African conscious people graduating. You feel me? If we don't do something like that, things will be regenerating on us all the time. You feel me? Every year, every year, a set of people is approaching adulthood. So what that does is, and these people gonna become president one day, maybe. These people gonna come own stuff and have power in the community. and in the country. So I think that's the way we have to approach things. You feel me? So let's make organizations garnish some money and bribe African ministries of education. You feel me? So you don't you paying money, but it's not to be your friend. It's not for you to come over to consciousness. It's to enhance the youth and cause a rift in their system. All right, that's it.
It's like, for example, maybe it's like you got a girl. She tells you, "I'm dating two people. I'm dating you, and I'm dating Mike to see what I want to choose." And then she tells you, "Oh, Mike gave me this. What you doing for me?" Like, how can I? Why do I have to give a group of people? Your culture's already rich. You built civilization. You're the first people on earth. I gotta bribe you to fight for yourself? Nah. And if that may we still be under the foot of the men forever. I gotta bribe you. You talk about you're the mother of civilization. You built this, you built that, you did this, you did that. And I gotta bribe you to love yourself? Nah, I can't. This is crazy. But I'm not talking about anybody. It's just the mentality. I gotta bribe you.
You'd be surprised to see what people do for money, boss man.
But what I'm saying, I get what you're saying, brother. But if you do that for, that means that
No,
it's not
no, no,
pure.
no, no, no. I'm not talking about bribing. I'm
No,
just talking about what people do for money. People will forget their own selves for money. People will eliminate pain. People will eliminate pain for money. So people will go through actual pain for money. See me? If you tell a person the right amount of money, he might maybe try to lose his hand for it. I'm telling you. So it's a tricky system we in.
so that's why I think that we need to nurture, we need to nourish the spirit more than the physical. Because I think a lot of us, including me, a lot of us see, oh, I gotta get the big house, I gotta get this, I gotta get that. Like, are we gonna nurture our spirituality, which is more important? Because like the spirit don't need all of this. It feels
The
weird.
only way you can do that, the only way you can do that is put that spirit in the youth. You can't be wasting time on adults. You're not gonna get no good spirit out of adults.
And, and yo, and I'll say this too. Like, why would you waste time on a girl who's making you pay her why not get the person who's down for you and support that person? Because
That's
you
what
don't
I'm.
feel like
But
you're paying them, right?
that's what I was trying to say with saying that. Okay, we're gonna promise you 50 acres. We're gonna promise you this. That's what I'm saying. If we come on it this way, I'm just saying. It's like I'm just trying to make it clear for people. It's just like a girl.
But
Like, bro,
if you have a one that you would wife up, you're gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna get you a house. I'm gonna make sure our family. You're gonna promise her things though, right?
yeah, I'm gonna promise it. I'm gonna promise her things because we in it together, not
Oh
because
man, we exactly right. We're in it together.
yeah.
But you're not gonna make those promises to somebody who's like, oh, this is between you and Ken, and he just got me a Rolls Royce. You're not gonna promise her that though, right?
No, what
Exactly.
I'm saying, if me and the girl is working on it together, yeah, but I'm not. You're not. I'm not gonna tell you. Oh, I'm gonna promise you a rose. First of all, I'm gonna promise you a house. I'm not gonna promise you the house, a mansion, a house, a car. I'm not gonna promise you this. But if you're gonna tell me, oh, I need a Benz, what? For you to be loyal to me? No, we're not doing that. And I'm just saying that that a lot of us, like the way we, as this is, I've seen a lot of our people. It's like, oh, nah. What does it? What does it? What is good? Is it to be pro Haitian or pro African or pro American? Like, it's not giving us any money, dude. You created civilization. That doesn't give you pride enough. Nah, man.
But Ezulie, so if you don't give them, anything, why would they want to follow? Because the reason
Why
why
am I gonna give? First of all, how are we gonna give him anything? We're at the bottom right now.
But bro, what you're saying is pretty much like you saying, yo, I would promise my wife, but why would you do that? Because somebody else could promise her something too. So
No,
why
no,
would
no,
you
no, no,
promise?
no, 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 no.
That's what you're asking me.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not you saying that. I'm saying if she comes to me, she says she's dating Mike and me, and Mike promised her this. I'm gonna be like, yo, go with Mike. You ain't getting shit from me
Right,
because
right,
you don't have no loyalty.
right.
So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, I gotta promise you. Like, what's wrong with black people? Or you need to. We at the bottom. How could I promise? Okay, how could I promise a group of people land when I'm not even in control of this situation?
No, my bad. I'll let somebody else.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We have to play musical chairs again. So who wants to volunteer to step?
So what I was gonna say, right? I heard him mention, and I hear a lot of black people say, and what I say tends to bother them, but I'm not be trying to bother them. But we always talking about the spiritual. It's not the physical. Man, I'm just gonna be honest. Me, I live in the spiritual realm. Me say the physical realm. I'm out here. We have physical needs as well. We always want to forget the physical and go to the spiritual. But our physical got to be fed. My spirit or nothing ain't gonna be nothing if we don't have anything, right, to eat. And I understand what you're saying about we're at the bottom. How can we do all this? When I did a video the other day, I did a video on my channel the other day, and it was and I went into the Mexican community, the Hispanic community, and I say people used to laugh at them talking about they come here and work for $2 an hour. But then I showed, look what that $2 an hour have done. They had their own community. They got 3 grocery stores out there. It's just them. They own it. The farmers market, and I showed all this on my thing when I was doing my show. So it's about what we are gonna do together. That's why I said they will have incentive because they have put in work to stay and be there. But I understand what you're saying about it has to be in them. Yeah, it got to be in them. But I think it be in them if they have something. If we have something, if they have an opportunity for something. Out here, they have no opportunity. In all honesty, there's no opportunity here for us unless we create our opportunity, unless we want to be some type of bootlicker. And I don't want to be a bootlicker.
If we promise them to be like, you know what, we're gonna go back in the jungle, grow our own food, use the jungle, and create our own houses, water system, and all of that. But we be in the jungle. How many of our people gonna be like, yeah, let's do that? How many of us is gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna give up. I don't want this waking up every day, taking the bus, go. How many is gonna give us all this supposedly luxury we have right now? If I tell them, let's go to the jungle.
I don't know, but
Brother,
I think
brother Bakari.
Welcome, Jose.
Hello,
Karibu.
hello, everybody. Hello,
What up,
everybody.
JB?
Brother Bakari, I heard a contradiction. You gave the Mexicans as example. They work for $2, but then you got over to there are no opportunities. Plus, you don't want to be a bootlicker. That's I came into the show to give to speak about how we treat each other, how we make each other feel, right? You're born in a family that doesn't expect nothing from you, a self-hate family, and you grow up in this self-hate and low expectation of yourself and your environment. That was what I wanted to give as example why we are where we are, but one maybe what the contradiction that I think I heard is maybe one of the tentacles of the, you know, that's maybe one of the outcome. We don't want to bootlick, right? We don't want to sacrifice. We don't want to pay to change our situation, because there's low expectation. What do you think? What does the panel think about that?
Get him, JB.
Do I think this is expectations? That's why I said stuff we do together. Then that will be expectations that we have created for ourselves. That's what I'm talking about. And when I used the Mexicans for an example, what they did, the Hispanics for an example, when I talk about what they did and how they did it was not
Did
it
or
was not
do?
being a contradiction. The example that I used is they didn't have opportunities. People laughed at them, talking about this, how much money they make, so on and so forth. Everything negative was said. And I was just talking about how they put their money together and built themselves up, and they created opportunity for themselves. Like when they got those $2 an hour job. That's why you see a lot of these jobs now. A lot of these jobs now. Mexicans created an industry and they own a lot of the business that they do that you see them on. And what I'm saying is, and the only thing I'm saying is, what we can do and what we offer, we create those same opportunities for ourselves once we are working together. We can put our money together. We can buy grocery stores. We can do all of that. But
Yeah.
we're gonna have to create the opportunities.
But you know what that means? It means that spiritual is priceless, because the $2 is worthless, right? But why they did it is priceless, and that's that spiritual part.
Okay, I understand when people talk about the spirit. I'm just saying, for me, I live here on the physical realm, and I don't really talk about the spirits that much. I ain't telling nobody they should do what I do.
Yes,
I'm just using as
spirit,
an
spirits used to mean more. Spirit used to also mean courage. I remember that spirit also used to mean courage, the will to win.
like I said, I got you, and understand what people is. I'm just talking about what it would take, what I believe it would take, and what we can do, and how you can, because it started with like deprogramming the African mind. Yeah, everybody who just think about the people that got the African mind. Think about every cult. Think about every race of people that has enslaved them. All of those people had an African mind. After the enslavement, they gave them promises. The cults give them promises. The people who want them saying we should be together, we have nothing to offer. That's all I'm saying. I yield, Mike.
Yes, let me also share just a quick thing about scams. And scams and culturally follow similar scripts. When you look at it, they all have a similar methodology. They give people the assurance that they need. They make a lot of promises. Like you said, they promise people, whether it's untold wealth, or it's heavenly delights, or whatever it is, or fear, the fear of you know of dying, the fear of being broke, and so on. So they're very good at playing on people's fear. And this article talks about, is called Sweet Little Lies, and why people do, they get scammed. And the thing about scams is, not, you don't have to be clever or stupid to be scammed. They take pretty much anybody who is unfortunate to get into their clutches. And one chapter talks about how slavery was one of the greatest sources of scams in 19th century America. Not only did the slavers scam other slavers, other fellow white people, but they also conned a lot of even the black people. Well, the black people had already been enslaved, but part of it was also tricking them back into slavery, like in the movie 12 Years a Slave. So even when you're free, there's still that chance of getting back into slavery. So he says slavery was one of the greatest sources of scams in the 19th century. We read about people tricked into enslavement. Once they were captured, they were told they could buy their freedom, except the slavers kept upping the price. Some slave stealers entice enslaved people to run away and promise to carry them to freedom, only to sell them back into slavery. After the war, slavery was said to have ended, even as similar structures of oppression lived on. If the law authorized great domination, the scam was essential to its being enforced. Melvin, he was talking about Melvin. Melvin may have written the book on confidence tricks, but Harriet Jacobs lived it. Dr. Flint, whose relentless sexual aggression is one of the most horrid parts of her autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, was, amongst other things, a huckster. To deny selling Jacobs her freedom, he claimed that she belonged to his underage daughter, therefore ceding the legal right to sell it back to her. After she fled, he intercepted her letters home, then forged new ones and signed her name under them, all in order to discover Jacob's hiding place. When force would not do the trick, Flint turned to the scam. So, this is something ingrained even in the institution, and it continues. But the script could not be flipped. But the script could be flipped. Subterfuge, evasion, and dissemination could be retooled by enslaved people in their fight for freedom. The system of slavery, Jacobs tells us, encouraged enslaved prison people to resort to cons. When a man has had his wages stolen from him year after year, and the laws sanction and enforce the theft, she writes near the end of her narrative, how can he be expected to have more regard to honesty than has the man who robs him? Her own story is as much about being conned as it is about conning. Knowing that Flint will never free them, her children's father, a white man, arranged to have a slave trader purchase Jacobs and her kin on his behalf. Eventually, he frees them. When she finally reaches freelance, Jacob lies about her fugitivity. The scam, she suggests, was one of the few tools by which the enslaved might eke out something akin to freedom. Not quite freedom itself, that is not possible, but an opening onto something like it might be finagled out of the clutches of those who seek to delight. So, so a con, it's like a con counter con. You're forced to be in a situation where it's not advantageous to you, and so sometimes you have to use less noble means to either free yourself or to free your people. So do you think that we may have to use those shady means, or do we just say, well, if people don't see it for themselves, then that's it for them?
Hey, can I say something, Tanzan?
Yes, go ahead.
That question, it goes to like what I was gonna say. Like when it comes to like because the brother, my brother Ezulie asked, if you live somewhere, because I think we getting it on the wrong path. Like we aren't talking about. There's a difference. All right, first of all, let me say there's a difference between promises and because we keep saying promises and trying to convince and providing. Like I'm saying, like you build it and they will come. You can't get people to follow you if you aren't able to feed them. Not a promise of I will be able to feed you one day. Actually start doing something of means. And that means you actually put in the work. And then my brother asked about would you live in the swamp or whatever. And the thing is, like for me, I would not be trying to force other people who's not with it to live there, because they probably would be the ones who do trade on you. It's about building the communities that you are with, and you build those communities up. And I put money that when you do that, and me personally, I think there are a lot more people, especially today in time, who's proud to be Black, looking for something, to hold on to, and if they see something real tangible, there are a lot of legit people that will come there and help build. There will be some scammers and all of that will come, but like it's not about trying to be like, yo, I promise you I'll get, like, no, you go out and you do the thing that you need to do, and we look at the end, but it's a small step, So And that's what I was saying with for me, I wouldn't necessarily try to force people to my thing, you know what I'm saying? Whether blatant or indirectly, in the words of Nas, I wouldn't try to force them to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that's you're gonna spawn up more people that try to, you know what I'm saying, tear you down. But at the same time, that community won't be built if you you get nothing, you know what I'm saying? You just come in. No, you like, you're gonna have to come and put in the work, but we're gonna have food, healthcare, this, and this, and this. That's not offering somebody something to try to buy them, you know what I'm saying? That's giving somebody something, because you can't be like, come to my town, leave your healthcare, leave your, you know what I'm saying, school and stuff. If you don't have a school for their children, if you don't have a healthcare thing, that's not trying to pay somebody. It's like trying to offer solutions, I think. And I'll pass the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, and when Ezulie, I finally said his name right, Ezulie. I don't be meaning to put your name, brother. My bad. Ezulie and Jose, right? I'm not disagreeing with what they're saying. I think it's some things we just see a little different. I even understand when they say spiritual thing. I understand. I understand what Jose. I understand what Jose was talking about when he spoke. It's just not that I'm disagreeing. I'm just saying y'all wrong. Might be a disagreement, but not the fact that I think y'all are wrong what you're saying. I just want you to know that I think I know what we're doing right now is bumping ideas off of one another and sharpening each other's skills. That's how I see it.
Brother Bakari, I actually understand what you're saying, because there's a lot of people. We could get more people. Like, I understand what you're saying. It's just like you said. I totally understand what you're saying. Like, what I'm just saying that I would wish people would. It's like, okay, I'll give you an example. People how Caribbean people be like, oh, I'm from here, and then people be like, you proud to be Haitian? On the real, I'm not proud. I'm proud of what my ancestors did. So let's say people be like, because the state of Haiti right now, I would be like, I usually tell people I'm a Desalinien, meaning like I'm proud of what Desaline did. That's where I get my confidence from, not because of I'm just Haitian. So like I understand what you're saying, and we're just bumping ideas. It's just sad to me that we're gonna have to give people your way. Probably will get more people. So but it's just like I'm like, are these people trustworthy then? That's all I'm saying. Are we gonna trust them not to be like, you know what? Nah, my man giving me a bench and a couple and part of Florida. What you got? That's all I'm saying. But I do get what you're saying, and your way, it's like, yeah, I get it. But I'm saying, are those people trustworthy when you get them? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I see, for me, I still think that if Pan-Africanism or whatever movement you choose to have, you have to have, the like cult-like structure without the evil behind it. And one of those things is usually this, that you have to appeal to people's emotions, people's pride, people's self-interest. And so the people you'll get for their pride will be different from the people you get for their self-interest. It's like the difference between mercenaries and soldiers. Mercenaries, they get paid. They have their money and they do their job, and that is it. But you don't get that loyalty that you get from soldiers. At the same time, I think not everybody can be a soldier. I think that if you battle, fatigued, especially when you're soldiers, like in America, people really don't fight as much as they used to. So the draft and so on is not there. So if you don't have that, then sometimes you have to resort to some means. And I go back to what the Matron was talking about the other time when we were talking about the benevolent dictator, because sometimes that might be what you have to do for your people. You might have to basically just say, look, I know I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you're convinced of your ideas being right, and people might not have, you cannot appeal to their self-interest, so to speak, then you have to resort to force. You have to resort to something, or either persuasion, because bribing is simply persuasion. The other option is force. So which one would you employ if you had to change the course of our people?
You know my answer to that.
I know. But to
Hey,
other people,
I don't want to disagree with y'all. All I'm gonna say is, evil is in the eye of the beholder. It's a slippery slope.
yeah. So do we do things for the sake of good against the free will? Or if you see people going towards the fire, you still respect their free will to do so, even if you have the power or the means to stop them? Hello?
I mean, I'll go if they don't want to go.
Go ahead. It seems we've been stumped.
Okay. Well, I guess, or since y'all all disagree with me with this one, I don't think you should. I don't think my opinion, you should force them, or I mean, manipulate may be better than force, but you also don't do that, because, like, to me, I think down the line, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just down the line, though, I guess. But I mean, if you're saying you're going to change it, but like I said, that's why I keep asking y'all questions about what about this, what about that, because, like, especially if it's just one dictator, because he may feel like, Muslim is the answer, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I like, that's why I always like, and I agree with Bakari when he be like, Elijah Muhammad is the greatest leader. You know what I'm saying? Because
You don't agree with me saying that.
but that's what I'm saying, is in the eye of the beholder. You know what I'm saying? Now, what if he was and he put that on us? You know what I'm saying? Then y'all be like, no, that's not what I mean. But if it's this other person who other people don't agree with, then it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a slippery slope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because earlier I was talking about, the programming that we had before. This is why it's so difficult for us to, even organize and get the people on one lane, because all our structures that we had before have been destroyed. So it's very difficult to come up with new ones. You can point to what is wrong with several systems. You can tell, religious people like, oh, this is wrong and this is right. You can tell the political people, the Democrats and Republicans, what's wrong with their belief system. But if you cannot come up with something to provide the same things that they're getting from these places, then it would be very difficult to convince them, to act in their own interests, self-interest, as you see it. So for me, I still look at it that you have to offer people something, or you have to provide something. Okay, let me say offer is not the right word. I don't like promises, because those are things that haven't happened. I think that if you wish to convince people, you should create something, for those who... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing. Sorry, my bad. I thought I was mute.
Oh, okay, no problem. So if you want to convince people, so the compromise to me, the middle way for me seems to, if you want to convince people, it's not that you're going to go and promise them and all this unrealistic stuff. You're going to, create something realistic and then show them what you did and how, they can also do the same or do something to improve their lives. You're going to convince way more people to do that if your association with them actually improves their lives, rather than just hearing wonderful things. So I don't want to steal Jose's story, but if you teach a man to fish and you actually show him a new way of doing something where he can feed himself and his family, that takes you a long way in talking to him about other things as well. If you only come with a message and not a tangible benefit, I think people might listen to you, but you still won't get that sort of loyalty that you want from them. Because even our great leaders and heroes, they didn't just come saying you should be black for the sake of black. they offered something, they promised something. And, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even in Haiti, they weren't just fighting because they just, love Haiti. They were fighting for their freedom. They're fighting for their right. They were fighting for a better life. So the implied promise there was that you're fighting now, but you're going to get a better, future in this land. You're fighting, you might, die, you might happen, this might happen to you, but it's still better than what is happening to you right now. So there has to be something bigger and better that somebody is putting their life on the line for. So if it's not money, maybe money seems like a, a dirty, terrible thing. You promise people freedom, promise them dignity, and it's not a false promise if you can deliver it, but making someone's life better is always a powerful argument.
And real quick, Tanzan, and I wouldn't even say promise them anything. I would say go out there and do what you got to do, and the people will join. Like, I'm not hard on the coon like y'all is, but I ain't even talking about them. Like, I have, I guess, more faith.
We know.
But I'm saying, I got faith that there are a lot of people like-minded enough that, what I'm saying, you will be able to do something. It's just a lot of people is scared. But when they see somebody's out there doing something, like, that's how a movement grows, and you just can't be afraid to do it. It's just like he said,
who is Omar Johnson?
I think you mean Umar Johnson.
Okay, the Pan-Africanist speaker. But even him, you remember he had what sounded like a very good plan for a school for young boys. I would say that he would have been, I know that he is persuasive, but he would have been way more persuasive if he would have just built the thing. And even if it's a small room, if you create something that you can show people this is what we did, you can show some progress, something, that goes much, much further than you being right, saying the right message. So I think that while I agree with a lot of the things that he says, I think that really, hurt him in his message. So for me, it's not promising, not saying the right thing. It's actually doing it, even if it's a small thing. We have to start somewhere, but showing something, physical, tangible. That's the most persuasive argument, in my opinion.
I'm back, and I have a very good example of I'm repatriating, right? And I've been building, but with the spiritual thing, I managed to have a part of the south of Senegal look at me like, hey, this dude is special. He's somebody, right? He can actually manage things. He can get things together. So at a certain moment, people ask me, "Hey, Jay, can you convince investors there in Europe to come and invest?" And so I tried, right? And in here, I tried with the just not exactly the same thing, but the same approach. Let me put it that way. And it didn't work. I got only two sisters to go with me, and one was supposedly my partner, and the other one later seemed that she was also after my dick. Let me put it that way. So we arrived there, and they received us by my work, right? By my spiritual work, and it was not completely spiritual. I was the main sponsor of a soccer tournament, right? That's the work that I did, the spiritual work with a teeny with a little money. I convinced thousands of people that I could that I could move things, and so I take these cysts with me, and all the time they were shamelessly fighting over my dick, so to speak, right? Just the Western thing, the thing that the problem that Americans, Black Americans think that they have, but it's in the whole diaspora. The sickness, eventually they both tried to destroy me, right? because I was like the adult one, it's whatever. Let me skip my role in that bullshit. Eventually, now at this point, the one that was supposedly my partner, she plundered she destroyed my image here. She destroyed my image there. She plundered her pension, bought a small boat and a camper, and filled a 40 feet container with stuff, right? With stuff to put in a house that she started to build, supposedly. And there's only a fundament after what is it, since 2016. There's only a fundament. The stuff is rotting away, right? But everybody is she still has everybody's heart, right? People don't know the truth, but for what she had to show, right? A container, a 40 feet container full of stuff, so she ditched me. She destroyed my image, but she paid a homeless white guy, paid his trip over there, because this dude was acting as if he turned containers into homes and bars, right? So she ditched me, the guy that had locals there convinced that we're going somewhere. She ditched me, took a homeless white guy. This homeless white guy sold all her stuff, and is now with a Nigerian woman in Gambia. But anyway, with these so-called tangibles, with supposedly something to show, she still has the hearts of people. And I know now that people are not to be trusted, because they trust uh, uh, mirrors and beads, right? The Dutch say that we sold our people for mirrors and beads, right? So our people want mirrors and beads instead of instead of the spirit and the will to win. Our people want to see mirrors and beads, tinklets, things that shine, right? And even I've seen the stuff, and they don't shine no more. It's rotting away. The camper is rotting away. The boat is rotting away. The what was in the container is somewhere in Gambia right now, right? So yeah. So we want tangibles, right? Okay. I pass the mic.
I want to say something. My father had told me once there's two type of revolutionaries. One who wants to change stuff morally, and one who wants to change stuff because he just wants to sit at the table. When you're telling people you want to give them something to come to your side, that's just a revolutionary who just wants to sit at the table.
Yes. Thank you. Because that's this woman that I gave as example does anything for attention. She did all that stuff for Facebook likes and nothing more. For I guess she has such a low esteem, and it's the low esteem that she deserves is what she's afraid of. So she has such a low esteem that she will destroy everybody and anything, family members, her children, her grandchildren, anything for likes, for compensation of her low self-esteem. And the low self-esteem is deserved. I'm sorry.
And then I will say it's like Tanzan said that the Haitian rebel people were promised something, freedom. If you need more than freedom to fight for your freedom, then you don't deserve freedom. The Haitian people, I'm not saying some people, but the leaders were promising freedom. And freedom is freedom because you were born with freedom. You're born to be a man. You're born to be on this land. This land belongs to you. So any revolution, if you say, "Oh, let's go fight because we want a piece of," you're gonna lose because you're not fighting for the spirit. You're fighting for materialistic stuff. So I'm not saying that. And during a lot of the revolution, people, some people were not okay. After we win this fight, I'm gonna have my land and I'm gonna have my this and that and the third. But the fight was for the spirit. You're a man. No man is supposed to be enslaved. That's what the fight was about. And if you listen to Dessalines and most of these people's think, they were pure spiritual.
Okay,
men are supposed to be free.
I'm sorry, I thought you had stopped, brother. My bad.
No, go ahead, Bakari. Sorry, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, you can go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you off.
I'm finished. No, I was finished. I was just saying that freedom or to be able to carry your own destiny at your hand should be enough for you to fight. That's all.
Okay, so and I agree with that. Your freedom is something that everybody should be wanting to fight for, right? That's why when people go to talking about reparations, I don't get into that. Other than the crack a joke, they say something they owe you, right? So if they owe you, are you willing to go take it? If they owe you, you go get what's owed, right? But if it's freedom, right? So this is something war on different levels. You didn't say spirit, so I understand because you said you're a Dessalinian. That's the spirit that's in you, John Jacques Dessalines. So I got you now when you say spiritual, right? So when our spirits, how many of us with these spirits walk past the Chinese, walk past the Orientals, the Arabs, the East Indians, or drive an extra 5 miles to go spend money with black business so we can build one another up? Because that's also part of the fight. So
it is, yeah, 100%.
Yes.
So
3,000%. Yes.
Because that's the spirit. That's what you will pay. That's the priceless extra 5 mile, right?
Yes,
$2 is worthless. But you know, the $2 at the Turk here, it's the Turk, right, or the Polish or whatever. The $2 at the Turk is cheap, but the 5 miles that you walk extra is priceless. Yes,
and that's what I'm saying. So this war is fought on many fronts, right? That's one front. That's the economic front, right? So we drive past to go spend money with black people, right? There's an educational war, right? That's part of the political, the social system, right? I hear a lot of people say our kids should not be in this. Some people call it the public food system, the public school system, whatever you want to call it. But how many of us have gone to the schools where we live to check them about what they're teaching, especially the history? How many have kids and allow the school to send home Halle Berry, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson for Black History Month? Is that something that we gonna, you understand what I'm saying? So we can talk about it, and I understand the spirit, right? But we got to start doing it. And I ain't trying to put nobody on the spot. But when I ask somebody, have we done something? I talk about the stuff that I do all the time, right? So have we gone out and helped? Has it ever burned me? If I say what I'm about to say have never burned me, I would absolutely be lying. But I still don't give up. Help a brother or sister start a business. Do we go out and promote a brother and sister business who they have good business and we just promote it because we want to see them grow? Because if they grow, we grow. Do we go to the city council meetings? Or are we going, not just going and listening, are we going and speaking and letting them know that you're one of the ones that ain't for sale and that you ain't gonna back down? It was about 20 black people went in there with me one day. I knew they was gonna get away from me when I spoke, but the city council didn't know. I already knew what was gonna happen when I said what I have to say. Because a young black man had been murdered here, I guess about 12, 15 miles from where I live, right? And when I went to the city council meeting, that was it's a different city, but still it was here at work by the police. So when I went to the city council meeting, I knew the people that came up there. I said, that's the only way we're gonna know what's going on. I knew from talking to them that they was gonna get away from me once I speak. I didn't let them know I was gonna speak. I just said we should go to the meeting. And what they saw was 20 black people walking there with me. I say about, in all honesty, it was about 8 men, about 12 women, right? And when I stood up and said, this is whatever year, we the new black man and black woman, new African woman, we gonna shoot back if y'all kill another black person. Y'all finna, and y'all need to make sure this stop right now. So on and so forth. They came to me. They offered me guaranteed contracts. I was gonna be getting about $20,000, $20,000 a month guaranteed. They was ready to give me a 6,000 square foot brick house, about an acre backyard. Don't have to pay no rent or no mortgage for 2 years. All these contracts guaranteed, and they guaranteed me a spot on the city council, a guaranteed victory in the election. All I had to do was run, and I turned it down. But how many of us, when we say these are the things we need to do, how many of us going there doing it for black folk? And that's what we have to start doing. We got to start fighting the fight. We got to start fighting it. And that's just how I see it.
Hey, can I say? Yo, I'm gonna say something real quick. I gotta be right
Okay.
back. But oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bakari. I thought you were done.
Nah, go ahead. Because
Nah,
I'm
go
going
ahead.
to
Go
get
ahead.
off in a second anyway and listen offline. So go ahead.
All right. Well, I was just gonna say, yo, as far as doing it yourself, like Jose, I would say, JB, it's not so much about trying to trust other people. You know what I'm saying? It's just trusting yourself. You know what I'm saying, and knowing what to do and what not to do. You know, don't listen to yourself or whatever, and don't put yourself. Cause like yo, I've been through. I mean, I'm going through this stuff. Like yo, shouts out to my brother Kokou who shared the video with the water crisis thing. Do you think we even came close to that? No, you know, when I tried to do the meetings originally, do you think people showed up? No, you know what I'm saying? And by the way, the coons didn't stop them, y'all. You know, they didn't show up themselves, you know. And but that does that make me lose hope? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like what else am I gonna do but keep doing it, you know? And it's not about trying to get everybody to sign up with my thing or trying to work with me. I'm not even trying to get you to renounce your ideology, renounce your group. You know, I'm saying do your own thing and let's link all of these groups together. You know, I know a brother who's trying to make his own website. So let me introduce him to another brother who's trying to make his own website, you know, and does that take all of us being on code to get us a YouTube site? No, it just take them two working together, you know. I pray to God they don't talk about where they come from or their who they're gonna vote for president and or their gender equalities. I just pray they don't talk to each other, and then they'll make this thing, and then they can argue all they want on the platform they build. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even say take apart your ideologies or your identity, because like yo, that's what it is. Like, and when we are on the position that we can have these debates and stuff all the time, but we cannot stop until we because what else are we gonna do? Like, I mean, what I'm gonna do? Like, go just banging on myself or just assimilate? What else are you gonna do besides doing that? You know, because why would I want to bring my kid up into society like that? And just the thing that we talking about, how the dating world is, like that should be another thing that pisses us off to the point where like, yo, I've had enough with this kind of society. I will do whatever it takes, which is not going out. You don't have to necessarily go out and murder people. You know what I'm saying? You can just not go to a business, or in fact go to a certain kind of business. You know, it's really not that hard, and not worry about who's not with it. Just worry about who's with it and support them. That's really all it takes. You know what I'm saying? Like the Black Messiah is Black unity. You know what I mean? And not everybody is gonna ever be down. But I'll pass the mic.
So
I'm the Messiah. I'm finna start a cult. I'm the Messiah. I'm no.
Wait, who is the Messiah?
I'm the Messiah. I'm about to start me in a cult. I'm the Messiah. I'm the Lord of the fishes.
If you do, I have all the steps to start it.
Hey, y'all. Hey, I'm listening. I'm not gonna get off. I'm listening, but I gotta step away. But I'm listening to everything y'all say.
But let me say this before I step, because I'm gonna have to step away too. If you're still on, I'm gonna come back. But let me say this: I got a call from Erica just now, Erica Howard, and she wanted me to let everybody know. She said, "What's up?" She's okay. She had a procedure today, and her leg was amputated. So, but she wanted, and she's in the hospital, but she's in good spirits, and she wanted me to let everybody know what was going on. And she said hello.
Damn.
Wonderful.
Shouts out to
Say
her.
habari back. Habari is hello, and literally means, what's the news. So it's good to hear that it's good news. So give her a big virtual hug for all of us, and tell her we're happy that she's doing well, and we look forward to hearing from her as soon as she can.
I surely will. And she asked about everybody. Every
Yes.
time she come, every time she call me, I call her. She literally asks us about. She literally asks about everybody. She don't remember a Kokou name. She said, "How they doing?" She know Tanzania, of course. Jose. She said the podcast where I got to arguing with them men. What they how they doing? She literally asks us about everybody.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, send her a bit of her own sweet medicine. The cakes, the good stuff. So Kokou says, even though she can't pronounce his name, Kokou says, tell her habari from us all. So yes, tell her habari, and we wish her all the best. And yeah, we hope to hear from her soon. She was a very important member of Team Black hashtag. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're in contact with her. That's how we start. That's how we have to start building our our networks, because like I said last week, the white supremacists, they are using technology for their own ends. Last week we were talking about I read an article about the South African and the clan members in America. Like, they can connect from continent to continent. You wonder, like, these South African racists, how did they even get in touch with the with the Southern racists? Because it's usually in the South, but they're just as internet savvy as the rest of us. They don't just use the public means. They start with the public, where they put their message out there for whoever, and then after that they go into their secret forums, and then they start plotting their their plans. So if people are doing that, we have the same tools for doing that. We have the same tools to connect, to network, to do business, to meet up, to make plans, and we should be doing the same. We can't just be, waiting and watching and reacting when things happen. We have to take the initiative sometimes to also be on the forefront of things. So we don't just limit it to to this digital world. We want to actually make the real world to be what we want it to be, and yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. And speaking of the this freedom, this is why I put this thing as well, because Ezulie reminded me of it when he was talking about promising people freedom. Unfortunately, nowadays, and who said that we have to deal with the two people in different ways? What was the difference? I think there was the Negro and somebody else. I can't get the comment, but that we're dealing with two kinds of people. You're either dealing with people who know what's going on, or people who know, I just don't care. I don't give anybody the ignorance defense. They're just people who don't care, or maybe they don't have enough care. But the idea of freedom, even freedom, back in Haiti, giving people freedom was, everybody understood what freedom was. But unfortunately, even in this time, if you promise somebody freedom, the idea of freedom is very different from yours. For you, it may be being sovereign, being able to make your own decisions, being able to live without, somebody putting, their values and principles on you. But for a lot of people, especially young ones, and this is, the part with the free money, they talk about this little guy called TJX6, sounds like, the Tech Knight and whatever. And he was talking about free money. To most people nowadays, freedom is the ability to just have everything you want at your disposal and do whatever you want, with what you want. It's not, oh, I'm going to be free to live my life and then build the community and build myself. Freedom is simply getting what you want. So this guy, TJ, he explains that His life is about taking what others leave on the table, and he explains how to catfish horny-ass dudes by populating a fake Instagram account with pictures of attractive women, friending people at random and messaging them until they pay more money for a plane ticket for a test. Wow, man, the internet is just no. Later in the episode, he meets fans at the store. He airdrops them the scam Bible. Okay, so there's a scam Bible. If you want to scam people, there's a scam Bible, instructions on how to commit fraud. Midway through the episode, we watch him get escorted off stage by cops, blah, blah, blah. So should we have any qualms about the ethics of his actions? His manager asked the all too pertinent question. Who are you defrauding? The people whose credit card numbers they steal will be reimbursed by the credit card company, who will in turn be reimbursed by insurance. So TJ's penchant for scamming can be traced to deindustrialized Detroit, where poverty and violence offered little economic security. Should he ever get caught, as the ex-FBI agent working on cybersecurity insists he will, prison assuredly waits. The life his music glorifies might be one of radical freedom, but it is still one without safeguards. If he reaches great heights, this only increases the distance from which he might fall. So the problem with the freedom the scam story affords is that freedom is inseparable from the world it traverses. Even if we had to know how the know-how of TJX and its worshipping, we do not. Many of us do not want to get to scam to get by. Many of us don't want to work normal jobs, have weekends off, see our families at holidays. We do not want to risk harming others. But this may not be available for TJ and others who live in the system in Detroit. So basically what he's saying is that even the idea of freedom, the idea of promising people freedom and dignity and a better life, even that idea has been corrupted. We're talking about giving people tangible benefits, promising them tangible benefits, and we say, oh, that was too crass, you can't bribe people into it. But even freedom now is a bribe, because people don't look at freedom in the way that they used to. So if you tell people, fight to be a man, to be free, maybe they don't want that kind of freedom. They want the kind of freedom to be individualistic and degenerate and to do whatever it is that they want. Their freedom is not the freedom of the community. It's rather their own self-interested freedom. So do you, do you promise them a false kind of freedom? Do you tell them, this is what you're going to get? When the morals have already been, contaminated and corrupted, what else is there to appeal to?
Good question. The question is the answer. if the morals have been corrupted, what is there to appeal to? Well, nothing.
Wow, damn! I didn't mean to bring all this all the way down, but okay. There we have our answer. So even freedom is not enough of an appeal. I'm working my way closer and closer towards this benevolent authoritarianism, because as you can see, people are no longer in their right minds. So how can you expect their minds to actually, make a sensible decision? Yes, the question is in the answer. Once people lose their morals, there's very little appeal to be made. There's little, that spirit to rouse up and to tell them, go up and fight as men, go forth and then go back and be good women and so on. There's no incentive to be better than we are. There's nothing, not nothing, but there's a few things that will make people, rouse them from their slumber. So in terms of this very entrenched programming, is there hope?
So if there's no incentive, then you deserve everything that you get.
So sorry, say that again.
If there's no hope, if you're saying that the people are who they are right now, then you deserve everything that you get. If you're not trying, you deserve everything that you're getting from every direction. If you're saying that, Oh, there's no instant. Just like there's no incentive to be a good woman, there's no incentive to be a good husband. Everybody's living in this immoral world that we are in right now. Then, if you don't want to make the change, then anything that you get is that's good for you. And
That's where I am. Exactly. That's where I am. I don't.
well, I'm
I don't.
done with this. Like, what's the point?
I don't tolerate the complaining in the diaspora anymore. That's exactly where I am. It's Exodus, X or dust.
Man, Jose always comes with language magic. And that's a good one. Oh, wow.
Because I believe that just like when you're about to do something wrong, you have something inside of you that's talking to you that say, "Yo, bro, don't do that," but you ignore it and do it anyway. So if that little voice is talking to you and he's telling you, "Hey, that's not the right move," and you still do it, and you still do what you do, then you deserve everything that's coming to you. Like I still don't get. I have to offer you something to be what? Even if let's use the Bible for example. The Bible doesn't offer you materialistic stuff. The Bible just promises you that the Creator is going to look out for you and you're going to be a better person. It's here that you hear these pastors talking about, oh, I got this big house because of Jesus. I got this great job because of Jesus. Where was that in the Bible? So this whole system we live in is a conditional. I'm going to be good because I could get a car. I'm going to be good to this woman because she's doing something for me. I'm going to be good to him because he's doing. So everything is not on some upright. What's the name of Burkina Faso? Home of the upright men. Nobody's upward no more.
Word. You know, I'm the sucker that people come to. You know, I'm the god, right? But people only come to me because you can get shit for free. You know, people have no shame to ask if I can make their fully 3D animated video clip for free. You know, it's I'm speaking like the LL Cool J of the Cape Verde Islands, right? He asked me if I can just make, you know, just as if it's a small thing. No, it's worth at least 30,000 euros, dude. And you're this rap god of the Cape Verdean Islands, and you feel you feel no shame to you know, you hide me in history. I put you there. You were homeless. I put you there, and after 30 years of hiding me, you come to me and ask me to do work for free. You know, I'm that dude that did everything for the spirit, and people are not for the spirit. They are not in it for let's do it together. No, you do it together, and then you're the sucker that did it for free. They leave you behind. That's the thing in the diaspora. I'm it's like people don't want to be that nigger, right? So they don't look they don't look for a better position. They look to be above the rest of the niggas. That's what I've learned from the diaspora. In the face of the white man, people don't want to be that nigger, right? And how do you prove that you are not that nigger? By leaving niggas behind. That's what I've learned, right? So I've given everything, literally given. You know, revolution, and I believed in hip hop, right? That's our voice, right? So a lot of my efforts were into hip hop, into telling our people who we are, where we stand, what we're supposed to do, by hip hop, right? So that's how I produced the very first hip hop project in our language, and the main message of it was towards the first generation. Like, you brought us here, and look what you did. You know, look where it got us. Right. That was the message. But you know, the people trample on the on the spirit. They trample on the spirit for shit, for attention. I used to the boys. I picked them up from the coffee shop, right? And I chased them with coffee shop rapper. You don't want to be a coffee shop rapper, right? And what the only thing that I did is expand the coffee shop audience, because these guys don't see the value for their own value and the value of their capacity. They don't see it. The only thing they see is to not be a nigger anymore in the eyes of white people. So that's why my only solution is get us out of the eyes of white people, so we stop doing things for white people. So so move to a black country, and automatically you will start to do things for black people.
I agree, especially the moving out of the gaze of the white people, because we are always acting as if they have some omnipresence, vision towards us. We even have this, self-censorship where you can't even think certain thoughts, you can't even express certain emotions because they are unacceptable to the wider society. So yeah, so we have to come to a place where we know them, but we don't invite them. Their presence, their ideas, their whatever, it doesn't matter to us. We simply move along with our thoughts and our ambitions without thinking about them. Most people, even if they do something, they have to look back and say, have we been approved? Did we get the stamp of white approval before we move forward? And if they don't get that, if they don't get some sort of validation, then we can't do anything. So the first thing definitely is to cut that tie, that need for being patted on the head, that we can't do anything without them giving us that go ahead. That's definitely the first thing. The second one is that we have to work in our own self-interest. This is not promising people just the clouds in the sky and whatnot. It's we have to want something for ourselves. We have to learn to be selfish. We have to want to learn to be ambitious, not just meek and nice and all these pseudo moralistic concepts that we put on ourselves, but we have to be just as ruthless, just as hungry, just as angry, just as brutal as anybody else. You have to match one with the other. Otherwise, nobody plays a game to be nice. You play it to win. And for the most part, we have just been playing to be nice, which hasn't won us too much. Yeah. Does anyone want to go? Okay, so I'll talk about, when we talk about the in the wake of the rampant assaults, the scam, and that's why a lot of our people are also falling for all these cults and cons and scams, because the spirit, the heart, they are, like where Matron says, people are lonely. People are lonely and they don't know how to make relationship work. They don't know how to relate to each other. They don't know how to relate to themselves first and foremost, because people don't have that internal peace, and when you look to to somebody else to give you that, all you're going to do is create chaos, because you can't give something that you don't have. So a lot of people, they want this goodness from other people, but they don't have it within themselves, and so they think that they are offering themselves to the world, but really they are just putting themselves to destroy other people. So somebody who doesn't in themselves know who they are, who has wrestled with all those internal contradictions, they're not going to make good partners. They're not going to be able to help somebody else, because they have not put in the work to help themselves. And these are the people who do fall for these scams, these lies, and get back into the slave mentality, because they do not want to do that. You're either going to be the master of yourself, or you're going to be somebody else's slave. So if you can't master what's inside of you, somebody else is going to come and manipulate that to get something, what they want from you. So it says that the scam offers a possibility without stability. It is only fitting that these songs are filled with others seeking to harm or get one over him, while he chronicles the riches that conning accrues. So, when you look at a lot of these new songs, even the songs with women, that was what shocked me. Like, there was this one song, I can't remember what it was, but this lady was bragging about stealing from her male customers, or whatever. She was talking about, or setting them up for some kind of harm or something. When even the women have lost that moral, fiber. Oh man, I don't know where society is going, but yeah, she was literally bragging about setting somebody up or stealing money from them or something like that. So nowadays, it's not even, shame doesn't even work anymore, because not only are people not ashamed of their exploits, they actually brag about them. To them, that's that's a point for them. So, like this guy TJ, he wants to, he talks about, getting one over on, other people. And one false step, the genre tells us, is the difference between putting one foot in the Maybach and putting both feet in the grave. That death may come at the hands of a civilian, but it might also come at the hand of the state. So the passing of a counterfeit 20 in the, led to the murder, resulted in Derek murdering George Floyd. In any case, so what the scam offers, and it's not just like a financial scam, it's also a mental scam. It's a mentality, like the rappers and so on. They sell this mental scam of telling poor people or people who live in violent and in poor societies. They tell them, look, if you just if you have this mentality of, I don't care about anybody, I'm the tough guy that, on the street and so on, and just be the worst sadistic, brutal person that you can be, one day you might just win this whole junkyard. This whole ghetto junkyard might be yours one day. So that's the mentality that they're selling to these people. That's the scheme that they're selling to people who live in poverty. So you don't rise up against your poverty or your situation. All you have to do to work towards is to become the king of the dunghill, so to speak. So yeah, any thoughts?
I'm gonna say people are lonely. People are lonely. People don't know how to make relationship work because they got knocked off their square, and they letting this society tell them how to love people and that you are lonely. If this whole society we live in order not to be lonely, you have to go out, spend money, buy stuff, buy fake hair, buy a $300,000 car, buy expensive shoes, so you could be popping, so you can not be lonely. If that's what you live in your life, you are gonna be lonely inside out, because you know what? You're not nourishing the soul. Just like relationships. Oh, they tell you, this society tells you what a relationship should be. So you could be with a girl, or you could be with a man that really cares about you, but because they're not doing what society tells you what a relationship should be, you don't want to be in the relationship no more. So all this loneliness, what is your intuition telling you? We are all programmed with this. Oh, this is what a relationship. This is how, as to be not to be lonely, meaning you're out drinking with your buddies, but deep down you feel lonely as shit. You're in a relationship because the guy didn't do this, because your friend told you if the guy loves you, he should do this, he didn't do it, then you want to break up. So we are not even. What I'm trying to say is, where is the programming that from back in the days that told you what is a good relationship, what is a good man, what is a good woman, or what's lonely? Just because you by yourself, that doesn't mean you're lonely. But you in a society that is making you a consumer to buy clothes, to buy happiness, to buy relationships, and all of that. So I don't know.
And by the way, there are also romance scams. There were so many of them when I was just looking it up, that people have learned to not just manipulate for their own, ways to get what they want, but also just financially. You have people who that's all they do. They set up scams. They lure people in, and not just men and women. There's from the catfishing of the men to the the promises for women and so on, and they send money, they give all this. The only difference I would say is, no, there's no difference. They all end up being exploited and sending money. And the sad thing about both scams and cults is this: in a cult you don't know that you're in one, and you have to really fight to get yourself out of there. And usually it's either by outside intervention or just doubt. So just you have to have a certain focus of mind to get yourself out of that. With a scam, a scam is more of a seduction, where a cult is more of control. With a scam, people tell you what you want. They find your weaknesses. They tell you, oh, you need somebody who does this. You need a man. They shower you with gifts, and they tell you everything you want. And with the men, they send nice pictures and tell you everything you want to hear, and then they just stay getting your money. So people they take advantage of that need for people to connect. That's the sad thing about all these organizations, these camps and cults and all this. They know the weakness of people. They know you're lonely. They know even the good things. They know that human beings need connections. They need community. They need to be a part of a group. And so they use that to make people, to get what they want from them, to manipulate their money or their attention or their comfort, whatever it is that they want. Even the praise. Some cult people just want to hear people, praise them and tell them all the good things and boost their ego. So it's not always these harmless things. Some people are just, you have those business scams where they just, especially women just put money head over, just put money in things that they're never going to get back. It's pyramid scheme, but for that time they feel like they're a part of something. They feel like they're a part of a group. They belong. And so if you cannot give people that, it doesn't always have to be material, but if you cannot give them a reason to, or a social component of it, then that is going to be very difficult. But that's how they get a lot of the people. The most important thing is just to, and that's why the Black Lightning started his deprogramming methods, is to get the young people out as soon as you can, because once they have the brains of the young, it's very difficult to get them out. The young are easy to go into cults, but they're also the easier ones to get out. Yes.
Can excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I say something right quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the name of once again, is Deprogramming the African Mind, right? Do y'all remember Rayshard Brooks, the brother that was killed here in Atlanta by the police?
No. What's the name again?
His name was Rayshard Brooks.
How did he get killed? Maybe that could make me remember.
He got killed a couple years ago. Remember they burned the Wendy's and stuff down here in Atlanta?
Oh
I
yeah,
think-
yeah.
Okay, those cops just got off.
Wow.
And not only that, they have an opportunity to be trained and get back on the force. They have to go through a certain amount of hours of training and get back on the force. To deprogram the mind. Man, let's not go out here and march. Let's not go burn shit down. Let's not go burn nothing down. Let's do something different. Let's not do what they think. You understand? Because they have programmed us to go do the marching, the peaceful protests. Allow people to come in your neighborhood and burn stuff up. Antifa, that's who burned that stuff down, right? In Atlanta. So now we got to deprogram our people from
Bakari, that whole thing was a psyop. Like that whole thing was not even us burning that Wendy. So I agree with you.
I know. I was down there. I know who did it. I saw them when they did it.
Crazy.
And I heard all the black people down there was telling them to leave. We don't even want y'all here. Y'all the one caused the problem.
Exactly. That whole last summer burning stuff was crazy.
So we need to do something different. Let's just not go out there. Now is the time. It's been the time. With everything that's going on, now is the time for us to stand in solidarity and do something different. Come time to organize, come up with a different plan. I don't know. I just felt the need to say that on your program, Tanzania. I'm sorry if I went off topic.
No.
I apologize because that bothers me.
That has to be said.
That brother shouldn't have been killed at all. If you saw it, when you finish, I got to go somewhere right quick. I'm gonna do me a pro because I ain't gonna. It bothered me. That brother shouldn't be dead. You have cops walk off the force because those people was arrested or fired or whatever. Now they free. And people wonder why Black people, African people have a problem with everything here. We have a problem with it, but then we still want to sleep with it. We still want to marry. We still want to brag on how great it is to be this thing that's called American. So you're right, we need a whole lot of deprogramming. It's a whole lot that need to be deprogrammed. I got to go run and do something. I'm gonna listen out loud. Thank you for letting me speak, but I just had to come back in and say that as soon as I saw that.
Asante sana, Brother Bakari.
Amani and Quadamilla.
You know what? I told y'all, man, I don't know much as I used to know. I'm just still stuck on peace. See you later.
And focus is catching up to you. You better be careful.
See, you jumping ships now, Tanzania. You jumping side.
I told y'all it would be over.
But I'm gonna be listening though.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, for your knowledge and wisdom, and you are always karibu to join us. And of course, karibu is welcome, so you should know that when karibu is welcome, asante sana is thank you very much, and kwaheri is go with blessings. Heri is blessings. So when we say goodbye, it's actually saying, go with blessings. Yes.
If I had met you about 7 years ago, I would have known all that. But since I don't be around my Kenyan friends no more, I forgot. I didn't have nobody to say it to.
No problem. So all blessings. We know you're listening. You're there somewhere. So we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Peace.
Asante sana. Yeah. So our people are under a trance. We are under this, we're under a cult, and then inside the cult, we're being scammed. So it's sort of like you're in the capitalistic system, just greed and money and accumulation. But in that system, you have your Bernie Madoffs and the pyramid schemers and all these people trying to get you. And it's a double, it's a double blind and a double bind, because you try to get out of one and you find yourself in the, in the arms of another. You try to get yourself out of the one religious, prison, and you find yourself in another. So this is what we're dealing with in order to, and I'm not talking about reprogramming, because you can't reprogram the masses except with propaganda. That's the only way. The only way that you can reprogram the masses if you have control of the, the state apparatus, of the media, of the means of communication. So that's something that we do not have at this point. But the only control that we have is over, the people in our presence, or maybe the people in, in the people in the vicinity. It's not going to be a lot of people. It's going to be, if it's a cult, the only people you can get are those people who have started to have doubts, who are questioning, and they might not get the answers. But it's those people also who are vulnerable to being, prey to another scam artist. So you find people, for example, who are questioning, the Catholic Church and so on. But you find some other maybe Protestant guy just hovering over there waiting to pounce on them. I tell them, well, our system is better. We know you have, your questions and other doubts, but if you come to our, system, ours is much better than the one that you have. So what our people really need to learn is, I don't know if you can teach critical thinking or that, but I think that we have to, if they have been manipulated, we have to counter manipulate them, so to speak. You can't, thought reform is something that was ingrained in them, and some people were born into it. Unfortunately, people who were born into slavery are less likely to rebel than people who were enslaved. So that's why the importance of teaching the children, the next generation, of what true proper freedom means. Because even those things that people used to fight for, all of those have been taken, repurposed, redefined by the system. So when people used to free, because the cleverness about capitalism or the modern system in general is that it anticipates opposition. That's why there's such a thing as controlled opposition, because you know that if your system, there are going to be a few people, and a few or a lot, depends, but there are going to be people who are going to be against the system. They're going to resist whatever the rules and regulations are. This goes from both criminals and revolutionaries. They're going to want something different than the system. For the criminals, they want to break the system, and they don't necessarily want to change it. They just want to be, or to operate without the consequences of the system. But even criminals rely on the law, because if theft was legal, then there wouldn't be any thieves. But if for it to be legal, so you can go and grab somebody's property, so they also rely on the system being there. They just want to skirt around it. But for the people, there are rebels who don't want to obey the rules, but they still want to live in the system. And then there are those who actually want to change the system. But if you have an airtight system, you don't only look for the people who work in the system, you also have to prepare for those who don't. So every system has to have a fail safe for both the criminals who want to bend it, and for the revolutionaries who want to change it. And the way to do that is obviously with the criminals is to punish them, but with the revolutionaries is to curb that thinking firstly, and then once it's there, to have ways of funneling it or channeling it towards other ways and dissipating that sort of spirit. Yes. Wow, that was a long one even for me. Does somebody want to add or contradict or say something?
Yeah, I'll say something. No, it wasn't long. It was you
Okay, cool.
absolutely, yeah, you're right. A revolution is like, is what do we want to be? The one thing I would slightly disagree with is the cult thing, and I understand like y'all point, I just it's hard to see it in a good way, you know what I'm saying? Especially with a dictator, maybe with a group instead of one person, you know what I'm saying? But and let me ask this though, you know what I'm saying? Like if you had a company or whatever, would you give like them benefits like healthcare and stuff like that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but why would you do that though?
Because it's the right thing and it will keep the people working there harder.
All right. You know what I'm saying? It's not that you're giving them nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't want to keep like saying like, yo, we're giving anybody anything. It's like, it's people who agree that they want to do whatever. I don't agree with forcing somebody or like manipulating or by force, you know what I'm saying? But because I think that you will get people like, I would rebel against me if I did that to me, you know what I'm saying, when I realize it. And I think that you would actually do that, but that's all I'm saying. But
Yeah, but what about, manipulating people who've already been manipulated? They're already manipulated. Somebody already has, their minds in a bind. So you're not talking about people with, entirely free will. So what would be the harm in manipulating them towards something that you believe is better, that rather than letting them be manipulated by other people?
because I mean we agree on like things like that we agree on the ideology of it, what better for black people, but we disagree on how to get to those things. You know what I'm saying? Because some things you may not feel. So who is going to be at the end of the day the person who dictates that?
And that's what I'm saying. If you have the conviction, of your ideas, that's why the sort of so-called evil people, they get their way because they are convinced that the evil is necessary or good or whatever, and so they will do whatever it is that it takes to, to get the people on their side. And if that requires manipulation, that's what they'll do. But if you're a so-called good person, you want the best for your people, but you're not willing to do the dirty work to get them to, where you want them to be, then isn't that ceding territory to, your opponent?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Oh yeah. Would you say that last part again? I missed. I didn't hear
Yes,
that last
so
part.
your opponent is willing to, to do the dirty tricks to get his way because he believes in, his ideas or whatever it is that he wants. But you, as a so-called, moral person, you're not willing to do the same. So in that, you're letting them, you're ceding your territory, you're just letting your people be manipulated by somebody else because you're not willing to do the same.
Well, I would say that I wouldn't say that moral or whatever, because all of that is judgmental. You know what I'm saying? Like and evil, all of that is judgmental. Because something that I may deem as evil, you may not deem as evil, or vice versa. So like I get what you're saying when it comes to that, but like and I think it'll be very effective in the short term, but long term, I don't think that you can sustain a society off of deception or like betrayal, because the people wants to, like, unless you can make sure that everybody can keep secrets in your top brass, you know what I'm saying, like, but I think when you force people or trick people, once they catch on, that's when you are going to have more people that'll be willing to try to, like, yo, I might as well, you know what I'm saying, had, you know what I'm saying, went back to America, so I'm over here praying to a tree right now.
Okay, well, let's not say, okay, trick them. How about convince them? How are you going to convince them to be on your side, knowing that they are already manipulated to go on somebody else's side? Let's say, this guy was talking about freedom, and for him, freedom means the freedom to, to get over on somebody else, the freedom to, flout the rules of society. So, how do you get people with that kind of mindset to, to come to your side or to, to go the right way? How do you get them to change that sort of thinking? Let's say a group, it could be a group of people, but let's just say one person. Let's say your cousin, and he's just one of those modern hustlers. He just wants to go get his money no matter what. So well, how would you change his mind so that he doesn't do that, not only harm himself but harm other people?
Well, the first thing, and most likely, it'd be like, oh, he's a hustler. So I'm like, yo, I got to be able to do this to feed my family. Not that I just want to. So like, yo, you got to be like, you can't just be like, yo, you stop selling drugs and not whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can, and I would say advise them. I'm not saying don't advise them. I would say advise them all day, but you're going to have to show this man a better way. Like once these people who are in the drug industry, once they learned a better way in business and they took that what they learned over there and brought it to business, you know what I'm saying? They learned the better way. They stopped doing it. You lead by, you convince people by example. It's like what we keep going, like you don't promise them a change, you show them the change, and like you be the change. Like it's just the hard work that you have to do. Like I said, like if I think that more kids should be educated in something, I should make a camp that educate kids in this thing, like Bakari does with his with his gun lessons. I think I can't convince people to come sign up, but like once they see that it's something available, I think for me though, I think that there's a lot of people out there that do want these things, it's just not available. You know what I'm saying? That's for me. Like I don't think as many people are you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know there's a lot. I'm just saying I don't think that is the majority though, for me.
So to convince this, let's say this drug dealer or killer or whoever to stop doing what he does, you have to give him a way to make a living, because if he says, oh, I only do this to feed my family, so you give him a way to still feed his family without having to do the, the dirty stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could lock them up too, though.
Wow. Okay, yeah, but that's sort of giving up on somebody. Once you lock somebody up, that's just giving up. But I'm saying that, we talk about hope. Is there any hope for people like that? I'm not saying that all of them can be
Yeah.
swayed, but
I don't think that all people, there are such things as like sociopaths and like psychopaths, but I think, and maybe this is me caping for Black people, I think Black people are more like sociopath, which is created by his environment more so than born, and I think that when you look at a lot of it, a lot like like when people always be like, yo, but what about Black on Black crime comparing to like the police shootings or something? Like, I'm like, what are you comparing the police to the people out there shooting people? Like, are the thugs the people you call thugs? Well, I'd rather give my tax money to them, because I know a lot of their crimes come from like financial reasons, and a lot of people do these things because we can say and judge them all we want, you know what I'm saying? But like, I seen and know people, I know these people, you know what I'm saying? And not all people in the hood is bad people, by the way, because people get that wrong impression. But I know like these people is coming up, you know what I'm saying, when they're young, you know what I'm saying? There's no man in the house, the lights is off, they see their moms crying, working, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna be like, yo, nah, we gonna do this. And then, once it's in the difference between sociopath, when you kill people, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, when you have to put in work, you know what I'm saying, like you develop a kind of anti feelings, you know what I'm saying, but a psychopath is straight born. So, and that exists, there is Black psychopaths, and maybe you should lock them up. But when you change the environment, like, this kind of thing was not happening prior, like even in the 70s up really to the 60s. And then like here in America, that's where it really, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about the drug explosion, like we got to look at where it comes from and like how it's manufactured and all of that stuff, and why people chose to take it, not giving them an excuse, but like, why did they choose to take it, so that in the future, like, I know how to avoid this problem. You know what I'm saying?
So if you had a drug for people to take to make them better people, you wouldn't give it to them?
Yo, in Tanzania, you mentioned the Matrix. So you telling me you'll force people to take the red pill? You be like, yo, I'm not even giving you a choice of the blue pill. I'm gonna shove this red pill down your throat.
No, I'm actually the opposite. I'm not giving them the red pill. I'm just letting them stay blue, and I'll just manipulate them in their blue state. I like for people to be, I prefer people to be good and ignorant than, knowledgeable and evil. I'm such a dictator. But yeah, I wouldn't give, because for me also, I don't think that it's just everybody should be on board. That's the thing. Not everybody has to be, the geniuses and critical thinkers and all that. Most people will just follow where everybody is following, or where the top people at the top. So you don't have to convince everybody of the rightness of your action. You just have to convince them to follow. So once you know what it is that people should do, then you give them, the option to follow, and then you proceed from there. But I do agree with you with the idea of giving them an example. To me, like I said, there's no more powerful persuasion than showing somebody rather than telling them. So if you give them whatever it is, if you show them what you have done, and it's something that they can do for themselves and make their lives better, it's not just a promise. If you give somebody a formula and they go and do, work it and do exactly what you say, and it works for them and they succeed, everything you say, a lot of the things you say after that, they will believe you, and they will have trust and loyalty in what you do. Especially is if you have them do it for themselves, not that you just show them this trick that and then you're like, okay, now you should worship me. But if you show somebody how to improve their lives and make their life, like we talk about, that drug dealer, if you show him another way of making money, where he can make money, because we talk about that the scam, the goodness with it is that it offers possibility. It gives you that, it's like a lottery. It gives you that, chance and that hope to be rich, but there's no stability that is involved. You're not going to be every day winning lottery. You might win one that is going to be good for the rest of your life, but it's not going to be an everyday thing. So there's no stability there. But if you give somebody that stability and you give them a means of making a living, then that would be one way of it's manipulation, but it's positive manipulation. It's what they on the flip side of it, if you're evil and you just want to manipulate for your own ends, then you will have those people, well, let me show you how to do a quick trick, like those confidence people, and then you win a little bit of money, and then after you do that, then you lose everything, like the casinos do. So for me, I still think that we have to work with people's self-interest and where they are, and not just give up and say, well, if you're not as good and noble as I am, then sorry, you're condemned to hell on the streets. I think that we should also try to use the resources that we have and try to sway them towards our own ends rather than just letting others use them. Because if we don't manipulate them, somebody is going to, and they might manipulate them against us.
Yeah, before I pass the mic, I agree with what you're saying, Tanzan. And by the way, you are very unorthodox. You know what I'm saying. Besides, you and Revolutionary Matron, most people would have answered that question like explaining why they would have just gave them the red pill. But you was like, "Yo, neither." That's kind of unorthodox.
Yeah,
But
what's the red pill again?
the red pill is like you recept. Like now, I can't tell you the real. You know what I'm saying? Is like I can't show you this. When I can't tell you, I can only show you. You have to take the red pill if you want to know the truth about real life. But if you want to stay asleep, take the blue pill.
Oh, okay. Notice that the blue pill notice that the Democrats' colors are blue, right?
Right.
Ah, wow, that's interesting.
I ain't gonna say the Republicans is the red pill either, though. But
yeah, but it's just interesting that they pick the two colors for the two parties. That's
Yeah, that's
yeah.
it. That
So
was
you
a
say
good.
Tencent will give them the red pill, force it down their throat. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Feel
I
quicker
say
than taking it. I'm playing Tanzan. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. I was saying that I would just let them stay blue pilled. I would let them stay where they are, just work towards getting them in the direction that I want. For me, I'm not so much concerned about people being of the right belief or getting truth. For me, I'm on the side of reducing the harm that they do to themselves and to others. So if it takes for them to stay in ignorance, that's what it takes, as long as they are acting the right way.
So let me ask you this, Tanzan. Though, now what if this is my last question, and I'll pass it.
Okay, you can keep them coming.
All right, so like say you wanna like say I don't want to I don't think the way that you is right. You tell them that and I don't want the ends that you want, but I'm a black person though. Like should I still get manipulated?
Oh yes, of course. Everybody gets manipulated in my system. If you have different ideas, it's not to say that it's going to be like, oh, it's my word or nobody else's. If you have different ideas and I consider you one of the red pills one, then I would listen to you and see. And also it depends on the vision. That I think that's the only not the only difference, but that's the main difference between the villains and the heroes in movies, is that the villain does not have a good reason, but the methods that he uses, the hero can use the same. The hero can use what people, in dictators call, what is it? That force, that cult of personality. That's the same thing that a good leader would call, charisma. So what is charismatic in one leader is, cultish personality in another. What is, looking out for the people, wanting the best for them, might be, moral bravery in somebody else. So it depends on what your vision is. If I believe that you want the same things as I do, and our methods are different, then yeah, I'm willing to listen to your ways. If you say, well, maybe the people can deal with a little truth, maybe we should let them know, maybe we can do this, as long as the vision for it is to improve the lot of the people. But if it's simply, as most dictators do, it's simply to enrich themselves and gain a power and increase their power, then yeah, you should stay as blue-pilled as possible. So for me, it depends on where we're going with it. For me, I don't mind. I wouldn't, put too much of, oh well, the methods that we're using are not the best. I still think that even goodness has to use sly methods to get the people to where they want. If you're convinced, if you have the courage of your conviction, then you should be able to employ any method, bar some moral objections, but you should be employing any methods to get to where you're going. Why can't we have the same ambition as those so-called terrible villains?
It turns in one more matrix question now. Now, do you think that you can beat the machines inside the matrix, or do you think you got to get them out to the real world? Can you beat the machines in the matrix? And there's no right or I'm just interested in
No, you can't beat the machines. That's why you can't save everybody at the same time. So I do understand people who are like, well, we can't save everyone, but you still have to go, at least snatch a few people from the jaws. Those are the few people who are going to help you to overturn the system. But a one-on-one fight with the machines is not possible. What you can do is either the war of attrition, or the sabotage, or just claiming small victories. But basically it's more of a guerrilla warfare than a one-on-one destruction. Yes, did I answer them all?
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I was waiting for them to jump in. If they don't want to, I keep going.
Yeah, they seem to be asleep.
I'm trying to get. Tenzin, are you saying that you're willing to manipulate the people for the better good, or
Yes.
you're willing to leave them alone where they at because they're not gonna do?
No, I'm willing to manipulate people for their better good.
So what if they turn around and then shit on the whole thing?
Well, the same way with the systems as they are right now, every system has to prepare for for a counter insurgency, just like the capitalist system incorporates its rebels. So there is even the countercultures in our current system. They are also a part of the system, which is why I was saying that even in the matrix, what people think is freedom in Zion is also a part of the matrix. That was one of the hidden misses. Zion is a part of the matrix. They have already created that, and they have already anticipated the rebellion and opposition. So what you do with opposition is that you control it, as we see in a modern world. So yeah, there are going to be malcontents, discontents. There are going to be people who are not happy with the system and they want to change it, and you have to be prepared for them. And they are the ones who are going to get the forced education or re-education, or they might just be put in their own place, like they did in the Matron with Zion. They just put them in their own place where they think that they are going up against the system, but they're simply just flailing their own hands in an empty room.
Since you guys are speaking of the matrix, do you know what matrix mean?
Well, it's a system that has 3 or more variables, and you can manipulate them in all different ways. In the mathematical system, a matrix.
In the biological term, matrix is derived from the French word matrice, which means uterus, the mother's womb. Don't you see?
Oh, really?
Don't you see that a movie that's telling you to get out the matrix is also is playing word against, if the mother is supposed to be the nurturer, the programmer, the original programmer, why is this piece telling you to get out the matrix? The matrix is the mother's womb.
Oh man, now you've gotten Jose out. If you're sleeping, I think you just woke up.
Which the mother's womb is supposed to protect you, feed you, and make you become the best person you are. Why is this movie?
God!
You got him.
Why is this movie telling you to get out the matrix?
Oh my God!
I'm just going to be quiet.
I have a wordplay.
You have it. It's all yours now.
I have a wordplay on it. In Cape Verdean or Portuguese, a mother is mine, but you write it MAE, right? So the pronunciation in English is still May, right? Matrix, and I have prepared some things to touch on the broken reality, the broken motherhood, right? There's the sisterhood, right? And then you go girl, and empowerment, etc., etc. But the motherhood is broken. So I have a wordplay and a plan to touch it, right? Vlogging, the leader, right? The start of the start of a movie or a show is called the leader, right? And I have the leader ready for years, but it's so heavy. It's such a heavy material. Plus, you're attacking mother, right? And us Cape Verdeans, and I think blacks worldwide, it's impossible. You don't do that. You don't attack motherhood, right? But I'm not attacking it. I'm shedding a light on the broken. You have this brother, a teacher of mine, that wrote a book about it, and he calls it the wounded womb, right? And my approach is matrix, but then spelled different, right? Mother tricks. Anyway, now this is crazy, man. That movie is so deep. It has so many layers. Thank you for this explanation, brother.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, and I'm not even saying what I'm trying to say be maybe different. I think the Matrix is really is a hoodwink. They hoodwink this. It's not really talking about if you knew Mr. Smith, to me, Mr. Smith, Neo is the villain in this to me. But Neo wants you to do whatever you want to do in this world. Don't follow no rules. Don't follow nothing. And if you like, Mr. Smith said humans have a habit of coming, destroying, and not putting anything in. So it's just funny stuff how Matrix, which is supposed to be inference the mother's womb, but you're telling us to get out the Matrix. And it's like saying, and then you just said something, maybe it's saying that the mother's womb is terrible, but I just look at it, it's more on a misogynist tip that people give this movie too much credit, I think. I don't think it's really reinforcing about being free. I think it's really reinforcing about being unruly and not living to rules. So I don't know, but I get it. I might be going on a diatribe now, but next.
No, you good. I just learned something right there.
Well, for my part, I think, yeah, it's a deep thing to consider. Is the movie saying that the Matrix, the womb, is a terrible place to be, and also is Neo going against it? Is he destroying the order, or is he, making a better one? And it depends on
Because
whether. So,
because because if the womb is programmed by the right programmer, it's a great place to be. If it's not, that's why I put the thing earlier. I said they passing that programming to the birth canal.
yes, I do remember.
So if the womb is being led by a righteous programmer, a righteous person, or righteous environment, they're gonna pass out righteous programming to the birth canal. But if it doesn't, it's gonna pass out what's going on now in the world, where I do what I want to do. I curse. I do this. That's what's gonna be passed on. So it's just like it's just the like they said, the women are the first teachers. Or what are these women teaching the next generation? So the Matrix, Neo to me is that Neo is not a superhero, because Neo just want to do whatever he wants to do. that people could do whatever they want to do.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what. Even Zion, when you look at the Matrix 2, the people dancing in Zion, it's like a whole orgy.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And they're so sweaty and filthy looking. I'm like, if
So
this is what
there's no
freedom is, no, thank you.
exactly. So why would I want to be in Zion? So this movie that people is funny style, and they know how to do it perfectly to program you. To me, Agent Smith said there's rules, and humans are just there to destroy, destroy, and destroy, and not to put anything in. It's funny. The mother's womb nurtures you and does everything to you, but it tells you to get out the matrix. So I mean that's
But it could also be looked at as a prison because, you know, you're supposed to be, it's your place of incubation, but you're not supposed to stay in the womb forever. So maybe, you know, Neo's message is one of freedom that, you know, your development is arrested. It's not even arrested. It's not even mature yet. It has not even been born. So it's like we're stuck in that pre-infantile state where, because the other thing with the matrix is there's no free will in the matrix. It's like you're an infant forever. You're always, you know, still on the umbilical.
let me ask you a question. Are the animals, a lion and a lioness, are they in the matrix?
Say that again, sorry.
So you said that you're an infant forever because you're following rules. There are rules to things. There's rules. With a society with no rules is anarchy. So if we say that, are the animals still in their infancy, like a lion and a lioness following what they were meant to do? Are they in the infancy? Like,
No, and that's because they have been let out of the womb. They have been given that free will. Because for you to follow the rules, you have to know what the rules are. But the people in the matrix, they are still kept in that state where they do follow rules, but they don't have the freedom to break the rules, so to speak. So everybody is well mannered and well organized, but it's not because they are doing that of their own free will. They simply, you know, it's like the emotions are directed. So that's not, you know, following society's rules either. That's simply just being a cog in the machine. And that's, I think, what you know, the fight was over, that even if you have a perfect society, the people would still want to practice their, you know, right to be rebellious, so to speak.
Hey, can I ask Ezulie and Tanzania a question? And for Neo, I would say Neo would say, I have not come to change the law, but to uphold it or fulfill it. And
Sounds like Jesus, but okay, go ahead.
but anyway, but I would say that let me ask y'all this though: would y'all make the deal for the steak? You know what I'm saying? Like the dude who's like, I just want to take steak again. You know what I'm saying? Would y'all make that deal, Ezulie?
nah, I would never make this mistake because I know there's never. I would never make because I would be fighting for something more than materialism. This guy was only fighting for materialism. He didn't understand that what they were fighting for, he's not going to benefit from it, but his children might benefit from it. So I wouldn't, if I was, but this is the thing. Like I said, I think those people with Neo were not the good people. If you get what I'm saying.
Right? Yeah, yeah. That's why I asked you. Yeah, because I get what you're saying. Like I know what you
But
mean.
if I was with them, I wouldn't, because I'm riding with my guy. That's something more important than steak. You get what I'm saying? And in the end, people like that, they never make it far. They always get got. So I don't know. What is Jose talking about? They were murdering.
That's a different conversation. That's a different
Oh,
conversation.
okay.
Yeah, but for me, would I? Well, no. Once you commit yourself to a cause, that's the cause you're supposed to follow. If you feel that you're no longer part of it, the best thing is just to walk away. Not only did he eat the steak, but he also, you know, set them up for distraction. And it wasn't because he had finally realized that what they were doing was wrong. It's simply for his own self-interest. It was only because he said, well, this is an unwinnable war for me, and I'm not going to get the benefit fighting against the system. I will just go ahead and continue to get it. So that's why, if you're going to fight for something, you have to fight for something that people believe in. If it's freedom, if it's, that has to be important to them as well. But obviously for him, the more materialistic aspect was greater. So people like that, unfortunately, there's not much you can do if somebody doesn't have the conviction. But even the people who do have conviction, you still have to promise them something, better than what they have, first of all, and better than what they're going back to. So you have to give them that in my world, you're going to have the freedom to be who you are, whether it's truth, it's knowledge, or this. You have to give them something. So while I wouldn't, necessarily, eat the steak, but at the same time, I know that a lot of people would. And even in that, in Zion itself, in the counter-revolutionary movement, you also have to prepare for the opposition, for internal opposition. This is what the bigger system is better at, because they know that every system has, what they were calling the anomalies. But unfortunately, the counter-revolutionaries, for them, they trusted each other too much, and they didn't think that any one of them could at any point turn. So that assumption in almost the infallibility of human beings is also something that we have to take into account, that if you're programming people, you have to keep it constant. That's why you see propaganda works only by repetition. You don't go once and you're like, your propaganda it has to be continuous. So even if you're in a fight against a system, you have to continuously propagandize your people and make sure they're still on the same path.
Yeah, and I agree with y'all, both of y'all answers. And look, one more question, Tanzan. This kind of a trick question, you know what I'm saying? Now, is the dude who sold out for the steak, is he worse than Smith? And if he's worse than Smith, is he worse than the architect?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Like we always say, you expect.
Oh man, Tanzan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you expect your opponent to do their opponent things. You expect your opponent to oppose you. That's the game. But it's worse when you're somebody that is supposed to be on your side does that. Um, and you have to punish them severely. You have to I firstly make provisions for something like that occurring, so you can't fully trust anybody. You can give them the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, if you do come across that, you have to punish mutiny and rebellion very harshly.
Oh man, come on, Tanzan. When did the war end? When he took out him, or when he fought Smith at the end? Or you know what I'm saying? Come on.
That guy is just the first. He's the step to Smith and architect and all this. He has to get rid of him to get to to the architect and to all these people, because if he doesn't, every move that he makes, this guy is going to give the architect the advantage. So you have to get him out of the way so you have some chance of winning the big fight. No, he's not the end guy, but he will impede you until, slowly breaking your spirit and your bones before you even get to the big guy. So
But Smith took over everybody until Neo decided to fight him, and you know what I'm saying, do what he did. You know what I'm saying? Like you just gonna keep, you would have just kept killing Smith over and over until you fought Smith. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
no, well, if he's in your way, you have to get rid of him at that point on your way to, fighting the big, the big boss. But you can't just let him fester there, because he's going to not only, if it's just you and the guy, then yeah, you're not worrying about the small potatoes. But he's there, he's going to corrupt and infest the other people who are on your side. You can't just let, that sort of element continue.
All right, Tanzan, I feel you.
At the end of the day, I don't believe the architect was wrong. If you look at it, what Agent Smith was saying is that human beings, when led to their own device, will destroy themselves and the world. So we put you in order so you don't destroy the world. So And in other words, I think that guy was worse, was way worse than Agent Smith. I'm rocking with Agent Smith
Wow.
anyway. I'm not rocking with Neo.
But
I'm not
look,
rocking with Neo.
Agent Smith wants to take away, even if humans are distracting.
Tenzin, you Agent Smith, you just say you will force them to take the red pill. You you just said you will force them to take the red pill. Agent Smith didn't care. Oh, you want to act up? Boom! I
No,
turned into
not
me.
that I would force them. I would leave them to be in their red pill state.
No,
I would.
no. That's not what you said. You said you manipulate them to get the end justify the means. So that's what Agent Smith is doing. Agent Smith don't care about. Oh, I have to do this. Shut your mouth. You got to follow the rules. Neo is on some shit. Oh, I want to do what I want to do whenever I want to do it because I want to be free. Shut your bum ass up. Neo was the bad person in all of this. And
Let
this
me
is
tell
why
you the difference between Agent Smith and I. And here's where the ends are different from the means. The means, firstly, I wouldn't force people. People already, in ignorance. So let them stay in their ignorance. I would not force them towards truth. That's the first thing. I do not force people to accept the truth. I just want them to live by the rules. So I wouldn't force them. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. I would still want people to have free will. Agent Smith does not. He despises human beings so much that for him, they're only a source of distraction. I say that human beings can be destructive, but they have the capacity to create as well. So I'm not just going to condemn them all to this life of blind servitude. So I'm going to control them. I'm going to keep them in ignorance and control them, but they will still have the choice to become, red pilled.
and that's the reason why Tenzin, I'm sorry. You see what you're doing? Your way, people are gonna go back, regress to right back who they was. Agent Smith is not letting nothing to chance. You're gonna follow these correct rules right now, whether you like it or not. See your way, oh, I'm gonna let them decide that. No. And this is why humanity is in the state it is, because nobody is following the code that they were sent here to do. Oh, I want free will is the worst thing humans could have.
Wow.
Free will is the worst thing humans could have. Do you see animals destroying the world? A lion, I give you this. I was watching this thing. There's this cat in the savannah. As a matter of fact, lions. A lion and its pride will kill a buffalo and eat it. And then for the rest of the week or the rest of the 3 days, they be good. Humans will kill 15 buffaloes even though they're not hungry. You know why? That's free will. A human could have one house. No, he was 3-4 houses so he could stunt. So that free will thing, I think, is the worst thing that humans that the creator gave to humans. To me. So I'm rocking with Agent Smith all the way. That guy with the steak, I would have rocked with him too if he was for the steak from the beginning. He's a traitor. You can't trust a guy like that.
Yeah, but you would have been Agent Smith though.
What you said?
I said, but you would have ended up as Agent Smith though.
Or he would have ended up, yeah, because I guess they would have. I guess because I think Agent Smith would have killed them anyway, because that's not a trustworthy person.
No, I'm saying you was on the side of Agent Smith, like he was corrupting everybody, so he would take over who they are.
Why would you say he was corrupting?
Because they became who we are. I mean, corrupting the files as far as like computer stuff. He was corrupting.
No, Neo was the corrupt file.
They both. I know. Yeah, they were corrupt file. But I'm saying you saying he would take over who you are.
Not the last Matrix, the Matrix before, where him and at the end of the day, I think Agent Smith was fighting for the best thing for the planet. Humans ain't shit.
At the end of the day,
wow.
So destruction of everything.
Night.
I don't even know what to say about that.
But listen, like what happened to the Oracle? What happened to the Oracle when Smith came for the Oracle?
Well, he came from the Oracle.
And she turned into Smith. Like he took over her, right?
Yeah, because she was siding with the program. She was corrupted. She was
but if you're down with that, he would take over you though.
If I'm down with what? With the Neo shit?
I'm saying you cool with him taking over you, like since you're like
Yeah,
you're on his side.
if I'm corrupted, yes.
Are you?
Yo, then what I'm trying to say, if you see all the Matrix, the one you're talking about, where he took over the Oracle, the architect created Agent Smith and Neo for some reason. I don't know. So Agent Smith is the hand of justice of the Oracle. So I disagree. If I was, let's say, I was corrupted, the way I want to be righteous. So corrupt me, put me back to my righteous path. I don't want to be one of those people. Go look at the Matrix. Zion is not a nice place. It looks dusty. It looks like there's a bunch of STDs running around there.
So you would take
You
this.
did not just say.
I bet you there's
You're like, I can't wait. I'll miss the
bet you
taste of steak. You would say, you'd be like, I'll miss the taste of steak. You would say that. Like,
I
no,
bet you there's monkeypox all over the design shit, herpes,
Wow.
all of that. I don't want to be
Yeah,
around there.
all these sweaty bodies all over each other in those parties. Yeah, man, Ezulie is right.
Oh my goodness! I thought I was evil. Ezulie just has no patience with anything.
I have no patience. I was speaking to somebody. I said, if the alien came and the alien said, "Yo, would you join me?" I said, "Yes." Eradicate them. And before you, because I know the aliens are gonna kill me for betraying the human race. I'd be like, before you kill me,
No, the
before you kill
humans
me-
will kill you for betraying the human race.
No. This is what I'm gonna say. I said, after I betray these low vibration humans, make sure you tell them I did it, and then you could kill me.
Damn.
Hey,
so let me ask you this then. So you would be cool with Agent Smith if he used manipulation to control the people?
Yeah. This is what I'm saying is I already told you. I think free will is the worst thing. Humans think they could do anything they want.
And Tanzan, you telling me you don't see how this could be a slippery slope? What y'all talking about when controlling the people?
I'm on the other side. I'm for controlling the people, but giving them free will. Ezulie.
See, the problem is Tanzan. You know what? You're a woman, and I could respect that. That's your nurture. You don't want. See, that's like you don't want to take responsibility of being like, you know what? I'm gonna put the hammer down, boom, and see you playing the fence. Oh, I'm gonna manipulate them, and I'm gonna give them the choice. What? 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 I'm with Agent Smith all the way. What are they doing in the Matrix? What did the people in the Matrix do that was positive besides having orgies?
They fought.
For what?
They fought for their freedom. You were talking about freedom. You should be on the side of the freedom fighters. You should be on the side of, the people who want to change things and
this is why I'm telling you, you're gonna be on my side sooner or later. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not fighting on the side of people who want to do whatever they want to do. There's rules to this. Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom to do whatever you want? Is that what we're fighting for? So why are we mad at the society right now? Everybody's doing whatever they want to do. So why are we talking about reprogramming? Because you know why? African people and Caribbean people are very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this. So why are we talking about reprogramming people's mind? What was the African mind before this?
We was praying to a tree in Africa somewhere.
But you know what it was? But you know what it was? At the end of the day, if you live in the village, you go by the rules of the village, or you be shamed out of it. So I don't understand. Black people, African people, Caribbean people, the original Americans, Indians that I believe were black here, always operate on the group rather than the individual.
Mm-hmm.
Neo was about being the individual. I could do whatever I want. After what's going on.
But so didn't Agent Smith feel like everybody should stick to the program?
Yeah.
And that's what you agree with? Everybody should just stick to the program?
Whatever program they sent you here that the creator created for us, you should follow that.
Which creator?
Whoever created us.
Yeah, there are two creators. There's the spirit and there's the program. You know, it's Agent Smith is programmed, right? So the programmer is the mother, and the spirit is the father.
Well, I'm saying whoever created this, whoever created the spirit is the person, is the rules I'm going to follow. Because the mother creates the body for me to come into this world. So whoever is the creator of my spirit, whoever is the architect, I'm following him. If I go off of that, how does that benefit?
There's the you know, as crazy as it sounds, what I believe is Agent Smith is a product from fear, the fear to fail, right? The fear to get harmed, the fear to be excluded. That's agent. Those are the agents and the programmed ones, and the neos and Morpheus, yeah. I have crazy word games on that too, Tenzin. But anyway,
I'm sure you do. I am so sure you do.
Neo, Morpheus, the white rabbit girl. You know, those people, they take risks. They you know, that so that's that spirit factor.
And so, did y'all see the new Matrix, right?
I stick to the first one. I've tried to watch the other ones with the Rasta twins and all that.
It was too confusing, too many characters.
Fuck all of that, man.
No, it was like a new one that just came out, and it is a new architect. And I was gonna ask y'all, so like, if a new architect came over after like everything that happened in the movie, it was a new architect that took over. You know what I'm saying? So I was gonna say, like, would y'all be down with like a new architect taking over? Because he put Smith in the position where I don't know if y'all seen the movie, so I don't know. I can't say
It was
that.
trash. It was trash.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. It was.
It's with Neo self-reflecting. That's what I got from the trailer.
It was him. Would you say that again, JB?
Neo retrospecting, retrospective Neo.
Kind of. They tried to do a lot with the movie, you know what I'm saying? But pretty much just to keep up with the theme, you know what I'm saying? And in that particular movie, they was you know, Neo was leaving themselves trails so he could like eventually get free, because they revived him and they running the city off of Neo and Trinity now, pretty much, you know what I'm saying? But there's a new architect now, and he keeps the Agent Smith, and he uses him, but he takes his identity, whatever. But when Neo figures out, he becomes Agent Smith again, you know. But what I'm saying is like, yo, there's a new architect, Ezulie, as you saw it, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you be cool if a new architect took over?
First of all, I think on the second Matrix, the architect said, "I've destroyed this world 6 times," meaning that you keep finding a way, which means that there is a defect in the architect. So, why is this person or this group of people straying away from the path that you created for them? So, whatever the architect says to do, I'll do. I'm not one of those. Yo, I'm for the group, bro.
No, I'm saying, yeah, so if a new architect comes along that you feel like is better, you know what I'm saying, you would take his side or be loyal to the architect that failed 6 times.
No. The person the architect that failed.
Yeah, like the new one got a new architect. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. Well, this new architect was on some woke shit, so I would stay loyal to the old architect. I'm not messing with this new architect right now.
Damn. See, I kind of had some hope for you because, like, if you would have been like the new architect, you'd be like, we could put a new architect, you know what I'm saying? But you're like, nah, I'm good with this architect we got now, the one that keeps having to re-kill Zion every, what, like 100 years or whatever?
Zion is just full of mustiness, dustiness. Like, what? Yo!
But the new one don't even have to do that because the people want to stay in the Matrix, like Tanzan said. But you're not even cool with that one.
The new one that they said they want to stay in the Matrix.
Yeah, because he was like, we have a much better conversion rate. People don't want to leave. They was like, we don't free as many people no more because people are as comfortable here now.
You know, or maybe people, maybe those people are me. No, I'm following this architect. This is the right way. I'm not
That's
trying
the
to be
new
like,
architect, though. That's what I'm saying. That's the new architect. The old architect
Who
is
was
the one where.
Are you talking about what's her name? Jada Pinkett joint? Her? She's the one that was telling me. Either way,
I don't know if you've seen the new one.
I saw the new one, but it was like 6 months ago. I don't even remember. All I remember is it was whack. So
yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie, but
can't remember.
I was just trying to make a theme to it,
So at the end of the day, I believe, and at the end of the day, I think that movie, The Matrix and the Red Pill, they're just playing. Hollywood has a way of playing with people's mind to give them something that looks like freedom, and then to be playing, to programming them under. Because if you look when Agent Smith was talking to Morpheus, he told Morpheus that what humans do. But who are they talking about? What if Morpheus was Agent Smith and Agent Smith was Morpheus? Would you see what I'm talking about now?
No, then Agent Smith, Morpheus would be a computer program.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. You remember the part where Agent Smith tells Morpheus, all you humans come here to destroy, you take, you don't, you're like a parasite, right? What if Morpheus was saying that?
But he's a human, so why would he say that?
What if Morpheus was Agent Smith? Okay, what I'm trying to say is, what if Agent Smith was a black person and Morpheus was a white person? Would you understand now?
No.
No, let me tell you why. Because and here's what I think the difference is between me and you using manipulation. What is more important to you? For you, I think you value order more than you value freedom. You value the laws more than you value, people's free will to obey them. Because if the law is all there is, and people are sort of forced to be, to obey the law, then that's not really freedom. That's not a human society. It's a place where it's like, Nazi or East Germany or something like that. So yeah, you'll have order and you'll have peace, but who wants to live in a society like that? Would you? Just for the sake of order?
So hold up. So you would rather?
I would not, Tanzan.
So,
Good.
and this is why we are the way we are.
But that's what I'm trying.
Go ahead, chase your freedom. Go ahead. I want to be free. Do your thing. Me, if the creator tell me you're gonna go left, I'm with the creator. I'm not trying to be, let me go right and see how it is and then get my ass kicked and then stay. It's not, if rules doesn't mean that you're not free. So rules means that you're not free. When the law, so the 42 principles of Ma'at, those are rules. You wouldn't want to live by those rules.
I know, I agree with those rules, but
what are you talking about? Those are rules. So if
I'm talking about Neo, like if your leader is a a tonton, if Papa Dog and so on, would you still just say, well, they're keeping order, I'll just have to follow what they say?
No. See.
Yeah,
stop! Don't do that, Tenzin. Don't do that. Now, see, that's the thing. Now we playing mind games, and are you trying to? We all know that the Tonton Makus were piece of shits. Why would I follow them?
That's what we're saying now.
Are they the creator? I'm talking about I'm talking about. I just said the 42 principles of Ma'at. Are the Tonton Makus what's the word? Making people follow those rules? No, the Tonton Makus are Neo. I'm talking about the 42 principles of my. Those are rules. So if according to if we apply the principle of the 42, that means Neo doesn't want to live by those rules. So the 42 principles are Agent Smith.
No, they're not. Agent Smith is like 132 principles on top of the 42 principles, extra principles. That's the point.
What do you?
He's not just for, somebody. Do you think somebody who has such disdain for mankind, do you think that he's going to have rules, to give them a better life or a happier one? No, all he thinks about is, conform and conform. That is it. So you can't have somebody like that in charge of people who especially have a different way of living from him. So he's going just.
And this is why we are in the state we are right now. Because everybody want to be free.
Hey, can I say something though? Because y'all kind of both proved the point. Because you disagreed when Tanzan said that she believed that manipulation can do that, and Tanzan, you disagree with me when I say that's what manipulation leads to. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. You agree actually with Tanzan because she said you should use that. You know what I'm saying?
No. Tanzan is saying she wants to manipulate them a little bit, but give them their freedom.
But I asked you though, would you be okay with Agent Smith manipulating people a whole lot to give them what they got? You say yes.
Yes.
But you wouldn't be okay with Tanzan manipulating somebody a little bit to give them freedom.
No. Because Tanzan is playing both fans. She's trying to be Agent Smith and Neo at the same time.
Yes.
No, you can't be both.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Do that.
And by the way, there is no Agent Smith without Neo, and no Neo without Agent Smith. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're both extremes. What I'm saying is that you can have both law and order in the same place, and we have, you can see examples of that. You don't have to, because you're positing as if there's order, then there's no free will at all. Which, that doesn't have to be. You can have order and laws, and people can choose to obey the rules or not. And then if they don't obey them, then you also still have a system or either punishment or containment for those things. But if you have a system where people cannot, break the rules at all, then that's not freedom. That's simply you're using people.
How is freedom working for for our people right now?
Say that again.
How's the freedom working for us right now?
Well, we don't have freedom right now.
We don't have
so Ezulie, should I be able to manipulate the people to get them free?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You agree with that, Tanzan?
Of course. I think you've trapped him on my side.
No, I'm not.
I know I did.
I'm not on your side. You talking about manipulating for a little bit and then no, I'm not with that.
I mean, it don't matter how much. It could be just only take a little bit of manipulation to get them to do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not trying to manipulate. I'm trying to get them do what I want them to do for the benefit of the universe. I don't care what you want to do.
But part of that benefit has to be for their benefit as well. You can't
No, it's not your benefit. It's the benefit of the ecosystem. Not you. You're one person. Animals operate the way they're supposed to operate.
Yeah, she's not saying one person though.
No, but that one person I'm talking about, the human species. The human species does whatever the F they want to do. Animals don't do that. If you know what they said, I was watching something. If they take humans off the planet, in 50 or 100 years, everything will be back to what it's supposed to be. Humans are parasites, bro.
Yeah, I know you kind of because you're like, yo, animals gotta get manipulated?
I guess.
No, they don't. I don't know what because I don't know what that point was.
Animals are following the program that they're meant to follow unless they interact with humans, and all of a sudden they start going haywire.
All right, and so humans should be manipulated into following their programming.
If a human doesn't want to follow the program, yes.
Okay, so you agree with Tanzan?
He will not accept.
I don't agree with Tanzan because Tanzan is saying to manipulate and then like give them freedom also. What does that mean?
So hold on, would you manipulate people just to put them in the harsh of slavery for like 12 hours every single day, or are you going to like let them
No,
go to
I'm
church
saying
at
that
least?
what I'm saying is we go by the 42 principles of my aunt. That's what you need to be following. If you're not following that, we could delete you, or you could follow that. You choose.
Yeah, but Tanzan didn't say nothing like, that's what doesn't the 42 Maya so you're saying that doesn't give you no freedom at all?
I say it gives you the 42 of them gives you plenty of freedom. But
So it's the same thing as the Tanzan is saying.
If you want to say that. Because
is that what you're saying, Tanzan? I'm sorry.
You're not, but for me, I am for like what Kokou is saying, manipulate people for the better good. If the better good.
So what was Agent Smith doing? What was Agent Smith doing?
He was just manipulating them to keep them in control. There was no good involved. That's what I was saying. How can you trust somebody who has such a low opinion of mankind to do anything for their own good? He's not a social worker, maybe not the best, but he's a prison warden. He just wants the prisoners to behave and keep the rules, and that's it. So what I'm saying is that you can still manipulate them using the same tactics.
So you want to be both. You want to give him a little bit of Neo and a little bit of Agent Smith.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I think that can work. Another thing that I think that you have a very pessimistic view of human beings and human nature, which Agent Smith shares. For him, humans are just either parasites or destroying parasites, or both. So for him, when he looks at human beings, that's all he sees. I don't share that view. I think human beings have both the capacity for good and for evil, and that it depends on which direction you have them go. That's not to say. Come on.
Oh, you have so much hope. Tanzan has so much hope. Oh, bless your heart.
With
Bless
your
your heart.
pessimism and the whole world is hell attitude. Go ahead.
Bless your heart.
Oh, your reign of the parade. We're ready.
Okay. Humans are you believe in the better good of humans. So you're Professor X. You're Professor X. I don't know if you watch.
Yes. I'm Professor X. I'm not the.
I'm Magneto. How dare you talk to me when I'm superior than you? That's who I am.
See.
You wouldn't be Magneto. You just be manipulated. And
No, I'm not Magneto.
You wouldn't be no Magneto. You'd be Magneto without the helmet. Like.
Oh, you see, that's the problem.
I'm just joking, bro. I'm just playing.
No, I get. You still have hope for the human race. Go ahead.
And you have no faith in humanity.
Are you human?
Yes.
I wish I wasn't, but.
Do you have faith in yourself?
Yeah, and myself alone.
Okay, well, you have faith in the human race too. So welcome to the club. How about that?
I can't wait to betray all y'all when the alien comes. I can't wait.
I know you'll be there knocking on the alien's door with
It's a long line, brother. So I hope you show up early before.
Ready to spill all our secrets to the aliens. Just tell them everything wrong with us.
But you see the difference is I know the aliens are gonna kill me after because
I
wouldn't want. But I'm gonna ask them for one favor. Let them know I betrayed the human species. Let them know.
Well, I agree with that, dude. We be betrayed and dead and took over. They terraform our planet. We all be dead. So like we wouldn't even be mad at you. We would just be dead. So like you wouldn't even get the justice that you want. The satisfaction.
No. Before I'm talking about before the wipeout. Let them know I did it. Wipe them out and then kill them. I'm just saying the human race. But what I don't know, man. This
race, human is not a race; it's a species.
The human species. It's just like when you look at different animals, they don't take more than they have to from the earth. They take what they get and then they go. They take what they get and then they go.
I have to get back to Afro-Native World's point that he said that we seem to be universalizing the term human beings. In my head, we're all speaking about Yurugo. That's what I'm saying, Ezulie, that you're taking
when I was trying to get you to that point, I wasn't seeing it. So
Okay, get us to the point then.
I
I
still
was
don't
trying to
see
get
it.
you to.
Y'all agree with each other. That's what I'm trying
No,
to
I
tell
was
you,
trying.
Tanzan.
No, what I was trying to get you to. I said, what if Agent Smith was Morpheus and Morpheus was Agent Smith? Would you understand Agent Smith
Then we
now?
would be like, we would say, yo, I'm on, we would not be on Morpheus's side if he was Agent, if Morpheus was Agent Smith, he'd be a machine and a computer. He wouldn't be
You're not
human.
getting what I'm
He
saying.
wouldn't be the same. You know what I'm saying? We would be like, no, Morpheus is the person who wants to keep us in this position. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like, yo, I know y'all don't think so, you know what I'm saying? But if a black person be like, I want to enslave you, I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's better because you're a black person. It doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying?
Or are you saying that if Morpheus was in charge of the system and then he want to preserve the system, like he had a more altruistic purpose than Agent Smith, for example? Because my main problem with Agent Smith is not because he wants to keep the order and so on, and because he doesn't like this. My problem with him is that he doesn't like humanity. He's not doing it for the sake of humans. He's not doing it to make human life better. He's simply doing his job, which is keeping the
Because
prisoners.
doing his job will make humanity better. It doesn't have to be for you.
That's what I'm
If
trying to
things
say.
works in order, if things work the way they're supposed to work, you might not. Some individual humans might not be happy with it, but the overall will be a better. The ecosystem will work better.
Now, this is what you trying to tell me. You want Tanzan to manipulate people a little bit to do that?
I want to manipulate them a little bit to give them a little bit more freedom. Yes.
Agent Smith said humans are parasites.
I don't share that opinion with him. I
Look,
think that
Afro natives see where I'm coming from, but y'all don't see it. Human, he, the Agent Smith say you humans are parasite. All you do is come and copy, take over, and destroy for your own benefit.
Is that what you do?
Is that what I do? No,
Yeah.
that's not what I do.
Are you a human?
So you're not
So
following
no,
you're not following what Afro native is
I
talking
follow
about.
exactly what you're saying. It's
No,
like
you're not.
that's what I'm trying
No,
to say.
you're
We try
not.
to separate ourselves because you like that's your opinion of what somebody else
No,
do.
you're not.
Somebody can
I'm
say
not
that's
saying.
the opinion of you, and that's what I'm trying to tell Tanzan well about this manipulation thing because like it's a slippery slope between what you're saying and what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Y'all pretty much saying the same thing, but you're just like, yo, I'm doing it for a positive reason. He's saying, no,
yes,
you're all scum. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not scam.
It's the
I'm
same
doing
thing.
it for a good reason, and that's where we differ because
But we all
Let me
define
ask
good
you a
and
question.
bad, and that's what I'm trying to
If you
tell
have
both of y'all. We
if you have
define the good and bad.
if you have 5 kids, right, and then you have rules in the house, and one of them keeps breaking the rules, right?
uh-huh.
What would you do to make sure that the house worked fine?
What if one person keeps breaking the rules? What would I do to make sure
You
that
have 5 children or
yes,
whatever children. One of them keeps. You have rules in the house that makes the family nucleus work.
isolate the troublemaker?
So you would isolate. So you would isolate the troublemaker,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how you would isolate the troublemaker? You keep. Would you delete them?
No, 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 no.
No,
Please.
or take over their body either. Like,
You
No,
would isolate them. What if you were able to zap
mhm.
their mind and get them to work incongruent with the rest of the family? Would you do that?
No.
I would.
Tanzan would. Yes, she would. Wise.
No, 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 no. I'm not that cruel just yet. I would isolate them. That's the first step. The second step would be to, try to reform their mind. Which
Reprogram.
Trying to reform. Niggas don't want to be reformed.
we're still talking about children, right? We haven't adults. Obviously, I'll be, I'll share your point of view when it comes to adults, but when it comes to children, I still have hope. Sorry, but
No, no, okay, by children I mean by like, oh, okay. So 17. Okay, so okay, children. Yes, you have hope. So what if you? I'm trying to say, what if you have kids that are in their 20s, right, or late 20s, right,
mhm.
and you have rules, and one of them does not want to live by the rules that you were for the family, which the rules that you set for the family will um will allow the family to thrive. But that one child doesn't.
But
Why
you're
would
not
you
going to
do?
force them to follow the rules. You're going to let them go out on their own and do their own thing. And if they don't survive, that's on them. But if they come back, they got to follow the rules. But I'm not going to delete them, you know what I'm saying, or disown them even. You know what I'm saying? And if they get in trouble or
You're not
hurt,
gonna
I'm not
disown
gonna be
them.
there. No, I'm not going to disown my kid if they do something. I'm not going
Even if
to.
they're doing stuff
I
that's
would cut them
detrimental.
off, but not. I would cut them off, but not disown
What's the
them. You know?
difference between cutting
No,
off?
no, like cut them off, like as far as like money and stuff like that. But I wouldn't disown them, like, oh, you're not my kid anymore. Don't ever talk to me again. I would still like, you know what I'm saying. But I wouldn't like pay their bills or nothing, or give them, you know what I'm saying, anything like gifts or nothing. But you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't disown them. No, you would disown your kid if he was like if you had like a 17-year-old kid who was like always getting in trouble or something, you would just be like, oh, you always get in trouble, get out of my house, that's it. You know what I'm saying? I'll never want to talk to you or see you again. That's what you would say?
I'm Caribbean, so maybe.
No, I mean it's no, you know, it's everybody personal thing. Ain't
I'm
nothing,
saying it depends what the level of. I'm not gonna sacrifice one kid for my 5 kids. That's what I'm saying.
but disown them. Like even if you put them out the house, you would disown them.
It depends what they're doing.
Okay.
If they're violating the neighborhood or whatever it is, yo, cut, disown. Don't say I'm your father.
Oh, wow.
So you think my son you think my child is better, is more important than the ecosystem, than the village? My son is not more important than the village because he's my son or my daughter. That's how
No.
I look at it.
No, but that's not saying that he's important. You would kick him out of the thing, but you wouldn't you know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't like if he like about to die or something, I would like save his life, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. I wouldn't like be like I wouldn't even never not talk to him again, you know what I'm saying? But would I bring him back into the house? Would I no, not until you get it together, you know what I'm saying? But and also once the person get it together, would you bring him back in?
Uh, on probation.
Okay, I feel you on that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not letting one child, like the Afro Native just said, I'm not letting one child destroy the world. I don't care if it's my child. If you got to be deleted to save the world, you got to be deleted.
Now I'm only saying kicked out the house because I didn't want to say take it up to that level, and I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna be quiet.
And I'm just saying maybe it's because I'm a father and a mother will see it differently because they actually created his body or her body. But
And you would delete your child if they was like,
if they were destroying the world?
no, okay. Now hold on, wait a minute, because the people destroying the world is like you saying like, yo, they're using manipulation to do it. And Agent Smith wanted to destroy the world, and you said it
No, he
was
just did
okay.
not want to destroy the
He
world.
wanted to destroy everything.
No,
He
he did
wanted to
not want
destroy
to
the
do that.
machine and the human race.
Because
That's what
they were at the end, you're talking about Matrix 3, because they were all corrupted by Neo and his retarded Zion followers.
he said in the first one when he was interrogating the dude, he said, I guess we can't be on here talking about the Matrix all the time, but he was saying, I want to get out of here though. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of dealing with these humans.
We want to get out of here because he has to keep fighting these Neo Morpheus retards who want to be free and do whatever they want in a musty Zion. That's why he was mad.
Ezulie does not like Zion at all.
Yeah.
Just
And it's funny. And it's funny. You see the world play. Zion is supposed to be a utopia of righteousness. But do you see in that movie what Zion is? Orgy. Dancing to not even drum music, not even stupid music. Do you see the wordplay they play in Zion?
Yeah, Babylonian.
Yo,
Zion were the Babylonians. It's the degeneracy.
Was Agent Smith righteous?
I believe so.
Oh man, okay.
What did Agent Smith? What did Agent Smith do that was wrong in the Matrix? Besides,
what happened to the people that he took over their body? What happened to them?
They became whatever. They became uncorrupted based on what he.
Uncorrupted. They died, and
No, they didn't die. That inclination to go do musty shit in Zion died. But that's why he destroyed.
They're human. They're human. They're real life form. That their form in the real life died, but they was finally alive because they came Agent Smith.
No to Zion mustiness.
Well, I'm just saying, if I'm with Agent Smith all the way, and what I think Afro Native world was understood what I was trying to say, but if Neo wanted to be free, he didn't want to do. See, when you first see Neo, he's working, he's doing this. They make that look like it's boring. Going to work, doing a job. No, they want you to be out clubs, partying, drinking, doing all this shit. That's the life of Neo.
So how we know you ain't Agent Smith right now? Somebody took over your body the way you talking right now.
Probably, and I'll be glad.
That's what I'm saying.
Admitted to selling us out to the aliens. Look.
Yo, you would be taking that steak dinner because earlier you said no, but you be taking that steak dinner.
No. But this is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna pretend I'm something. I'll be from the beginning. I'll be like, yo, I'm taking a steak dinner. Or that guy. So that guy was with the Neos, and then he switched. It's not like he was a detective, undercover Agent Smith.
Yeah, he switched.
That's a traitor. I could understand if Agent Smith sent him to infiltrate, and then no, he was one of them already. And then all of a sudden, oh, I don't want the mush. I want to do this. Nah, bro. I'm glad he died.
Okay, I'll feel you on that one. I'll feel you.
But you were saying earlier that you want people to simply be on your side because of, their love for freedom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but so the steak dinner guy, he was given that freedom, but he still ended up going for the materialistic aspect. So do you not see that, an appeal to people's better sides or an appeal to freedom does not work?
No, this guy was never about the freedom.
Well, that's why he joined the resistance, right?
No. He was, like I said before, there's two type of revolutionaries. One who wants to change and the one who wants to sit at the table. He wanted to sit at the table.
Okay, that's a good distinction.
He just wanted to sit at the table and eat steak. So
yeah, that's true on that one.
Yeah.
So that guy was never down with the cause. He just wanted, and in his mind, it was taking too long.
So pretty much, you would have been that dude on that. You seen the third one? You would have been that dude that woke up on the ship. Then, pretty much, the one that got who was Agent Smith in the human flesh.
Oh yeah, that one, the one that Agent Smith. He was like really like an undercover, technically, right, for Agent Smith.
Yeah, he was Agent Smith in the real world, I think.
He was Agent Smith on the low. Cause yeah.
That would have been you.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, I got you.
He's not ashamed of his game.
I'm not ashamed one bit. I'm not ashamed. Because when I
do you not see how you will be on my side soon? Because I don't get how y'all understand how the slippery slope works. You know what I'm saying?
Mine is not slippery at all. Mine is very well.
No, yours is very slippery. Talk about, I want to give him a little this, a little bit of that. Nah.
Look, my methods may be suspect, but my end is very clear. So I may use, manipulation and this, various methods, but I still see, the vision. The vision is to give people freedom, is to give them, the ability to make their lives and to be a part of a community, to follow rules. I'm for rules. I'm not giving people freedom to just, do whatever they want. They should have freedom to be a part of something, to follow the rules of the community, to make themselves worthy. That's the rules I want to give people, but I want to give them that freedom to obey the rules. Freedom to obey.
This is why I kind of disagree with Tenzin, because the 42 principles of Ma'at, right? If we're operating with that, those are not strict rules. Those are not rules that you can't follow. If you can't live within those rules, you definitely deserve to be Agent Smith. if that's a verb.
So you think Agent Smith was upholding the 42 Laws of Ma'at?
If I wrote the play, if I wrote the movie, yes. But
We
I
don't
didn't.
write the movie. We don't write nothing. We
But
don't.
that's
We ain't writing the
what I'm
movie.
trying to say is, if I did write the movie, yeah,
And by
that's what he would have been upholding.
you know what the ironic part is? It was a black woman that actually created this story. I don't
I
even
don't
know if she called it the Matrix,
I
but
don't even I heard that, but I don't believe her anymore, bro.
well, oh, well, okay, that's something different. But you know, you
Because you
also
know
believe in
why?
Agent Smith, so
Because you know why? She said, how could you're a woman? Why would you call the thing Matrix unless they wrote it? Matrix means woman's womb. Why would you tell people to get out of the woman's womb? You get what I'm saying?
but when you asked Tanzan, she didn't, you know, like, because I agree with what Tanzan said. She gave you like the actual, like, when somebody asked what a matrix is, she gave you like actual like real detail, because people wouldn't even be able to say that deep. Like what she said was actually like what most people think of when they think of the Matrix.
No, but I do like the wordplay on that,
Right.
because Hollywood also has a lot of linguistic symbolism, and so the idea of the matrix as being
The
the
original meaning it's
sorry.
matrice. The
Yeah,
original
yeah.
meaning is matrice. That's the woman's womb in French. So
No,
I
no,
don't know
yeah,
how
I agree. No, yeah, I learned that. Like, yo, I appreciate the lesson. I don't know. You think that sister knew that was what it meant?
because this is what the sister, according to her, matrix is Neo is supposed to represent Jesus, the one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you read what she said Neo. That's what she wanted Will Smith to play. I follow her stuff, and I actually bought her 2 books, and it was mad expensive. I ain't read shit because I kept. She's crazy. If you listen to her, she's very like I don't know what happened to her. She might have she might have had the power, but I think she got confused. But I bought her 2 books. Them shit was expensive as hell. Like Brother Bakari said, I support it, but she said Neo is supposed to be Jesus, the one.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying. I don't think she knew what like, cause I'll be honest, I didn't know what it meant. I don't know if she knew what it meant. I think she was probably a Christian. Like, yo, this is supposed to be Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
no, she is a Christian. According
Yeah,
to her, um um she's
yeah.
very Christian oriented. She said it was about Jesus. So what was it called before she called it that? What was it called?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying.
No,
Like, I don't know if she
I'm
knew
talking
the.
about you. I'm talking about Bitter Medicine
Oh,
Podcast said the story she wrote wasn't called The Mission. What was it called?
Okay, well, let him give that. But in any case, for me, even the term matrix, and I didn't know about the whole mother connotation. For me, I always thought it was in the mathematical sense of matrix, just an array of 3 or more variables, and then you use those to to define the other 2, or to solve for the solution. So matrix is like an extended form of algebra and also coding language and so on. So you can see the relations between 2 things, because algebra is usually x equals y, but in matrix algebra you can actually write x equals y equals z equals q r s. So you can have a lot more.
So so
Yeah.
so the definition is an environmental or material in which something develops a surrounding medium or structure. So and then I guess they have the math part of it, and stuff like that. Biology, the substance between cells of which structure are embedded. So that's the and then according to your stuff, yeah, they have the same some of the definition you're talking about, and also the programming. But the Latin is matter means mother,
Mhm.
matrix means bleeding female, matrix womb.
Mhm. And that sounds to me also like what in the past, well, before they discovered gravitation and all that, what they used to call the ether. And the ether was this fluid that was supposed to cover the whole world, that we were supposed to be in the ether. So they were trying to prove that there's a site of it's like a flow, it's like an invisible flow where we all inside the ether. And so it was like a outside of the womb, but inside of the womb of the universe, so to speak. but those theories were disproved. But that was the thinking that people used to have in the past, that we were sort of, the Earth was in this sort of womb of space. So to me, it seems like from the movies, it seems like the Matrix is less of a protective womb than than a prison. It's like a place where your development is literally arrested, because the womb, you are supposed to come out of your womb. You're not supposed to stay in the womb forever. You're supposed to live and start life as a human being, so to speak. So for me, the reason why I say that in the movies the Matrix is portrayed more as a prison is because you're never allowed to get out. That you're detained in that womb, where you're not allowed to become your full human being that you are going to. So while you can have children follow rules and you can control them, but they're not fully realized human beings, so you're not giving them that life. That is my main contention against this Agent Smith. You're getting order where humans are not going to be destructive and do all these things that they do, but they're not going to be humans either. They're not going to be innovative. They're not going to be creative. They're not going to love or relate or do all that. It's like in the movie, the world is at a state in, I think it was 1998 or 2008 or something like that, where the world is constantly at the same state, where people do not develop, people do not move forward. They're just, left there at, constantly permanent, even pre-infantilization, really. So if the womb that is supposed to provide protection for the child becomes a prison for the adult.
Yeah, but Tanzan,
What?
but listen though, Tanzan, wouldn't that be the same thing if you manipulate them though, or Bakari, if you enslave them? You know what I'm saying? When you get the
Well,
same
this is my plan. Instead of keeping people in the womb, you lead them, you lead them
back into
towards.
the womb real quick.
Hmm?
Get back into the womb real quick. I'm go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that was funny. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What's your husband there? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay. So let's get back into it. Yeah, so you don't want the adult. For a child, the womb is protection. It's a wonderful, lovely place. It's a place where they get everything that they need: food, shelter, all of that. So as a a growing infant or child, I don't know, fetus, it's a wonderful place to be. But it's not somewhere where you want to keep somebody forever. Eventually, even the mother wants the child to live. They don't want to have a 2-year pregnancy. So the matrix, if it starts out as a cocoon, as a place of refuge, but if you keep people there too long, that's when they need that freedom to be adults. So it's not the freedom is not necessarily freedom to do evil or destroy. I think that's where for you look at it like, oh, if you give these human freedoms, and the same thing that Agent Smith says, if you give these human freedoms, all they're going to do is destroy. Well, for me, I think that, yeah, they can do that, but humans also have the freedom to create. So if you prevent them from destroying, you're also preventing them from creating.
Yeah, but how you free if you are manipulated into doing something, or forced by forced to do it? Somebody had, how are you free if you are forced to do something?
You're manipulated into freedom. So that means that you're given freedom within certain limits, but in your mind, you have the idea that you're free to do things, but in reality your freedom is curtailed by some forces. So let's say somebody feels that they are free to go break the rules, but at the same time that freedom will be curtailed by armed security agents, or certain security measures, closed doors, alarms and so on. So that freedom has also to be checked. But in his mind, of course, he can go do it, but you also have to curtail his freedom. And then also, if you want to manipulate his actions, you can also give him the illusion that, yeah, he can do it, but there will be consequences. So you can also manipulate by fear. So if he wants to do it, you can put the fear of punishment. So there's still the illusion of freedom, but that freedom has its limits. Yes.
Yeah. So
okay. Let me just update. Greetings, sister. I have to give her proper greetings. Sister Rowital is in the house. She's a very honored guest always. So thank you for joining us. Karibu, Karibu, Sister Rowital, Vital Vegetarian, and Melanated Goddess. What we're discussing today is we were talking about deprogramming the African mind. So we talked about the programs that Africans and people in general are under, but we're not only concerned about our people. So various programs we're under, manipulative, from propaganda to political, economic, and other systems. And so how do we deprogram ourselves from these false illusions? Do we manipulate people into changing their minds but taking away their free wills? Or do we just, give them the freedom to do whatever they want, however destructive it is? So that's the basic thing. How do we deprogram the minds of Africans who are stuck in these self-destructive and communally destructive systems? And how do we do that in a way that gives them or takes away their freedom of will?
Well, Ezulie said we should let Agent Smith and assimilate us into the Matrix. You're saying we should manipulate people into taking the red pill. Bakari want to beat somebody over the head with a bat and be like, take the red pill. I don't know. I think we lost. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just joking. I don't know. That's a good question though. For me though, I think that all of that kind of stuff it does get to a dangerous point. You know what I'm saying? Like where it's gonna be some kind of thing where you feel like, yo, it's the right cause for the people, where it may not be and nobody agree with you. But you know what I'm saying? Somebody be like, well, guess what? If we want to stay strong, this is what we got to do. We got to let them come over and take control. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be a jab or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? That's just my thing. I just think it's a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? When we start getting into forcing people to do things instead of, just letting it, building it and letting the people who want to be down come. And then like that's the consequence. You know what I'm saying? If you're not down with it, you're not paying taxes to the society. You can't get no social program from the society or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get you. You're always on the cool side. I'm kidding, but but for me, it has to the greater thing is the good of the community. And when we started, I was talking about the program that we had before, the program of the community, of the individual proving himself worthy of being a part of the community and actually being trained to you get to both become individual but also use your individual for the good of the society. So like we talked about, when a child is born, they have they're welcomed formally into the community. The whole community comes together during initiation. The whole community comes together and acknowledges the test that the young ladies and gentlemen have gone through, and says, okay, now you're part of us. When it's time to to marry, when it's time to and this tests were for everyone. There was no one who was exempt from this community test, so it applied to both men and women. And so men had their tests for manhood, and the same thing with women. Women also had their test for marriage and womanhood and all that. And not just a test that you thrown out, you actually had training from the time you were born. So this was our programming. It was not this rugged individualism where everybody does whatever they want, where our idea of freedom is not having any rules. But it was also it gave the individual that free will, so that he also had a role to play. He had to prove, he or she, English forces you to use these pronouns, but both he and she, they had this freedom to to participate, to prove their own worth as individuals. It was not just automatic that because you exist, you're automatically a member of the society. You had to prove your individual worth and contribute to the society. So we had a mix of both. There were rules, but there was also that freedom. And we didn't need a lot of manipulation, because everyone sort of knew their responsibility, everyone knew their roles, and you wouldn't have these outliers of people who either want to revolt against society and change it completely, or the people, like you said, who simply want a seat at the table, or the people who want to upend the system, which are the criminals. So because everybody had a stake in the wellness of society, everybody knew the responsibility. We all worked together to make the society good for everyone. What we have now is, the opposite idea of both freedom and order, where order simply means following the rules, simply, going by a certain very arbitrarily moral code. The law does not necessarily reflect morality, it's simply what works. And at the same time, the freedom of the individual is not this, freedom to make your life better. It's simply freedom from rules, and sometimes it's even freedom to destroy yourself and your own people. So that's not the kind of positive freedom that we want. My only reason for saying that we have to manipulate people is that most people are not at the, in the mindset of my individualism should be used for the collective good, or or vice versa. They only look at it as I want mine, and everybody else can, do whatever they want. So in that kind of situation where people do not have those principles, to me it's futile to try to convince them in nice terms, like, oh, you should do this and that and that. For me, it's you should use the trickery that has been used to deceive them to get them to do what is right. Yeah, that's my stance.
I think when you're referring to the matrix as the 42 principles of my is the matrix. It's rules that tell you how to live as a human. It doesn't matter if you're a child or if you're a human. Once you get out of that, because like we're just saying, the programming is bad because the person who carries the matrix is bad mentally.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said the programming is passed down. It's just like what's this lady's name? Oh my god, I'm reading her book right now. Her name is it's called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. And then in this book, she talks about how we are suffering from trauma that our great ancestors are going through.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get that? Because it passes down to the mother to the child.
Mm-hmm.
So if the mother is in trauma, the child's going to be in trauma. So we have to fix her mentality first in order to stop that. Yes, Be the Medicine Podcast, Joy the Group. So if the mother is in trauma, the child is going to be in trauma. So now, if the father's in trauma, the mother's going to be in trauma, the child is going to be in trauma. So in the movie The Matrix, why would so the movie was called The Third Eye when she wrote it. Supposedly, when she wrote it, is supposedly, I put that in quotation because I don't believe her anymore, but it's called The Third Eye. But they call it The Matrix. The Matrix are rules, a set of rules that you should go by. Once you get out of those rules, the system falls. So it's not really about you get kicked out of the matrix and the matrix is supposed to be for a child. The earth could be considered the matrix. The village is the matrix. So I don't know. Neo was a loser, but even though I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Hey, let me. Okay.
I look. I'm not on your side, like, but at the same time, I cannot, go get on Agent Smith's side, because I think that if you're fighting for something, you still have to have some sort of, caring, or you still have to have some fellow feeling for what you're fighting for. You can't just say, well, I'm all about rules, but I don't care about the people. To me, that's so cold and brutal, that why even want the rules? What's the point of having?
Why are you focusing on Agent Smith? Agent Smith. Okay, the people who wrote that let's switch the stuff and say Agent Smith is defending the 42 principles of my art, because he's going with the architect.
Mm-hmm.
So what is if let's say he was defending the 42 laws of my art? Would you agree with what he did?
In that case, yes, I would. I'm not against the methodology, like I was saying. I am against the ends. So the means is, I don't have a problem with it. The means, I totally have no problem. I said I'm for soft manipulation. So if that's what it takes, but the ends, that's what I'm against. You see, the 42, yes, the laws of Ma'at, the means was to firstly to make the person a better person, to have them, go up on the moral ladder, so to speak, that after you obeyed all these laws, you'll be a better person. But there's no such succession in the matrix. The matrix wants to keep people in their infantile stage, whereas the 42 laws wants to, to elevate human beings from just being, this crazy, greedy materialists to something higher than themselves. So if there is a moral code that uplifts people, then yes, I'm for, the manipulation and the rules and the order and all that. But if the goal of it is just to keep people in their place and not to have, conflict or revolution, then no.
Yo, does the 42 laws of Maya do that?
Oh, let me just take a moment to answer Afro-Native World's question. Say, medali. Medali is a proverb. Do you know this medali proverb? Sikio la kufa halisiki dawa. That means sikio is your ear, kufa is death, kusikia, which means halisiki, that's the opposite, is does not hear, dawa is medicine. So translation of that is the ear of death does not hear medicine. And the meaning of it is that somebody who is close to death or close to giving up does not, there's no hope, does not listen to the message of hope. So if somebody has given up, then they will not, listen to the sound of healing or of medicine.
Hey,
Yes.
can I ask both of y'all a question? If that's the case, right? If y'all agree, right, and say it's the 42 laws of Maya, and the architect is right, why does that keep being anomalies? Like, why does it keep being a bunch of neos that keep popping up?
Because there's a defect in the architect. He keep programming you with free will. Or maybe the architect wants to be important, like he creates those people to go out of track and then he brings them back on track. I don't know. There's a defect in the creation. Or
So,
maybe he gives you the opportunity to, experience and then learn and then come back to what you're supposed to. But Neo don't want to come back. He want to be free.
he want to be free, but Agent Smith should force him back to the Matrix.
Or what? Or be deleted.
Yeah, or be deleted, I guess.
So so I think like the architects give you the Neo just wants to be free. So I think Agent Smith is what you call is the right hand of the architect. He's the chief enforcer. Oh, Gunner's oh, this guy's acting bad. You're gonna go down there and get him. Or Goku's
So why did they put Neo to fight him if that's his right hand man?
To fight who? The architect?
No, you said You said Mr. Agent Smith is Neo, right? Is the architect right hand man, right?
Yeah, that's his man. That's he who sends to enforce the law.
So why did he send Neo to enforce the law on him?
To enforce the law on who? On
He was a virus, and Neo was the antivirus.
No,
he needed Neo.
That's what they said.
Why? But why would he put him in there if he was his right hand man? He was accomplishing the goal. Why would he try to stop him?
Wait, I don't understand the question. Focus. Are you? Can you ask again?
Okay, so he's saying Agent Smith was the architect's right hand man, but in the end, right, the architect or not, well, the architect in the Matrix or whatever in the real world put Neo in there to stop him from, because he was a virus taking over everything, because that's what all Agent Smith was a virus taking over everything. You know what I'm saying? Like how black people want to be white or like be Arabs or be all of these other things, but not black. You know what I'm saying? There's a virus that affects us, and that's what Agent Smith does. He encodes you, and you become, you know what I'm saying, not yourself. You know, you become Agent Smith. You know what I'm saying?
Neo was the virus, bro. Neo's the virus.
So why did the Matrix put Neo in there to stop Agent Smith?
Because I don't know, and the way
Because he was a virus trying to stop the Matrix too. He became out of control, and he wanted the destruction of all of it.
you mean Agent Smith became out of control
Right,
later on the other Matrix.
right.
Because in the first and the first two Matrix, he was enforcing the laws. It's the third one he actually became technically what they say a virus himself or whatever, because he wanted to, I guess, to be free too. I guess I don't know.
Let me take a crack at it. So the system is set up by the architect to follow strict rules where everybody, follows their patterns and, becomes. So there are programs that, keep the system running, but the people are also programmed to, continue functioning as they do. So nobody questions the system. So what Neo, but they also have a plan for anomalies, which is people who, for some reason or another, are not going to follow the system or go the other route. So for that, they have prepared Zion and these places to isolate them and to keep them away from the rest of society. And Agent Smith and those other people, they are there to enforce the rules. So if they see these anomalies cropping up, they can try to either contain them within the system or remove them from the system, or they can take over parts of the system to try to contain the anomalies. So what happened was Agent Smith, he takes over the, some of the, programmable units, the human beings, and then he tries to contain the anomaly. But what happened was the anomaly became too big, so he had to, take on more and more of these, units, and so there was a danger of all the units becoming like him. So order becomes, it collapses in itself because he wants everybody to become uniform. So there is uniformity in order, but unfortunately the system cannot function that way unless everybody is turned into the agent of of control, which is Agent Smith. Just saying, just control. So the agent, it's control of the system versus overthrowing of the system. And I think they have to have both. The architect has to send both because they are both needed. The anomaly has to be in the system. Well, the anomaly occurs in the system by accident, but they're prepared for it. So the agent has to be there to contain it. And sometimes it does not work as well as they want, but that's the reason why you have to have both to counter the other.
So pretty much y'all both agree that agents manipulation was best if we can keep the people in line.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's the end that justifies the means. If that's what helps the people, because that's what they do in the Matrix anyway. They are still manipulating they're manipulating people's ignorance to keep them, orderly. So for them, they use order, but you can use other ways to manipulate people. You can use fear, you can use greed, you can use the promise of something better, or you can just appeal to their better selves. But unless you have people who are actually better themselves, then that's a futile appeal, as we said earlier, that when people don't have shame, when people look at freedom as the ability to do whatever they want, then that's not enough appeal. At that point, you either have to, softly manipulate them or, use force against them. Because if even what you can promise them is not, there's nothing moral about what you promise them. Nowadays, if you promise people freedom and, happiness and all that, happiness simply becomes, fulfillment of desire. Freedom simply means, doing whatever you want. So these things that we use to appeal to people's better selves and loyalty does not work anymore. That's my only reason for saying you manipulate people until they know what is good for themselves. Then you can let them decide.
Yeah. We're gonna be in Matrix 28 by the time we
I'm for that. I understand where Tencent is coming from. You have to fool the people into loving themselves.
Yes, thank you for picking up the torch. I was flailing over here with these two. Go ahead.
All right, so Ezulie want to be Agent Smith. Tanzan want to be both of them. I'm not sure what JB wants, and I'm saying destroy the Matrix, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Destroy the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to the real world. You know what I'm saying? But I will say this though, you know what I'm saying, before we wake people up, you know what I'm saying, let's fix up Zion, you know what I'm saying? Like the people who want to be in Zion. Let's not just force people to wake up, you know what I'm saying? Like
Man, Ezulie will burn down fast before he even messes with the Matrix.
Ezulie gonna come into the real world and try to kill us in the real world.
Let's take a flamethrower to Zion and
I would destroy Zion with a one button.
He would have sent the machines already. But that's all right. We got those
We're not letting those sweaty Zionists out anytime soon. They stay in Zion.
yeah, but we got those shockwaves for when they come close, you know what I'm saying, that knock out all the magnetic pulses for when they
Y'all
come.
want to be musty. Y'all want to be full of monkeypox. Like,
Yeah, you know what I want. I heard you say I was on the toilet, but I could listen. I could hear the show. You said the forecast. You said I don't know what JB really wants. I want the mother to be the dictator again. The mother has to be the mother. Mother is, father is God, right? Mother is that other one. I'm not going to mention things that start with S or things that start with D, but the mother used to be harsh for the son, right? Because she wanted him to be a man. So if Matrix is the mother, right? Zion is that filthy child that is abandoned and that's into anything, be it LGBTQ and whatever, and does yes, mother dictator, and does if the mother is not the dictator, you get that mess. What happened in Zion? LGBTQ, sweaty bodies all over each other, partying night and day, pills, coke, alcohol,
the mother can't be the dictator. The mother has to get her programming for somebody who's from the spirit, from the seed master. So if the seed master is corrupted, the mother's going to be corrupted.
Now the seed master is God, right?
So the seed master, if the seed master is corrupted, then the mother's going to be corrupted.
Listen, the seed master is the umbrella outside and inside, and the mother is the boss inside. The house is hers, and the seed master.
No, the house is the house. Oh, go ahead.
The seed master provides the house, and the house is hers.
No. The seed master provides the house and provides the programming that should be passed down to the children.
Yes. So the mother is the overseer. The mother is harsh. She is the overseer.
So, but if the mother's not listening to the seed master, then the kid is gonna be then the matrix is gonna be destroyed.
Yeah, but the mother is no child.
The mother's no what?
The mother is no child.
What do you mean the mother's no child?
The seed master is not the father of the mother. So the concept of her not listening should not exist.
Yeah, it should exist, bro. Because how do you raise the person who's in the matrix properly?
Well,
if the mother's not listening.
Well, the seed master is not or should not be the master over the house master, over the overseer. The overseer understands her job, and that's that's law, and the law of the seed master and order.
I would like to say this while just on a little tangent. I know it was going on in the comments. Melanated Goddess says, I agree, we need to bring back rites of passage. And that was, the rites of passage was simply the culmination of this programming, of the communal programming that the child underwent. So from the moment of birth, the training of childhood, respect for elders and peer groups and so on. So that program was continuously given to the child all the way, through adulthood, through, eldership and so on. So we had a way of teaching, training, and also testing the individual to prove himself part of the community. And I definitely agree with the rites of passage, because that's also part of the deprogramming. That's that gentle. It's not manipulation, actually. That one, is it? I don't know, but it's not the devious manipulation. That's just the honest way of doing it. The reason why we might have to resort to worse methods is because we don't have that communal programming. We don't have that communal structure, so we have to use the methods that Ted Paddock was using, basically having to force reprogram some people, to me, especially the children. But I definitely agree that we should have rites of passages. And I'm the one who mentioned to Kokou about the videos, Jose, that you had with the rites of passage. Remember that video when and I was asking you about it? There was this young man, and they went into a forest, and I didn't know whether it was initiation or a war.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I just typed it.
Oh, okay.
Karchak 2012. In 2012 was the once in at least 30 years circumcision ritual, and it's not that they only circumcise once in 30 plus years, but that's the big Jola come from worldwide to every 30 years they decide in what village it's going to happen. And in 2012 it was Karchak, and coincidentally it was the village where my child's grandmother comes from. So I was right there. I was on top of it, and I was even invited to take part. And the scared urban boy in me said no.
What?
Yeah, I'm not circumcised, and I could take part of it, and I would be a Jola warrior, a Jola man.
Oh man. But at least you're there to see something that very few of us, I didn't even know that these things were going on. It seems that West Africa has a very rich system of traditions and practices and culture. I don't know if, us in East Africa just, stopped celebrating it, or we didn't have a very strong one in the beginning, but they have a lot of these festivals, carnivals, very
Yes.
showy, dressy.
Yes, in Senegal, very much so. Yes, all of them. I don't know, but the Mandinka, Jola, Serer, they are very into their rites of passage. Okay, right. Now I know what it means.
Okay, that was funny. But yeah, so this rites of passage, that was part of that programming. That was part of the preparation for the young men and women.
Yeah, no, I was 40 back then. Back then I was 40 something. So in 2012 I was 42 or 43.
It's okay, Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, so that was the Jola rituals. Yes, the one online is, that I saw that one. The how do you say Karchak?
Karchak, yeah, Karchak is the name of the village where it was held.
Okay.
A Christian village, by the way.
Oh.
Because Jola are you got Christian Jola and Muslim Jola, and most of the time it's per village. Mm-hmm. But inside the village, where for example the grandparents of my child, the mother is his grandmother is Jola and his grandfather is Serer. And his grandfather is Muslim and his grandmother is Christian.
Oh wow, that must make for some interesting family reunions.
Oh my God! I stepped into a whirlwind.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, okay. Afro Native also says that, interesting, you mentioned that a brother who lived in Ghana now lives in Rwanda said the same thing. Indigenous African spirituality in West Africa has not seen that in Rwanda. Yeah, and that's how I see the the strong link between West Africa and the African diaspora, because if you look at even, you know, the carnivals in Brazil, in I think, I don't know, because South American countries, I think St. Vincent also have like a carnival a session and so on. That's why you see in New York, they have a lot more of those carnival things than in California. We just get the multicolored rainbow one. But the West Africans are more showy and yeah, they're more showy and custom, you know, they like to celebrate more than we do in East Africa. So, and I see that also in the spirit of carnivals in South America and some of these other diaspora communities in outside of Africa. So yeah, East Africa, our celebrations are like our food, very, very bland. We don't add spice and, you know, many colors to things. We like things just being simple and understated. And so our cultural traditions is not as showy as in the West, but when it comes to the rituals, to the initiation, that's something that's, you know, it's prevalent in every single African tribe. Every tribe has its own initiation rituals. It has its ways of preparing and training the people in the community and preparing them to be a part of the larger whole. You're not just, you know, you by yourself. You have to prove. Community is not automatic. It's something that it's a continuous process. It's repetitive, just like propaganda. Propaganda is not something you hear once. It's something that has to be constantly blaring in the background or something repetitive. So when it comes to the training also with the programming, it's enforced daily in the child's life. For example, the principles of respect. The child is told every day, you know, a child through, you know, riddles, through proverbs, through practice, the child is taught that you're supposed to earn your membership in the group. And once you earn it, you're supposed to be proud of it because you proved yourself. It's not something that is just given to you. You proved yourself. So it's very important to, if we were to start on this path of deprogramming, it's going to be something of the sort that we will start with the individual. So we start in an individual group. We have the isolating of the individual, which, you know, the cults and so on do. But when you isolate your people, you isolate for good. Like with the initiation, they separate the men. Like in that video, it was, you know, the men, the boys and the men would first be, you guys just have to go see the video, but they would be led in first, and then the men would come, and then later on the women would now come with the singing and the dancing and so on. But for some time the men was simply, you know, isolated, and they were, you know, supposed to be by themselves. And same thing with the women. The women also had, you know, their time when they were separated, and they would learn these things in secret, and then, you know, come together as a community. So instead of, you know, kidnapping, if I had a project for the modern way of reprogramming, you would, you know, take, instead of taking these young men who maybe are on a bad path, instead of sending them to prison, you build your own, you know, so-called prison, but you build a you know, 1 or 2 week camp where you put, you know, the boys to certain rigorous exercises, training and program. You give them challenges and obstacles and something to work towards. You put them in teams. You give them competitive.
Yeah. You know, that's part of that ritual. They are chased into the woods with only a small piece of cloth for their private part on the front, and they are chased into the woods and have to survive. It used to be 2 to 3 months, but since the school vacations in the West and these vacations from the employer are way shorter than that. It's maximum 2 weeks, but it used to be months.
Wow. See, that sort of thing that will make a man out of a boy.
Yeah, and that's months with hyenas, crocodiles, hippopotamus, you know, scorpions, snakes,
Ben,
all of that.
are the older men at least there to help them, you know, in case things get really hairy?
No.
Oh, man.
No, the older men chase them with explosives
You have seen the video, right?
Yeah, I saw it, and I was
Yeah.
like, it is honestly no joke. I mean, you almost feel bad for those young men, but like, you know,
And children
yeah,
and young men.
yeah, children and young men just going into the forest and being terrified. But it's okay, you know, that's when you tell the women,
They
it's
come
okay.
back a man. They come back a man.
Yes, yes, they come back as men. So Afro says, oh yeah, in random. Us West Africans are too loud. Yeah, you guys are too loud. Your food is too spicy. You know, no, tone it down. And Mr. Touchable Bootcamp. Yeah, something like Bootcamp. Bootcamp is also, you know, like initiation, like a ritual. So you know, it teaches you your teamwork and all that. It's just that in those sorts of things, you're simply taught the methods. The emphasis is on the methods or the means, and not necessarily the ends. So for me, I always say the ends, the ends, the ends. So yeah, boot camp is great. The methods, I'm sure, are, you know, rigorous, and they train you physically and mentally and so on. But that's all it is. It's just to make you you improve your body and so on. But with the initiation and the rituals, there's a bigger purpose than that. It's not just to get you to survive. It's to use all your instinct, and also to see how you can you know, you can use all your wits and everything that you learned in training. So yeah, and also to make you a part of the group, to either learn to be self-sufficient or learn to work with other people in the team. Equivalent of Burning Man. Yeah, something like that. But it was, you know, Burning Man is a cakewalk. That's a walk in the park. What this young men were going through, oh man, yeah. I felt I was like, man, but I have to remember that the men in the group also went through that. So if they survived, you know, just go through it, and good luck to you. Mr. Untouchable says, I'll sit behind the hut for 2 weeks. Mr. Untouchable, then you'd never get to be a man. If all you did was just sit and skulk about the hut for 2 weeks, you'd never get a man, you'd never get a wife, you'd never get, you know, you'd get nothing. You'd be looked at and laughed at. The women will laugh at you, and the men will refuse to sit with you. So, you know, good luck with that. No, you
Well,
just
Tanzan, why should Mr. Untouchable have to offer them anything? They should just take him as he is, right? I'm just joking. No, that was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
nah, it's okay. But yeah, you have to prove yourself. You're not going to get away with, you know, skulking and stealing. That's not going to work. Oh, habari gani? Mzuri sana, Bobby, right? Welcome, karibu. Yeah, so even with that, you still have to earn your, you still have to earn your right to be in the community. You still have to go through the training and the test and pass. So yeah, that was the whole programming of the child from infancy until manhood and beyond. That was the program. We don't have that sort of system. We have an almost invisible entry into adulthood and manhood. You simply become automatically, you know, a part of society, and that's why there's so much individualism, because there's no time that you're officially welcomed into society. You simply are. So that feeling of belonging, that feeling of being responsible for other people greater than yourself, that feeling is not instilled in the individual. We're simply told, well, you know, all the best, and you're an adult now just because you reach a certain milestone in your life. You know, reaching 18, 21 or whatever, that's not a milestone, and it's not even a personal one, because all you did in that one was to be born, and that was before you even did anything. So just making a passage into adulthood, you know, a simple matter of, oh, you've reached this age and therefore you automatically that is also what makes people's loyalty to the group very weak, because the group did not invite you. You simply were, or you just thrown into it, you know, willy-nilly. So what the importance of those rituals was that it not only made the person, it tested the metal of the personal character of the person. So it made you become, have to have those personal conflict. You had to fight against your weaker self. You had to fight against your instinct to, as Mr. Untouchable says, sit behind the hut for 2 weeks and steal the village food while people sleep. So it's not even that somebody was looking out for you. You're alone in the forest, half naked with bombs blasting at you from all sides. You have to have, pull all your mental and physical reserve and resources to survive that sort of thing. And that's what builds character. That's what builds that loyalty, where if you go back to your village and somebody exhorts you to fight for your people or for yourself, then you know that you're fighting for, for something bigger. But nowadays it's, why should I fight for my neighbor? Why should I, help somebody else? All we care about is ourselves, because we have not been made a part of the community. There's no reason to care for somebody else because, you don't have that sort of bond with them. So
here, Tanzan. 100%. Yes, you said it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're missing a lot of that in the modern world. So reprogramming our people is not going to be a mass reprogramming until we get the power of propaganda.
You know, when I first arrived there,
Uh-huh.
I dreamt of some sort of hostel for because there's also a situation. There was also there is also a rebel situation, right? And I dreamt of unification in the first place. So to have students of the north come and get to know the Casamance down south. But also I thought also of our urbanized young men, and to indeed have them come there for a week or 2 weeks on excursions, or maybe organized by Nation of Islam or the 5%ers, or maybe some private black school. To have boys have real men on their retina.
Yeah, I think even if it's just a short, 1 week, 2 weeks thing, like I said, it does not, sometimes just for the seed to be planted, you might not see the fruits right away, but people who had an experience, in their childhood, who attended a meeting, they might not see the importance of it, but later on, you will know why it was important to go through all that. Because even the young men, they might not see the need of, going through all these difficulties and so on, just to learn a lesson. But after you're older, that's when you look back and see why it was necessary to, to do what, to go through all those difficulties. So I think that we have to start a program, even if it's just and that's a feasible thing, so many of the times it's just, the system is against us and so on, we can't do anything. But Bakari does not like, that can't. You have to think of what you can do, and that's a feasible thing that we and can be done pretty much everywhere. You just take some youth, you have a place, you come up with activities, and you have a group of mentors or older men who either they've gone through a similar program or they are mature enough to know how to organize such one, and just do that. Go ahead.
If you have seen toddlers run barefoot through the woods, knowing that there are deadly snakes and centipedes, deadly centipedes and deadly scorpions in the woods, then you will behave differently. It will change your perspective. It will change your it will put the bar a bit higher concerning things you dare to do when you come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if we had a similar one for the women as well, where women, take other women under their wings and teach them the basic skills of womanhood, teach them to cook, to take care of the house, to behave, as women, to speak properly in public and in private, to conduct
2 weeks, 2 weeks without a washing machine.
I think that would be a bit too much. We have to start slowly.
No, what? No, don't disappoint me. Come on.
You're talking about, Mr. Touchable, and you're talking about sent from, Quebec or Paris. Yeah, they wouldn't make it. They would get lost within a day. They would sit down and just start crying.
And cry.
Get me out of here. So, hey, we're dealing with softer targets. So,
But you changed the subject from washing machine to both of them. I see what you did there.
Okay, washing machines. Yeah, so that's the responsibility we have. We have to take in our young men and women and isolate them, take them away from the distractions of the world, take them away from all these all these calls for the attention, and focus it towards something. And even if it's not it's not like a life changing, you can't change somebody's life forever, that exposing them to that mentality, or exposing them to the possibilities of what they can do and what others can do. Even if they themselves don't make it, they will see examples of other young men their age or older men who have done more than they thought was possible. And also I think that it's time for it's good for men sometimes to leave the company of women or society so that they can become better men. I don't know what secrets men tell when they're alone, but yeah, they need those. And same thing with women. We're not going to tell you our secrets when we're alone, but women also need time to recharge their femininity. Women also need to be around other women and just talk and chat and all that. And I was talking about the heart life, hashtag heart life. If only was here, would have gotten it. But in the African household, there was the main house of the lady, of the matron of the house, and then to all her sides were the houses of her sons, the firstborn son on the right, secondborn son on the left, and so on and so forth, until they they broke their home, which means they take their home and then they settle somewhere else, and then their old house is broken down until the last person who stays in the homestead is the youngest son, and he stays there forever. I mean, he stays there after everybody's gone. But in all the households, in all the compound, there has to be what's called a simba, which is the house for recreation for the young men, and it's only for the young men. It's where the bachelors and the men come together and they have their parties and they talk and all of that stuff. But it's still a small house. The big house is still the house of of the mother and for entertaining all the guests. But the simba, that small house, was for the men, because they recognize that men and women need time to be men and women just by themselves. Men need time to when they can just put their feet up and not have to worry about the women. And same thing with the women. Women also just need time to sit and gossip without somebody thinking their conversation is trivial or boring. And that acknowledgement of space, that acknowledgement that we can be together, but there are times that we should be alone, not alone, but there should be times when we are separated. Now the Muslims, they go too far, and then they just say, well, men and women can never be in the same room, which is just extreme. But the concept behind that is the need for for that training, the need for that programming where you teach each other and you have that hierarchy even within our different communities. And one of the other programming that we talk about, so this was the cultural programming that we have. So when in the beginning I was talking about what kinds of program we under the political programming, where we are following the the structures, the political structures that were given by, the colonialists. None of the African countries changed the old system. We just continue with the parliamentary systems where, democracy, representation. But our old program was a program of involvement, communal involvement, the idea of a council of elders, a council of young men and women, and a council of women as well. So power was distributed within all the members, all the adult members of the community. And so that was why it was important also for men and women to prove their role in the community. So that program, we still are not on it. We abandoned that program, and we took the one of representing people and, buying up people to go, steal for us legally and publicly. Religious-wise, we're under the programming of monotheistic religions, whereas before we used to have a more nature-based system of religion, where the nature was very involved. Also, we prayed for rain. We gave thanks for harvest season. We had seasonal planting season celebrations and so on. So nature and God and man was highly entwined. But nowadays we separate them all. You go to church. When you go to church, you leave nature behind. You're sitting in a building, a concrete building, and the pastor is there in front with, there's no nature to be had there. It's simply, God outside of nature, or the other way around. So as you can see, we are under many levels of programming. And if we to start deprogramming ourselves, we have to firstly get in touch with our African selves, know what, even if we can't go back to the structure, we can at least know what the principles behind them were. What were the principles of raising children, of becoming a man or a woman, of marriage, of society, of power, of elders, and so on, and of the peer group system, of the hierarchy, of having different people, age groups, where you're part of a group of people, you grow up together, you have similar experiences, and you bond as a group who are of similar ages. And so that responsibility, that feeling that you got, you were given, so you had to give back. We sort of lost that fellow feeling. We lost that obligation to continue. And so we simply look at get as much as you can and keep it for yourself. Yes, so that's where we are with the programming. There are several layers to the programming that we're under, and the deprogramming is going to take a lot, but I think that it can be done on a small or individual basis, but not yet on a mass basis. For the masses, like I said, they will be subject to manipulation, harsh and brutal manipulation. I'm just kidding, but no. For the masses, the ones that we can't reach by convincing, by arguments and so on, I think that they will have to be manipulated for their own good. Yes. Okay, thoughts?
Well, I'll just say this to end, what I'm saying. We see here who tonight is the only one that's unplugged so far. I'm gonna unplug you to Tanzan, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna force you to take the pill. You're gonna have to choose. You gotta choose the pill, the red pill. But you're gonna choose it. I got faith in you, Tanzan. I'm gonna unplug you. No, I'm just joking. But no, I understand what you're saying, Tanzan. Don't get me wrong. I get what you mean about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's a slippery slope because, there are more people who have, and then it get way more nuanced than what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a clear difference. But then certain things, some people can argue, well, this is for the best interest of the people. You know what I'm saying? And well, you know what? I'm making this decision, and he may try to manipulate you. Would you be cool with somebody manipulating you? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think the best way to get results is to let people that want to choose it, and I get not everybody's gonna come, but that's just we got to take that L. You know what I mean? We taking enough L's. And I'm for casualties. I don't believe in sacrificing casualties. You know what I'm saying? I'm still not hard on the coon or nothing like that. But I got faith in the people that's actually down to do it and to make a change, and that's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that we're gonna have to manipulate the people when we're doing things the right way. You know what I'm saying? Unless, I mean, you can count that as a form of manipulation, and I would agree with that. You know, but that's just my take. But I understand exactly what you're saying, though. Don't get me wrong, though. I get it.
Is that quality over quantity?
Yeah, yeah. I would say so. But because like I think you just leaving room for people to come back and what I'm saying, and to like come back on you, or you leaving room for like a rebellion, and you're leaving room for the anomaly. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why there's an anomaly. I know that's just in the movie, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when you force people to do something, like, because if you got to manipulate somebody to do something, that means you're getting them to do something. I think maybe it's not true, but like, I think you're getting them to do something against your will. And I know that's not what you're saying, because I know you wouldn't say nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just just the way I see it, I guess.
And for me, it's not just manipulating for the fun of it, because it's not fun for me, and it's not just for their own good. Sometimes it's also to prevent further distraction, is to prevent them from running amok. So because if the youth, let's say you give them all the freedom, you're like, oh, I respect your freedom to do what you want, I don't want to manipulate you. And what if that freedom for them leads to to somebody else, them depriving somebody else of their freedom? There's been two major famous cases of youths just going crazy, just for very little reason at all. There was the case of the old man who was just beaten by this young man for no reason at all. I think it was in New York, but I can't remember. And then there was this recent one where this youths just went on a rampage and actually, yeah, they took the life of a cab driver for trying to get, I don't know, trying to not pay the fees and so on. So the young people are, they're running amok. They're giving them freedom. These are the sorts of ones that I would definitely have manipulated, or at least boot camped, or putting into some kind of social reform program, because not only are they harming themselves, but now they are harming the other members of society, and especially when they attack the elders. Like, I know that people can say, well, some say, some elders, this, whatever, but at the same time, there's no justification, there's no reason why we can, as a society, just let young men and women do what they're doing right now, even in the name of freedom, even in the name of, oh, well, don't want to interfere with them. These people should be, because the opposite of that is, just punish them, just sit back and say, well, I'll respect your freedom of choice, but if you do something wrong, we have the gallows waiting for you, or we're willing to throw you into jail. I would rather do a two program boot camp, like Mr. Untouchable was saying, than have them do a crime and spend 8 years behind a smaller jail than we are in right now. So that's, for me, how I see it. It's not just out of control, or just wanting to manipulate people. I think that sometimes when things get so out of control, something has to be done. And for me, I'd rather do a short and rapid session than let these people fester on for years.
Well, it's easy to. It's not easy, but the kids are acting that way because it's trickled down. Your your government acts aggressive. Your state acts aggressive. Your parents act aggressive. So why not? Children are just a reflection of the environment.
Mm.
So how do we deprogram? Like the parents are infected. The society is
Mm.
infected. The society doesn't even respect elders as part of the community. You put them in nursing homes, or you do this to them. So
Right.
So again, these kids are doing these things. You know why? It's in the name of freedom. Oh, let them choose. They could do this. They could do that. No, we don't. Yeah, those are the neos. That's what the neos are doing.
I knew you had to find a way to work that in there. So good touch.
That's the neos. Let
Yeah,
the
but
neos
it's
go
true.
free.
That's what Zion was. Zion was party. Sweaty, got her,
So much
got her.
anti-Zionist
Streets.
comments in here.
So I'm just
Zion was
saying.
the streets. The gutter.
So these kids are doing this. Maybe you know why? Why we don't want to? Maybe the adults shitted on these kids. So when they see an adult, why shouldn't they shit on the adult?
Maybe
Same
maybe
thing.
Agent Smith took him over.
Somebody said something. Yeah, don't ever shit on. Don't shit on people on your way up because you never know who you're gonna meet on your way down. So somebody mentioned the taxi driver thing getting killed in New York or whatever by the kids. It's like two cab driver, two 20-year-olds and a 15-year-old girl. Now 3 lives gone.
Yeah.
4 lives technically. The 15-year-old died. The 2 men are going to jail, and I think the girl, it's a 15-year-old girl and a 13-year-old. It's 4 of them.
Hmm.
So if you beat the fair or whatever, I don't know what the kids. You think 20 years or 40 years ago, like those kids would have fought back against an older person like that
No.
over a fair? I mean, I guess they probably didn't mean to kill the dude because they said they were just fighting him back. But at the end of the day, yo, we don't know how these kids were raised. Yes, they did wrong, but hey, the adults are sick. The society is sick. So why would the kid not be sick? But when an Agent Smith is coming to put rules, yeah, I don't know. He's manipulating. No. Let Neo. Those are the Neos. Those are the Neos.
Agent Smith was a virus. Speaking of sick.
You guys. But and to your point, Ezulie, Bobby Wright also says that the irony of America, when you say that it's a society, the whole society is sick, it provides a rite of passage to young African American men when it inducts them into the military and indoctrinates them into defending their very oppressors. So as you can see, manipulation is being done. Indoctrination is being done. It's just being done on the other side. So if you want for them to go into a different direction, either you re-indoctrinate them or you re-indoctrinate them or you provide something. But these people, their minds are already gone. Their minds are already, on that side of defending their very oppressors. So even if you leave nothing, do nothing, you're already in a defeated path because they're already doing something. You're doing nothing would be only effective if they did nothing at all. But you're going against people who not only have lost their minds but have insane thoughts put into their minds instead. So their minds are not only lost but corrupted. And so for us to contend with these corrupted minds, we either have to get out of the way, use force, or try to manipulate them. For me, I don't look at it as manipulation. It's simply unzombifying a zombie. You're not you're simply returning them to their natural state. You're not trying to bring them into something different, because where they are right now is unnatural. So you're simply trying to bring them into the state where they are, and then after they're there, now they can choose what to do, whether to continue with the programming or whether to take a new path. But at least you give them a choice or an option or an opportunity.
So it's not manipulation, Tanzania?
No, it's still manipulation, but bad manipulation. It's manipulation towards a good end. And I keep saying that the end. Where are you taking, this, children or these young men and women? What are you manipulating them towards? If it's the army, when it inducts them into the military, it's indoctrinating them with the end to do what? To defend their oppression. So that's the end of that. But if you indoctrinated them to to defend themselves, or at least to not defend their very oppressors, then that would be positive manipulation. Then you'd just simply be undoing that manipulation that they are already under. Yeah, so as Jose also agrees, our young are being taken away, drilled away out of our villages. That's what's going on with the military and so on. They are literally taking the young men, either putting them into indoctrination camps or putting them out in the streets, which is confusion, camps or just violent areas. So I asked how do we, if deprogramming is too much, how do we guide the youth away from these self-destructive behaviors? How do we channel this energy? Because there's nothing wrong with youthful energy and experimenting and doing all these things, but how do we make them into something productive?
The matrix is dirty, bro. The matrix is dirty. You gotta clean the person who's creating them. It's not about the children. You cannot make you cannot guide the children if the creators are fucked up in their head. Why we keep saying the children when the parents are the fucked up ones?
Because the parents are already gone. That's my only reason for that. The parents, I have.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If you see a child yelling, acting crazy in the streets, are you gonna tell them stop doing that?
No.
Most people are not, because you know why? We're too afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the days, like if my son is acting up in the street and you was there, you'd be like, yo, you better behave before I tell your father. Or you didn't even have to know me. You'd be like, yo, that kind of behavior is not acceptable. But you can't even do that anymore. Because you know what? The children is not yours no more. That's the children of the state. The matrix holder is not yours anymore because she belongs to the state. And and the master seed himself is gone. So to guide the kids, the master seed and the matrix holder are supposed to be level-headed or be African centered. How are you going to change children when the mother and the father, whether the mother is educated or uneducated? Because I'm not just attacking the uneducated, the educated, the lawyers, the doctors, they messed up in their head.
Yeah.
Because they're all chasing something materialistic stuff. So how are you going to change the kids? So this story right there, that with the cab driver, not only they killed the cab driver, this is how this thing is funny. It's two 20-year-old boys, two little girls. Now they're going to charge the boys with murder. So now they're taking away the father of the father out of the neighborhood, even though they're not fathers yet. Mm-hmm. They killed the father, who was the father of 4 children. Now all the males are out of the family, and it's just the girls which are gonna be matrix, which their matrix are gonna create kids, are gonna be left alone to raise those kids with no protection.
Yeah, the tragedy just keeps unfolding. It doesn't end with just the one. It just it's like generational. All those children left without a father. All those those young men who have their lives cut short. Whether they come out late or not. Either their lineage is will be appended. Now they're not going to have children or in jail, or they might be LGBTQ'd. Who knows? But we really lost a lot of a lot of fire, a lot of passion, a lot of male energy, and the community pays for it. So that's why I say that if we can manipulate the situation, that we don't have to be at the mercy of these people. For me,
we gave up on the children once we let the government tell you how to raise your kid. Nobody fought. Nobody fought. If you're in a community, the lawmakers are supposed to represent you. How are they passing laws to keep you from disciplining your children?
Yeah.
So, hey, Ezulie, are you saying like the creator is worse than like the creation?
No. I'm not taking. I'm not talking about to that level now. I'm talking about to the human level now, like us.
Yeah, like the parent. He was like the parents is kind of more to blame, or not
Yeah.
more to
Oh
blame,
yes, yes, yes. Because they were sent here to raise the one that they birthed. How you let the government, the laws maker tell you can't discipline your kids? How did you let that happen? And now you want to blame the kids?
Yes, Ezulie is the message, man.
So Tanzan, do you agree with that? The creator is worse than the creation, like like that, especially like the parents and the people who create the atmosphere that creates the kind of people
Yeah,
that.
definitely. The parents are to blame, but I also can't focus the solution being on the parents as much because, they're too far into the system. Their window of change had passed a long time ago, and so for me, I look again to the children if there's any hope of change. They, like I said, by manipulation, okay, I was talking about soft manipulation, but at that point, it might even be better to just take the children, not in a governmental sort of way. Let's talk about the older children, 17, 18. The younger children, that's their parents, and can't do anything about it. But at that window between and late adolescence and adulthood, I think that's the time when there's some.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there's some hope of this radical reformation where you can take the children and maybe put them through a rigorous program away from their parents, away from society, away from their other regular peer group and so on, and put them into a program where they cannot reach out to their parents and community and government, and they just have to rely on themselves and follow the rules. So I would think that would be one way to actually separate them from their harmful parents. Are you going to say something?
I'm gonna say this. They said I used to work somewhere with my friend who works in the educational system.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how do they predict how much jail cell they should build? He he told me it's by how many boys fail the third grade. That's
Wow.
how they determine how many prisons they should build. By the third grade. Your child already know what's the gun. Yo, if you're waiting to discipline your child at 15, you're done. Your child should be disciplined by the age of from 0 to 9. Especially a boy. A boy at 15 could beat up a mother, and if he's strong enough, probably could beat up a father.
Okay, 6 o'clock, people. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh yes, actually. Oh man, and I
Thanks,
hope to.
Oh, wow,
thanks
Tanzan.
for having me. And yeah, enjoy.
Peace, baby. Hey, real quick, Tanzan, because I was trying to set you up, but you ain't even fall for it. Because I was. Yeah,
Thank you, Jose, for joining us here. Your linguistic magic is always appreciated.
Okay, bye.
All right, have a good one. Peace. Amani and Kwaheri. Yes, set it up, focused.
No, yeah. No, I was just trying to, because I was going to ask Ezulie, but it's too late now. But I was going to say who was worse. I think I know his answer. But I agree with Learning Curve and what she said. I wish she would have got back on. I wanted to hear what she had to say about it. Shouts out to everybody that was in the chat. Shouts out to Ezulie, Bakari, JB, Ikan Fire, everybody that came on here. And I was going to ask Ezulie, who's worse, the coon or the maker of the coon, you know what I'm saying? If the creator is worse than the creation, if the parent is worse than the child, you know what I'm saying? Because they created, you know what I'm saying? Who's worse? But never mind, don't even answer that. But shouts out to y'all. So
Oh, you say if he's worse the coon or the who created the coon?
yeah, like J. Edgar Hoover or the dude who sold out Marcus Garvey.
J. Edgar Hoover or okay, let's use what's his name from Chicago. What's the guy from the Black Panther Party? What's the fuck's his name?
Huey Newton?
No, the other one. He was from. He died December 4th or something like that. They made a movie about him that like 2 years ago.
Like
3 years.
Fred Hampton or something.
Yeah, Fred Hampton. Who's worse? Who them or the guy who snitched on who set up Fred Hampton, right? The coon is always worse because that person, J. Edgar Hoover, is technically against you. The traitor's always worse, and the coon is a traitor. The traitor's always worse to me.
Unless they come in with unless they Agent Smith, then it's cool.
But Agent Smith didn't betray anybody.
No, he did what was best for the people. You know what I'm saying? Whether they felt it was betrayal or not. But no, that's
But
not.
Agent Smith was not working for the people. He was working for the architect. So whatever,
Okay.
unless he betrayed the architect, then he'll be worse. But I think that the
Yeah.
coon is always worse than the coon creator, if that's what you want to say.
Okay. Tanzan, did you change your mind yet?
No, I always see deal with the immediate threat first and then go for the major one. Yes. So get rid of the coon and then go for the, for the big guy up there.
So should we manipulate the coon instead of we should manipulate the coon, y'all?
Now the coon should be deleted.
Everyone.
Okay.
The coon is delete because you're a traitor. Unless you could manipulate the coon to do your thing and then delete him after.
Okay.
I agree with that.
If you could manipulate the traitor for your own person, for the move, for the gain of the majority, and then after that, get rid of him, give him a restart, tell him come back. And anyway, that's an act of love to delete a coon. You just give him a fresh start over again, bro.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's all I want. I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing about it. We've been here too long. I appreciate y'all though. Shouts out to both of y'all and JB and everybody else that was on here.
Yes, and thank you to everyone who was here today for a wonderful and excellent conversation. And a challenging one. We're not just here to make us to say who is right. We're actually here to sharpen our swords, our intellectual swords, and to bring our knowledge, wisdom, experience to the front and to see how we can make ourselves and our people, better. So
Agent Smith was right.
He was a virus, bro. He would have been a virus, man. That's what you would have let him take over your body, man.
No, Agent Smith is not the virus. Neo's the virus. Neo's the virus. Agent Smith is the white blood cell. Neo's the cancer cell, the AIDS cell.
Man.
The body sends Agent Smith to correct the virus in the body.
Man,
So Agent Smith is not. Agent Smith is the white blood cell, bro. Neo is AIDS, is monkeypox, is cancer cell, is everything that's wrong with your body.
Man, I'll tell you what, the anomaly gonna be waiting on y'all. By next year, the next anomaly gonna be waiting on y'all.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I already laid out my plan for the nice domination of the world. The benevolent dictatorship is here, and everybody will be forced to be happy.
so Tenzin, you're Pinky. You're the brain.
Yeah, that's me.
The brain taking over the world. I bet.
Just a nicer brain. Akili, yeah, there you go. That brings us all the way around.
Asante, y'all. Amari, everybody, y'all.
Achilles mine. Oh, okay.
Yes. So
what language is that?
Mind Asili is the essence or the character or the nature of somebody.
What language is that?
Swahili. Yes. So we try to speak Kiswahili as the lingua franca, and also, it's the language that Nyerere.
Who created Swahili?
Swahili was a tribe, a Bantu tribe, a trading tribe. They came from, they traveled, the Bantus, well, they came through the second or third wave, but they traveled from the west coast of Africa, southern Africa, and then they eventually settled on the east coast of Africa in Mombasa, Malindi, and so on. So they spoke Kiswahili, which is similar to a lot of other Bantu languages like Sotho, Zulu, and so on, and even some more of the southern Bantus. So they were a merchant trading people, and they traded with other tribes as well as other people, the Arab merchants who came, they traded with them as well. So the Swahili are a Bantu group. They speak Kiswahili. That was their language. So when after Kiswahili became the lingua franca, because it was a trading language, they spoke not only Swahili with other tribes, but also with other people from the outside. But it helped a lot with the intertribal, because tribes are not, the languages are so distinctive that sometimes tribes cannot understand each other. We may live in the same area, but when somebody else is speaking, it's like speaking a whole different language. So when Kiswahili came, it actually improved intertribal trade, as well as outside of the tribe. And when Nyerere came into power, he chose Kiswahili because firstly, it was already being spoken by a lot of Africans. And secondly, because even though the Swahili are a tribe, they're not a major tribe that sought to conquer other tribes. They're actually more conquered through cultural infusion rather than force. So Kiswahili was chosen, and also because it shared a lot of commonalities with other African languages. So like moja, mbili, tatu, if you say the numbers in Kikuyu or Kamba, they're very similar sounding. Mtu is Mutu in Kikuyu, and so on. So Kiswahili sounds very similar to a lot of the to African languages already. So that was the origin of Kiswahili. In fact, up to now, there is a tribe of Kiswahili people, Swahili people. Ki is the language of, Swahili is the people of. So but it's not a big deal. Most people just say Swahili for both the language and the people, but technically Swahili is the people of Swahili, and Kiswahili is their language. So we are speaking Kiswahili, but it's not that big of a distinction. So that's how Kiswahili came about. And just to clear confusion, because some people say, oh, Kiswahili is an Arab language and so on. So no, Kiswahili is not Arab. In fact, the Semitic languages, Ethiopian, Amharic, and so on, are closer to Arabic than Kiswahili. Kiswahili is more of a Bantu language that has loan words in Arabic, in English, in Portuguese. So because it's a trading language, it has words from other languages, but the main basis of it is the language Kiswahili, or the people Swahili. So yes. And it's very simple to learn. It's spoken in a lot of African countries: Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Congo, Burundi. So East Africa really has that promotes unity in East African countries, and it helps, with the travel and so on, and also with the cultural identity, where when you speak a language that is not, the colonial language, it gives you a different way of looking at things and thinking and so on. So
what does Mungu mean?
Sorry, Mungu. Well, Mungu is God. Amani Mungu means Amani is peace, and Mungu
Peace, God.
Yes.
Oh, so the
Omani
forecast.
Mungu.
Peace, God.
Omani Mungu, everybody.
All right. Amani focused.
All right.
So yeah, that's the essence of Kiswahili. So Kiswahili, yes, Kiswahili is African in origin, and it's not Arabic. That's why, people who claim that, I'm like, do you hear the Arabs speaking Kiswahili? No, they speak Arabic, and they have difficulty even, and they don't want to learn Kiswahili. Kiswahili is spoken in Africa. It's not spoken in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in all these countries. So it's a powerful language to know, because it grants you access, or it gives you that commonality amongst a lot of Africans on the continent, on, in different countries. And it's one of those things that unifies us even as Africans, because we also encountered this division between, our languages and, our tribal loyalties and so on. So when we have a language that is not a colonial language that we can speak amongst each other, that really, is a powerful statement and a unifying one as well. So that's the importance of Kiswahili. And also for me, it was, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening.
No, and just, the last thing about it is that when I came here, I actually had Black Americans speaking Kiswahili, and that shocked and surprised me. It was a good and pleasant surprise, but I never thought that anybody outside of my country, outside of our countries, would even be interested in learning Kiswahili. Like, why would you? And but it was really, it was nice. Like I say, if you want to go to a place, learn the greetings of the local language. You don't have to be fluent, but just showing that you're interested. If you go to Spanish place and oh, lo habla español, whatever, at least somebody can see you're giving that friendly openness to to the people. And yeah, so it was a really nice surprise when I learned that some Black Americans in America were learning Kiswahili. That was a few years back, but that was a nice and pleasant shock.
What does the other one mean? Telipoteza akili.
You see, it's so simple. Say it again. I won't tell you how to say it. Just say it as you think it's supposed to be said.
Telipoteza akili. I don't know.
There you go. So simple. That's it exactly. I don't even have to tell you how to pronounce it. You see it, you say it. Tulipoteza akili. That's exactly it. Kiswahili is phonetic. The only thing I always say is the difficulties is the double consonants when you see things like ND or NG or things like that. But the rest of those, this double consonants, but the rest of them is, you just read it as it's written. So that's tulipoteza akili, and tulipoteza means we lost our minds. The two part is the plural of us, we, so we, and then the li part, tulipoteza. To li is tense. Li is in the past, na is present, and ta is in the future. So if you see the li aspect of the word, it means it's in the past. And then you have the word. So it starts with the the speaker, which is to, and then it goes with the tense of speaker, tense, and verb. So speaker, tense, and verb. To is the speaker, us. Li is the tense, which is in the past, and poteza is the verb, which is to lose. So tulipoteza akili, as I said, is mind. So tulipoteza means we in the past lost our minds. Yes. So yeah, that's Kiswahili for you. And the structure is also very simple. All you need is, the speaker. Is it one person, two people, three people? In this case, if it was me, one person, I would say nilipoteza. So the two part changes to ni, which is me. And li still say the same, is in the past. Or if it's in the future, if you or in the present, if you want to say we have lost, you would say tunapoteza. Na, so the li part goes to na. So tunapoteza. So this is tulipoteza.
So tunapoteza is us. Na is us. We lost our mind.
Two is us. Two is us. Like if I say, let me give you another example. So if I say tutaongea, I'll just type it in right there. So this word right here, the two part, tutaongea means we will speak. So the two part is we, you plural, us, the speaker. The ta part is the tense. So in to li, the tense is the past. So the li part is the past, to lipoteza. So in this one, instead of li, I'm saying we will, which is ta is the future. So to ta ongea means we, which is to. Ta is in the future, and then ongea is to speak. So the verb there is ongea. So you start with ongea, the verb, and then you ask yourself, is it the future, present, or past? If it's the future, the ta part becomes ta. If it's the past, it would be to li ongea. If it's the present, it would be to na ongea. So that part changes. and then the two part is the speaker. Is it me? Is it plural? Is it you? Is it plural? So two is me, third person speaker, but plural. So tuta ongea. So tuta ongea. We will speak. Yes.
So what if you would say I will speak? That would be what?
Ni. So let's look at it. So two was the speaker, right? And ta was the tense, and
Yes.
ongea is the verb. So what part of this do you think is going to change?
The two?
Yes, yes, exactly. So the speaker is, for me, is me, and then the second part is it present or future?
So you say mita ongea?
Nita ongea. If it's the future, it's ta. If
Okay.
it's
If it's present, it's na. If
na,
it's
ni
past, it's
na.
lead.
Yeah, so present, okay, past is li, present is na, and future is ta. Yes. So there we go, extended Kiswahili lesson. So the past is li, the present is na, the future is ta. So for any sentence, if we look at the tutaongea, if the tense is the one changing, it's tuliongea, tuliongea, tunaongea, tutaongea. There you go. So this is, how do you say it? Conjugating sentences or conjugating words. Yeah. So yeah. So this, everything stays the same. The verbs.
Past, present, and future.
So tuli, tuna, tuta, and yeah. So very simple. And just one more before we go. Naongea. Niliongea, nitaongea. Okay. I don't want to hold people too long, but just to give you a few examples. So for example, if now we're changing from the two, which is us, to the na, which is me, which is me. So now we're changing the person, the speaker. Before we were changing the tenses, now we're changing the speaker. So the speaker before was the two, which is us, but now the speaker is me, single, which is ni. So you say
niliongea,
niliongea and nitaongea. You see the li part still stays the same. The ongea part still stays the same because the verb remains the verb. You don't change the one. You see, in English, you say things like, yeah, it will be replayable. Now we're just going overboard. Now we're like, we're just chopping it up on the side. So, yeah. So li and ta is the tense part of it. But like in English, when you change the tense, you change the word. When I say I walk, and then I want to say I walked, you take walked and then you add ed, or sometimes even the word itself changes, like go and went. So the word can actually change according to the tense, right? But in Kiswahili, the word itself, the verb remains always the same. If the verb is ongea, which means to speak, it's ongea for everything. It's ongea whether it's many people, two people, one person, past, present, or whatever. What changes is the parts of the word. So the one word has three parts. It has who is the speaker, what is the tense, and what is the verb, and the verb is at the end. So you transform the person and the tense, but the word stays the same. So the verb stays the same.
Oh, okay, I get it. The verb doesn't change. It's the word before the verb that changes.
Yes, it's the parts of the words before it. So before you set up the verb, you say who is speaking and what tense they're speaking in.
So that whole thing is just like one word. It's not like see, nita ongea. That's just one word. It's not separate, even though in English.
No, it's not separate. It's just parts of the word. The word is composed of different parts, but it's one word, and you say it as one word. I only break it down, just to, to show you the parts of it. But yeah, it's a
No,
topic.
I get it. Because
Yeah.
like in English, you separate the subject from
Mhm.
the verb,
Yes,
but this word is just one word. But
it's just one
and
word.
that one word that's the subject and the object and the verb or whatever, right?
Yes, it has
Okay.
the subject, the to, it has the tense, and it has the verb. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Hmm.
So once you get that simple formula, all you need to know is, what the verb is, so you can substitute anything there. This is ongea is to talk, but let's say you want to say run. Run is kimbia. So kimbia. If you want to say, how many people are running. So once you know that the verb is kimbia, how would you say I am running? So the speaker or the person, is it the subject? So the subject,
So
man, we should just have one which is just like a Swahili lesson.
so
Apart from this stuff.
Cambia means running.
Yes, yes, to run. So
So if I say I'm running, it'll
mhm,
be can ni. I don't
mhm.
know what
Yes, yes, yes. And then what is the tense?
ni. What's the? Let me see. Nina Cambia.
Yes, because the tense is the present, and then the third thing is just you add the word
Oh, okay.
Kimbia,
Oh,
and then that just becomes Nina
oh,
Kimbia.
okay. That's
Yeah.
not. That's not hard.
No, no, it's not at all. So once you know what the verb is, the verb is Kimbia.
Mm.
Who is the person? Who is the subject? Who is the what is the tense? The time. So person and time
So,
and
so if you were saying we are running, it would be two
mm-hmm.
not Cambia.
Ndio. There you go. Tunakimbia.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Perfect. Yeah. Very, very. It's very simple to put the pieces together, and then when we come to the sentences, this is the word itself is a full sentence. When you say
That's what I just realized.
yeah, the
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
it's an easy language to learn. The rules are pretty simple. There's no crazy spelling. Like English, when you have a word, it's written in one way, but it's spelled completely different. French is even crazier. So you won't find things like that. You won't find things like bird, BIRD and BAD and so on. If it's the vowels are spelled and pronounced exactly the same every single time. So
Hmm.
the two is never going to be ta. Like in English, you can be u, it can be a, it can be you sometimes. But in Kiswahili, if it's two, it's two. There's no ta. The kimbia, I is always going to be ki, not kai or whatever. There's no anti or anything like that. If you see an I, that's all it is. It's just e, or u. Those are all the sounds, the vowel sounds. So it makes it pretty simple. And yeah,
I'm not trying to remember that, but I that seems pretty easy.
yeah. Just remember
Mm.
subject, tense, verb. Subject, tense, verb.
My
It's
question,
it.
so it's not called Swahili, it's called Kiswahili.
Yes.
Why
K.
do people keep saying Swahili? They never pronounce the K. They keep like when people
Well, it's
say
because Swahili is the name of the tribe or the people. The people are called the Swahili people.
oh
So
Kiswahili is the language.
Kiswahili is the language. Yes. So
Oh.
most people, especially when they're teaching it, when they were learning, because for us, when we learn in school, we actually learn it as Kiswahili, which is the technically correct name. But when I came out here, people just shorten it to Kiswahili, or they just interchange the people and the language, and that's why Swahili became more popular. And I guess it's just easy to say. But in Kiswahili itself, ki is usually of something, to say kifamaniko or kufahamu, that is
Mm.
understanding something. So ki is like the of the Swahili people. So the language is supposed to be lugha ya Kiswahili. So it's supposed to be the language of the Swahili people. But so when you see somebody with a KI in front of it, that means the language. When it's just Swahili, that's the people.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but it's not wrong to say Swahili. It's just become very common to, to say Swahili and all that. But to be technically correct, the language itself is Kiswahili. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Got you. All right. Thanks for those short lessons. It doesn't seem to be that hard.
Yeah, no, it was my pleasure. I do enjoy when people, learn Kiswahili as much as I learned, some of the slang words here. I learned
Yeah, hello?
chilling, and everything is everything. That was from Forecast and Brother Bakari. So,
You good,
yeah.
Jen?
Sorry? I'm sorry. Oh, Brother Bakari is live. Okay. Let's wrap it up so we can take a break and maybe go join him later if we can. So once again, thank you everybody who was here. Thank you especially Ezulie. You made a very challenging conversation, and it kept me purring and on my toes. So I appreciate that. I enjoyed our conversation. I hope we can have we can delve deeper into Neo and Agent Smith's of our world. So I thank you all, and thank you all for having the patience to do a bit of a Kiswahili lesson. That was good for me. I do enjoy when people get that extra, when we can say habari and I have mzuri, and I'm like, okay, we're making headway. So thank you, Ezulie. Thank you, Forecast, Matron, Bobby E. Wright. I know people here, and Alia. Thank you to Mr. Untouchable. Always, always good to have you. Sister Ro, Melanated Goddess. I know I'm not going to name everyone, but I just want to thank you all, Mother Bakari, Afro-Native, for being here, joining us, and adding to the conversation. So, to all of you, of course, Kokou, always a pleasure. So, Asante Sana, you should know. And Kwaheri. Heri. Our goodbye is of course, Afro Native. Yeah, Afro Native world. Yeah, we're still here. I never intend to have these long ones. It just happens. So, but do please rewind. We had a quick Kiswahili lesson, just now, and just to translate. Usiku mwema wa Afrika. That means good night, ye Africans. So usiku is night, mwema is good. There's several names for good. There's mwema is good, nzuri is good, poa, sawa, all that. We have many names for goodness. So mwema is good, and heri is blessings. So when I say kwaheri, it means go with blessings. So it's a good thing. When somebody says goodbye, they are sending you off with, oh man, Afro Native, you just want to show off. Afro Native is a show off. But badai means later, and she knows the cool Kenyan English too. Kenyan English is it's a cool one. We say things like badai and sawa or sawa, which means cool. Yeah, so I have to practice. Yeah, you should practice. You should practice and come and show off to everybody. But yes, badai means later. So it's just to say when somebody says kwaheri, you can say kwaheri as well, which you're sending them with the blessings. Or you can say also badai, like Afro Native world says. You can say badai is later, or tutaongea. But you can also say tutaongea badai, which also means we will speak later. So definitely,
That's too much words. I'm gonna forget them by the time I end.
Okay. And the only one to remember is that one, kwaheri. Kwaheri means and heri is blessings. So if you add kwa is with. So it means just to go.
No, kwa is go.
Yes, with. No, kwa means with. So basically,
With.
what you're saying is with blessings, but in English it will translate to go with blessings.
Oh,
So,
kwaheri is with blessing. Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So when someone says kwaheri, they say go with blessings. Yeah. So it's a good goodbye, and also just to give somebody something good, so they don't go away with bitterness or anger or things like that. You have a good ending.
So
Yes.
kwaheri, you don't have to say go. It's just with blessing, meaning that.
Yeah. Actually, the literal translation is with blessings, but if I say it in English, people won't know, what blessings for what. So I just add the go. I should put it in capital, but it means go with blessings, but you don't have to say the go part. So people just say.
So if you would say, "Hey, I'm leaving," and you go kwaheri, meaning leave with blessings. That's what.
Yes, leave. Actually, it should be leave. Go sounds so much ruder, but yeah, it should be leave with blessings, or as you leave, take the blessings with you, or yeah. So it's a short. Somebody's blessing you, but also acknowledging that you're leaving.
Short and to the point. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
All right, that's cool.
So, Ezulie, thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you very much. And kwaheri.
Kwaheri. Later.
Yes. And to everybody else, kwaheri to you as well. So, yeah, all right. Peace. And before we leave, I always like to end with a prayer to the ancestors. I start with a prayer for them to guide us in our session, to give us guidance, enlightenment, to have a good conversation, to live with knowledge and wisdom. And I think today our prayers have been more than answered. It has been a great conversation. I have learned a lot from everyone. I have been, surprised. I have been challenged. I have been, enlightened. So I think that the ancestors were with us, and they guided us through a wonderful conversation. So I thank them, and I thank you as well.
All right. Good night.
All right. Kwaheri. Kwaheri. Okay. Kwaheri kila mtu, tutaonana.